Inside the cauldron, that strange beast shrunk, struggling viciously. However, it still suffered greatly while fighting against Xianxia, being forcefully pressed down. The cauldron formed from lightning radiance refined the man and beast within. Xianxia was in pain, but he was also happy. His entire body was releasing smoke from being blasted by lightning, especially since he couldn't even dodge in the cauldron, only able to passively endure it, refining his body. However, this strange beast was like a great mending tonic. It grew dim, its eyes without radiance. Its lightning Tao essence was completely absorbed by Xianxia. It was now much bigger than Xianxia, yet on the contrary, it cried out like a cat, unable to struggle free after it was grabbed by Xianxia. It turned into strands of lightning radiance, shrinking and releasing mists. This feels too good. What is this? A soul within the lightning Tao. Xianxia inspected it, but he discovered that it didn't seem to be the case. It looked like a creature, but it didn't have a soul either. Regardless, Xianxia received great benefits. This strange beast possessed pure lightning Tao radiance, and all of it entered his body, granting him a baptism. His primordial spirit was incomparably brilliant. Finally, everything disappeared. The strange beast vanished, completely refined by Xianxia. It should be the end now, right? Xianxia walked out from within the cauldron, raising his head towards the sky. The surrounding clouds pressed down, roiling as they moved about. It was extremely oppressive. Hong! Suddenly, 5 streaks of lightning blasted down, striking Xianxia until he bled from all 7 apertures. It also released blazing electrical radiance. This strike was too powerful. Even the sturdiest iron and stone would shatter. Fuck! What did I even do? He cursed. His entire body flew outwards, blasted out by the lightning. This was the end of it. Another round began, the skies flickering with blazing electrical radiance. It was as if a waterfall was pouring downwards, boundless. Purple energy rose from the east. Xianxia felt a bit dizzy. He immediately became stupefied. There were just too many, right? Hundreds to over 1,000 streaks of lighting hacked down, descending from the void and releasing deafening noise as they hacked down on his body. Was it even leaving him with a path of life at this point? He stood under the waterfall, doing everything he could to defend himself. The Lightning Emperor's precious technique frantically circulated, activating to its limit. Despite this being the case, his hair was still disheveled, blood splashing outwards. Large amounts of his blood was scorched black as well. His hair was all burnt, falling off. It was a tragic sight. Later on, even his skin was cracking, burned rotten, as if it was a withered great earth. Piece after piece came off. Xianxia was in great danger. There is life within lightning. It contains the essence of the world. I am going to find it. Xianxia roared from deep within. This was a great disaster. He was struggling to hold on. As long as he stuck it through, his flesh and primordial spirit would definitely become sturdier. Only this type of sharpening was too ferocious. A single mistake might result in wiping out his body and spirit. He released a great roar, smashing his fist against the waterfall, continuously fighting back. It was just like when he was young, carrying enormous rocks several tens of thousands of jin in weight, practicing his fists against the waterfall, defying heavenly might. Only the situation now was much more terrifying. Xianxia was dripping with blood, seriously injured. His body was scorched black, and large amounts of dried-up old skin fell off. However, his spirit was still condensed greatly. A wave of spiritual essence produced within his body, releasing brilliant radiance. This was like refining immortal gold, eliminating slag stones and washing away impurities to leave behind the essence, forging the sharpest and most powerful weapon in this world. This was the true improvement, wandering between life and death, forging forward to revise the flesh, shell, and soul, displaying a transformation of true meaning. His body was in great pain, to the extent where old skin was coming off. However, Xianxia's vitality was becoming more resplendent, refining down to the purest source and storing it within his body. The space between his brows glistened brightly. A small figure shone, similarly brandishing its fists, carrying out a similar type of training. Shurehao's flesh was powerful, this went without saying, and that was why he could support this power. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit was extremely terrifying as well. After ingesting the golden Bodhi fruit, it broadened his sea of consciousness, but it wasn't condensed enough. And now, after suffering from the battering of this type of lightning downpour, his primordial spirit was being compressed and extracted, becoming extremely brilliant and resplendent, eliminating the leftover impure primordial force of the heaven and earth wondrous fruit. Shuhao watched as his flesh dried up, and old skin shed off, but the bone texts within him were flickering. He himself was transforming. Finally, he sensed the life force of this lightning downpour. He opened his mouth and roared, facing the waterfall directly. His fist smashed outwards. Then his entire body surged, devouring that lightning radiance. Heaven and earth rumbled. Lightning radiance surged endlessly. Shuhao underwent a shocking transformation. His flesh swelled, his forehead bone brilliant. Lightning radiance poured unendingly into his body, altering his withering state. This was a wave of life force. His flesh was undergoing rebirth. Purple energy came from the east, auspicious, peaceful, and intense. The waterfall dried up, and then a steep cliff unexpectedly appeared. This was extremely strange, formed from lightning. Shuhao rushed upwards, sat down on the cliff, continuously using bone texts until he finally calmed down. His flesh was sparkling white, the little figure within his forehead bone even more resplendent and incomparably powerful. The transformation this time was much greater and effective than before. The world became calm again. Shuhao didn't dare act carelessly. Whenever he thought it ended, there would always be more lightning descending. He already suffered 2 times in a row. Is it snowing? Shuhao was speechless. In the air, heavy snow descended, carrying cold air and bone-chilling frigidness. It really was strange. Even if there was ice and snow in the clouds, it shouldn't be like this. Gotcha! When a few palm-sized snowflakes landed on Shuhao's body, they erupted with lightning radiance. The cold energy was oppressive, the thunder ear-splitting. It was extremely terrifying. This ice and snow lightning was extremely strange, with every single snowflake able to blast Shuhao until he was sent flying and coughing with blood. The power was just too terrifying. This wasn't like ice and snow, but more like falling stars that were extremely heavy. They continuously smashed over, landing on Shuhao's body before exploding. Now, he was convinced that the immortal ancient had passed and this era changed. He couldn't casually invite lightning tribulation, or else there would be ominous and strange matters. Right now, he personally experienced it. The lightning radiance he experienced was completely different from before, unlike what was recorded in the bone books. There were creatures, waterfalls, and now even snowflake lightning appeared. Gotcha! In the end, fluttering snowflakes covered the sky, crazy winds roaring. All of the ice and snow condensed together, sealing Shuhao within, freezing him within a large crystal-like chunk of ice. It was 10 zhang in height, and it suspended itself in the void, exuding bone-chilling coldness. Even those as powerful as supreme experts had their flesh and primordial spirit frozen, their magical force suppressed and solidified, unusable. It was clear that this was not just an issue of temperature. There were natural laws contained within as well. This ice and snow lightning tribulation was extremely strange. Shuhao felt muddle-headed. He was sealed within, experiencing unimaginably bitter cold natural law attacks. At the same time, lightning Dao power entered his body, directly trying to break him apart. He knew that he couldn't fall asleep, couldn't close his eyes, or else he would die within this strange lightning tribulation. Little by little, his body began to shine, and then it flourished with radiance. Blood energy roiled and great yang energy surged. Even the Sin character by his forehead surged into the air. Shuhao was doing everything he could, releasing all of his body's potential. His entire body began to burn like a fireball. In the end, he turned into a great golden sun that shone with incomparable brilliance. Finally, the 10 zhang block of ice cracked, and then blasted apart, turning into an endless rain of light, scattering down on his body, ultimately absorbed. So sinister. The lightning tribulation I experienced definitely has an incredible history. Sure Hao believed firmly that even though this trial was extremely dangerous, his benefits would be similarly great. He could clearly sense that each time he passed a trial of death, his body seemed to be slowly transforming, becoming more resilient and sturdy. His primordial spirit was becoming more and more pure, turning into a resplendent sphere of light, wrapping around that little figure. I am becoming stronger. Hong. After a brief moment of silence, another lightning tribulation descended. Just like that, Sure Hao experienced great trials, continuously undergoing tribulations, with each one continuing for quite a while. After counting them all, he actually passed 9 different heavenly tribulations. He was a bit shocked. The 9 types of heavenly tribulation could be considered the most powerful lightning tribulation. The immortal ancient era's experts would only experience 3 or 4. However, those who surpassed 5 great heavenly tribulations were all not ordinary people. The 9 types of tribulation I faced just now were mostly strange and never heard of before. Only 3 types were recorded in the bone books as the most powerful lightning tribulations. Sure Hao remained silent for a long time. This was just the first time he experienced a tribulation, yet he encountered this type of treatment. It was easy to talk about, but he was blasted miserably 5 or 6 times, the worst time almost having his head hacked off. His limbs were broken, and pieces of bone flew out. Only he still ultimately made it through with great difficulty. The ones that were recorded were also strange, but he felt that the ones that weren't recorded were even more sinister. I finally made it through. Sure Hao released a sigh. Hong! An enormous streak of lightning slammed down like a great sea, directly blasting Sure Hao until his bones snapped. Not even his bone texts could protect him, immediately causing blood to cover his body. Why is there still more? This time, Sure Hao was truly nervous. Even sharpening one's body had a limit. He continuously passed 9 heavenly tribulations, and even in the immortal ancient era, it was the greatest type of tribulation. Moreover, every single tribulation was ridiculously strange and terrifying. Why did a 10th one appear? This was simply asking for his life, not being satisfied until he was dead. This was completely a great tribulation intended to destroy him. He recalled a vague saying within a damaged bone book stating that there might be a 10th great tribulation, but normally speaking it wouldn't appear in the world. He unexpectedly encountered it. This was definitely the punishment he had to face for rashly attempting this in a world originally without heavenly tribulations, which was why every single tribulation was so powerful and terrifying. This was especially the case with the final blow, the 10th Great Tribulation. This time, Sure Hao almost died. He was blasted until his flesh flew everywhere, his white bones visible. Both of his arms were broken, and he was hacked by the unmatched lightning radiance at the waist. You want to kill me? Impossible! Sure Hao roared angrily, using all of his Dao skills to forcibly gather his flesh and bones, piecing his body together. His blood energy roiled, wrapping around himself. This was a life and death refinement. Sure Hao experienced the most bitter trial. In the end, the lightning radiance became weak. He leapt out, rushing into a mountain region. Why is there a mountain region? He was shocked, realizing that these 10 tribulations hadn't ended yet. The mountain region swayed, sounds of hooves ringing through the air, trampling on the ground. It was as if a great earthquake was happening. A figure was crazily running over from the distance, a warhorse that was scarlet red like blood. The hair on its temples burned like flames. On the back of this horse sat a figure who held a heaven-art halberd in his hand. His divine might world-shocking, war energy rushing into the heavens. It was extremely dangerous. Sure Hao released a long roar. His flesh surged with power, his mind strengthened, preparing to carry out a final battle. The individual within the lightning stirred on his mount. This was beyond reasoning, but right now it wasn't time to think about this. There was only a life or death battle. Dang! The Lightning Emperor's precious technique erupted. Sure Hao was forced onto this extreme path. He displayed all of his profound mysteries to carry out a great battle, clashing with that great halberd. Soon after, blood blossomed from his body, almost hacking him to death. The 10th Great Tribulation has appeared. You wish to end me here? I won't let you have your way. Reincarnation, Shurhao roared. The reincarnation precious technique appeared, its radiance brilliant, drowning out everything. The man and mount in front of him took on this heavy blow, both of them coughing out blood and flying in reverse. They were formed from lightning. Kill! Shurhao immediately went crazy, his entire body slaughtering over. That person had his body blasted apart by Shurhao. Then, what Shurhao didn't expect was that lightning descended, replenishing that individual and mount, regenerating it in that spot. They slaughtered over again, and this time their fighting strength increased. This was an extremely terrifying thing. They couldn't be killed, and each time they were defeated, they would become even stronger. This battle left Shurhao half crippled and his bones splitting. It was extremely miserable. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. Reincarnation Precious Technique and Kuanpeng Precious Technique, they were both fully displayed. This was something that had never happened since he arrived in the higher realms. This was his final bitter struggle. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. Kill! Shurhao's eyes were still brilliant, his fighting spirit not vanishing. Regardless of what type of serious injury he received, no matter how terrifying his opponents were, he still did everything he could to resist, not showing fear. Hong! He didn't know how many times he blasted that person back. But finally the lightning radiance disappeared, and the man and mount disappeared. This time, Shurhao's vital energy was about to dry up. That battle was too difficult, that individual powerful to a ridiculous level. Moreover, the man and mount could regenerate even after having half their bodies blasted away. Their strength also increased as time went on, adjusting from their previous defeats. I've suffered greatly this time, my body almost ruined. Shurhao sat down on the ground. The lightning tribulation this time was inconceivable. At the back of his head, there was a divine disk made completely of symbols. Just now, it had continuously shone, completely recording everything before disappearing. However, Shurhao didn't notice this. The mountain ground was blurry. This place was formed from lightning, retreating together with the heavenly tribulation. It finally became unstable on the verge of vanishing. I successfully passed the tribulation, Shurhao said softly, silently inspecting himself. He realized that he had long reached the great circle of the supreme expert. At this moment, even though his bones were broken and muscles snapped, the flesh that had split apart became more sturdy, flickering with a radiance that was difficult to describe. His primordial spirit also shone with incomparable brilliance. Chong! A little figure walked out from between his brows, and then it took a deep breath. The sky of clouds were moved, and it was unknown how much lightning radiance surged over. The lightning aura was dense, wrapping it within. This was the scattering heavenly tribulation. He didn't waste a single bit, not letting a trace go. His flesh and primordial spirit were wrapped within lightning radiance, absorbing the tribulation lightning that was rarely seen since ancient times. Shurhao could clearly feel that he became stronger. Regardless of whether it was his flesh or primordial spirit, it was as if they were reborn. This was an unimaginable cleansing. Over there! He raised his head towards the cloud depths. Lightning radiance curled about it. There was a pool, a full body of water. It really did appear. Shurhao rushed over. He knew that everything was now worth it. Even though he was blasted miserably by the 10 malevolent lightning tribulations, this pool of precious liquid was enough for him to undergo rebirth. His body's injuries couldn't be considered much at all, and they would definitely transform again. In the blink of an eye, Shurhao rushed through the lightning radiance, arriving in front of it. The simple and unadorned lightning pool was rich and dazzling. There was a powerful wave of energy, as well as waves of fragrance. This was a tremendous gain. This place wasn't large, only about 20 square meters in size. The accumulation of time could be seen, with a haziness of time and mottled traces on its walls. Lightning energy was dense within, a pool of liquid sparkling and translucent, flowing with auspicious multicolored light. Waves of fragrance wafted about as well. This was lightning tribulation liquid, rebirth after destruction. It contained astonishing vitality, one of the world's most precious divine liquids. It was extremely difficult to see it. It was because it was accumulated within a lighting waterfall, so how could a normal person hope to get access to it? It was accompanied by destruction. As soon as they got close, they would be blasted into ashes. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't even get close to the clouds, while those with greater strength, the lightning tribulation they incurred would match their cultivation realm, so it would be even more dangerous. As a result, generally speaking, they would only go in after the thunderstorm, and they would still only find a single drop in the mountains, splashed out from the lightning pool. Xianxia only made it through the tribulation with great difficulty. Just now, he almost died, being hacked by all types of lightning miserably, and only then did he struggle his way through, closing in on this precious liquid. One could see how difficult this was. If he was asked to do it again, he would have to carefully think about it because it was too dangerous. It wasn't easy to remain alive. This process was filled with danger. How fragrant! Xianxia relaxed. Even though there was lightning radiance in this place, it was far from being comparable to heavenly tribulation. It was gentle in comparison, unable to harm his body. The lightning pool was created from some type of ancient stone. When one touched it, there was a feeling of chilliness, as well as an aura of past time. This was quite strange. It was clearly in the clouds, so how could there be a rock like this that was turned into a pool within the blazing lightning? Even Xianxia couldn't be sure if this was made of lightning or if it was real. Regardless, it was extremely mysterious, difficult to truly understand. The fragrance was rich, the sweet scent assailing the nostrils. Xianxia had just fought until his body was half crippled, his limbs broken and bones about to fly out. His current body was one piece together with great difficulty, covered in cracks. He took a deep breath here. The sparkling purple liquid immediately surged, entering his mouth. With a hong sound, dense purple energy wrapped around him. So comfortable! Xianxia felt his 4 limbs and 100 bones extend outwards. His body extremely comfortable. An expanse of multicolored light nourished his body, slowly extending to every inch of his bones and flesh, mending his injuries. The effects were too clear. He had only taken in a single mouthful, yet a layer of purple energy wrapped around Xianxia's body. A purple cloud floated above his head, mysterious and unfathomable. An exuberant wave of life force unfolded here, thriving and full of power. There was a flourishing aura of life. P41. Within Xianxia's body, his bones were moving about, releasing metallic cries. These bones were recombining, carrying out an adjustment. They released sparkling bone luster. On his bones, all types of symbols would flicker from time to time. They weren't engraved on top, but instead flowing through those areas. Upon closer inspection, those were the patterns of the true primordial record. They flowed within Xianxia's flesh and bones, flickering with all types of radiance. They carried a simple and ancient power. Xianxia's flesh had just been tattered, so right now, he was recovering his wounded body, using the true primordial record as the needle and threads to guide the lightning tribulation liquid's vitality, allowing it to flow through every inch of his body. The second mouthful of lightning tribulation liquid entered his mouth, the scent like sweet dew. It flowed like jade liquid, sparkling with brilliant multicolored radiance, making Xianxia's lips and teeth shine with a hazy radiance. Fragrance wafted in all directions. Under this mouthful, Xianxia's body unexpectedly released a sound, as if someone was chanting a scripture, ringing vaguely. It made one feel clear-headed, their spirit peaceful. At the same time, the space between Xianxia's brows shone. The primordial spirit that formed a little figure stepped outwards, also opening its mouth to absorb the lightning tribulation liquid. This was a shocking sight. The primordial spirit directly absorbed this type of vital substance, taking in its essence to make itself more translucent and brilliant. It was extremely peaceful. Chi. This place had lightning radiance wrapping itself around Xianxia's body and his primordial spirit, strange and hazy. The lightning tribulation liquid was good stuff after all, a priceless divine liquid. Sure, Hao could feel his injuries quickly improving. This was just 2 mouthfuls, yet there were already these types of changes. Lightning, one of the world's most powerful offensive attributes, represented destruction. Some people claimed it to be the whip of heavens, one that could ruin all-powerful individuals. Heavenly tribulation existed to control the 9 heavens and 10th earth. The tribulation lightning could strike any living creature, so all clans had to respect it. Towards these types of sayings, there were too many insider details, so ordinary creatures couldn't know about them at all. Only the unmatched forbidden experts could truly touch upon this truth. It was precisely because it represented destruction that the life force accompanying it was so precious, hard to find in this world. This was a type of miracle in itself. Death and slaughter contained a bit of the most fundamental type of vitality. If one obtained it, then they could naturally cleanse their body and become stronger. Sure, Hao sat here, with each breath, his body shining with holy radiance. The purple energy above his head formed a Tao flower, surrounding him. There were even more golden lotuses all around him. This was a type of auspicious scene, accompanied by a type of Zen chanting, ringing through these clouds. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked, and then be influenced, sincerely bowing down, carrying out a most simple and pure worship. Sure, Hao was silent. All types of scenes flickered around him. He was like the most powerful guardian spirit in this heaven and earth, absorbing the worship of tens of thousands of creatures, chanting sutras here. His flesh was better, his primordial spirit, after being cleansed by the lightning tribulation liquid, became even more translucent, as if it was carved from a divine diamond. There wasn't a single blemish, round and sparkling, the light able to illuminate the stars in outer space. This was a type of divine scene. Sure, Hao's injuries were better. With just a few mouthfuls of the purple liquid, his broken bones around his body connected, his tendons and arteries regrowing. His flesh shone with divine light, and even his hair was glowing, every strand brilliant. His flesh was originally already powerful to a point where he couldn't break through any further, stopped before a gate. Now everything changed. His flesh released all types of brilliance, and then his body trembled violently. It was because blood was surging with great speed. He was undergoing a blood exchange bone transferring transformation. It's starting. Sure, Hao became serious. When his injuries disappeared and his body completely recovered, a shocking transformation began. He took a deep breath of lightning tribulation liquid. His entire body continuously trembled, releasing deafening pipa sounds. Then, his flesh and primordial spirit began to clearly split apart. This was not a collapse, but rather a shedding of the shell, like a cicada breaking through its husk. He was getting rid of his former body to create a new self, a type of rebirth. Only the lightning tribulation liquid could have this type of power, making a cultivator carry out a deep-level transformation. Otherwise, it was extremely difficult. Sure, Hao was in intense pain, his bones feeling as if they were being pared by a hatchet. Kacha sounds rang out. This was the legendary bone molding, a reconstruction of the core. Moreover, his old skin split apart, continuously coming off of the surface of his body. These types of changes were extremely mysterious, but also extremely terrifying. It was because they were too fierce. It should have been carried out in a step-by-step fashion, but they were all being completed right now. Could be said to be extremely tyrannical. Sure, Hao's body was flowing with blood. The old skin that came off carrying wisps of blood. There was even bone stubble. If one saw this, they would definitely be absolutely horrified. Apart from this, his primordial spirit was also splitting apart and then recombining. This process repeated itself again and again, just like a piece of immortal steel that was being refined numerous times, reforged again and again. It was clear that this type of consumption was huge as well. Sure, Hao opened his mouth to absorb the lightning tribulation liquid, replenishing his body's life matter, quickly forming a powerful origin core. Then this reconstruction was nearing its end. Sure, Hao unfolded his body that was tall and powerful. It possessed even more force, his old skin and other things all coming off. His skin shone like jade. The instant Hao opened his eyes, divine light was like a sword, sharp and forceful, but soon after, he became calm again, returning to his true self. At that moment, his flesh and primordial spirit had undergone a deep cleansing, completed a transformation. He was quite a bit more powerful than before. His physical body was powerful to begin with, but now, his primordial spirit was like this as well. After undergoing the lightning's refinement and precious liquid's nourishment, his primordial spirit became exceptionally exuberant. The little figure formed from primordial spirit took in and sent out energy, the clouds still moving with lightning from all directions. It already didn't belong to heavenly tribulation, but it was still being absorbed, entering the space between his brows to be absorbed by that little figure. Even if he were to face those that specialized in the divine senses, those with extraordinary primordial spirits, he could still remain without fear, able to show them contempt. However, he still felt as if there was further room for growth, as if he could improve a step further. He continued to devour the lightning tribulation liquid to strengthen himself. These symbols obtained the lightning energy's nourishment, becoming more rich with vitality. The true primordial record and 10,000 spirit diagram, at this moment, appeared. They were engraved within his flesh and primordial spirit, continuously unfolding, appearing incomparably clearly. They flickered like stars. Hao sat there, immediately entering another deep level of Tao comprehension. After who knew how much time passed, he opened his eyes. The entire world seemed to have brightened. Just now, he seemed to have experienced more than a decade of time, reviewing everything he had experienced during his life. He then stepped forward. The true primordial record was now comprehended a step further, grasping the true fundamental meaning. The 10,000 spirit diagram was like the record of a war god, recording all types of scenes in the primordial spirit, able to be seen clearly. Expounding the 10,000 spirit Tao, the most primitive, as well as what's closest to the source. Hao said softly. His comprehension was deep. He touched upon that domain. For him, this meaning was significant. He was already about to enter the divine flame realm and ignite 10,000 Tao. Now, he felt like his own road immediately became clearer. Walala! In his surroundings, golden lotuses were everywhere, taking root in the void. Meanwhile, flower petals floated about in the sky above. They were extremely sparkling and translucent, also accompanied by purple energy. Hao was lightly shaken. These golden lotuses broke through the air, more formidable than precious artifacts. They turned into divine killing weapons. These types of auspicious scenes truly appeared, becoming a type of offensive method. When Hao was quiet, he had a transcendent aura. But when he moved, it was as if he turned into a war immortal. Hao stood up. The surrounding golden lotuses swayed. With a raise of his hand, countless flower petals danced about with unstoppable power, distorting the void and scattering the clouds. And he was shocked. Not only was the power of these divine magical images shocking, far surpassing his imaginations, it was also because he saw a wondrous scene. Up above, there was a layer of lightning Tao heaven. There weren't any clouds, but there were mysterious lightning radiance, forming a layer of sky. He revealed an expression of surprise. Just now, he successfully passed the trial of tribulation, continuously lasting through 10 of them. It could be called a lightning Tao heaven. Now, he saw another lightning Tao heaven. This was not something he could cross at his current cultivation realm. Contained great danger. He could feel that once he stepped inside, he would inevitably be turned into ashes. That is divine tribulation, Hao said softly. In addition, he passed the lightning Tao screen of light, vaguely seeing a golden pool. The liquid inside was different from the purple lightning tribulation liquid. He could vaguely see ancient trees, a house, golden crow, dragon, and others. The scene was extraordinary. Hao was shocked, but he was quite excited. Once he lit his divine flame and his own body reached the consummate level, he was definitely going to enter that tribulation. The natural luck there was shocking. He released a breath, not looking there again. That was not something he could touch right now. He brought out a bone cauldron, starting to store the remaining lightning pool. He only used a small half of the 20 square meter pool. Why is it vaporizing? Xianxia frowned. He discovered that when it entered the cauldron, this lightning tribulation liquid was quite sinister, part of it mysteriously vanishing, not being sealed at all. Why was this? He didn't dare act recklessly, because this purple liquid was too precious. Every drop was priceless. In the end, he carefully tried a few times, but this was still the case. Once the day passes, it will be the afternoon. A flourishing age will gradually decline. Too far is as bad as not enough. Is this the case? Xianxia frowned. He thought of some Dao Qi Daolin told him. Once one reached a certain cultivation realm, not only did they have to pursue fighting power, there were also some simple principles that one had to understand. Qi Daolin had spoken about these things before. There was a third king who had obtained an opportunity within Immortal Ancient, and he wanted to completely seize the root of the opportunity, fully bring it away. In the end, he went too far, causing his own body to fall. At the same time, Xianxia could feel that the roiling lightning Dao heaven above his head was currently pressing downwards, releasing a sinister and dangerous energy. That was divine tribulation. Once it erupted, he would undoubtedly die. Xianxia nodded, but he was still quite shameless. I am still not perfect, my body having injuries. My supreme being bone was broken, needing nourishment. He raised his head towards the layer of lightning Dao heaven while swallowing large mouthfuls of the lightning tribulation liquid, merging it with his body. In that instant, the surrounding lightning rumbled. Crazy winds stirred about, accompanied by a downpour of rain. The scene was horrifying. Streak after streak of lightning hacked down on Xianxia's surroundings, almost striking his own skull. He devoured the lightning tribulation liquid while continuously watching his surroundings with shock. Was there really something existing in the darkness? Something that could sense that things here weren't right? Hey, don't scare me like that. I am at my prime, at a golden age. I don't want to be taken by you, he muttered with a soft voice. Kacha. 10 streaks of lightning descended, hacking down by his body. The void even split apart. It was utterly terrifying. Xianxia felt his blood run cold. Was there really something in the darkness that could sense something? Is it a beauty? Why are you in such a rush to find me? I'll catch you sooner or later. His mouth moved, secretly muttering this. Hong. This time, 108 streaks of blood-colored lightning appeared, brushing past his body, making all of the hairs on his body stand up straight. Moreover, a divine bird flew above his head, and a dragon reached out its head from that layer of heaven, staring at him. Things are becoming strange. Xianxia shivered inwardly, not tarrying in place. Going to take half of the great Tao. He spoke like this. Of the pool of lightning tribulation liquid, he absorbed close to half, and then stored a bit in the cauldron. Afterwards, he rushed to the ground without turning around. The void split apart, lightning radiance appearing in tens of thousands of streaks. As soon as he left, that place was drowned by lightning. Aya, it really hurts me. No, it's a pain right down to my bones. In the distance, Xianxia cried out strangely, his pretty and delicate face frowning slightly. His large eyes blinked as he covered his stomach. This won't do. I need to find the divine striking stone for protection. He felt that his body was currently undergoing transformations. He had to find a peaceful place. The great rain poured downwards, covering the world in rain. Then Xianxia moved. The mountain ground below was scorched black. Many of the mountain peaks collapsed. Yet the great rain couldn't even eliminate the smoke. Electrical arcs were still flickering about. When he was passing through the tribulation, it was so far from the ground, yet such a large area of the mountain region was destroyed. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Holy shit, you're still alive. The divine striking stone flew over from the distance, saying this kind of sentence as soon as they met, making Xianxia so mad he immediately wanted to beat it up. Scaring me to death. The lightning tribulation just now was endless, pouring down from the heavens. I thought you were already turned into charred coal. I was ready to make a commemorative monument for you. The divine striking stone muttered. The emperor butterfly flew over. The scene just now was truly shocking, that area surrounded by thunder radiance, falling down like a silver stream. It left them so shocked they could only watch from the distance. Hurry! Bring me away from here. I need to go into isolation cultivation. Xianxia immediately sat down on the ground, because his chest bone was shining, making his entire body extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if he was being bit by many bugs. A streak of divine radiance tore through the sky. The divine striking stone shone, bringing Xianxia into the distance. They definitely couldn't stay in this place any longer. The lightning tribulation was tremendous, perhaps sensed by a few vicious beasts. They departed far from this place, descending into a valley. Xianxia's chest bone was in great pain. The most fundamental vitality within the lightning tribulation liquid rushed towards that area. Was this an omen of the Supreme Being Bone's rebirth? He was quite shocked. The precious liquid of the lightning pool was extraordinary after all, unexpectedly leaving his chest sore, as if it was going to produce something. However, it didn't seem too likely. It was because the other parts of his body felt a bit out of sorts. I already guided the Supreme Being Essence blood to my entire body. Will I even be able to amass it towards my chest? He was quite doubtful. Sure enough, this time, it was a bit different. His entire body released a weak light. Of course, his chest was the most brilliant. His entire body seemed to be growing, undergoing some type of change. At the same time, Xianxia felt dizzy, entering a daze, finding it difficult to even open his eyes. Sleepiness attacked at his mind. He couldn't resist this no matter how he tried. In the end, he collapsed within the flowers and plants, entering a deep sleep. After who knew how much time had passed. He then woke up in an absent-minded manner. Morning multicolored light was brilliant, and large amounts of golden radiance scattered down onto this body, warm and gentle. The thunderstorm had long ended. Right now it was early morning. The divine striking stone was hiding in the distance, carrying a look of caution. It looked at him again and again. The Emperor Butterfly was doing the same. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. You are still asking what's wrong? Late into the night, your entire body flowed with undecipherable symbols, almost putting our lives in danger. The divine striking stone looked like he still had lingering fears. I was tossing about while asleep? Tell me about it more in detail. Xianxia frowned. He wasn't aware of these things at all. Who knows what was going on with you? You were sleeping there like a corpse, but then your body automatically flowed with all types of random symbols, as if the sixth Tao reincarnation gate was being opened. It was really weird and abnormal. The divine striking stone stressed. Xianxia was completely speechless. He didn't remember any of this happening, only feeling like he slept quite deeply. It seemed like his flesh underwent some type of transformation, producing some type of instinctive reaction. He carefully inspected his own situation, but he only felt that he had become more powerful than ever before. Aside from this, his body was a bit peculiar, but he couldn't say for sure what part was different. He forcefully exerted strength, activating the true primordial record, and then he discovered that there were many mysterious specks of light around his body. Is it Supreme Being blood? Xianxia was incredibly shocked. He always felt like a few transformations had happened, but he couldn't understand them right now. The human body was quite strange, able to open up martial Tao heavenly eyes, mind's eye, and all types of potential treasuries. Xianxia felt that his own transformation was similar to one of these treasuries that were opened up. He couldn't figure out exactly what happened. It should be related to the Supreme Being bone and blood. I won't worry about it for now. Either way, it seems like some good transformation. Xianxia put on a set of clothes, and then he brought the divine striking stone with him out of the valley. During this period, he took out some lightning tribulation liquid to feed the Emperor Butterfly. That stone was so jealous it really wanted to produce a flesh body to devour a few mouthfuls. Xianxia carefully reflected on what had happened. This time, the tribulation was successfully crossed, truly making him much stronger, unlike ever before. He was now standing at a peak he had never reached before. Now, he felt like he could relax quite a bit. He just had to wait for the great battle of 3,000 provinces to start, using battles to test his accomplishments. The so-called Six-Crown King is looking for me? Sure Hao revealed a strange look. This ridiculously powerful young supreme being that had been recorded in the ancient books appeared again, and he was unexpectedly looking for him. His clothes were white like snow. Six-Crown King Ningchuan was extraordinary. He was different from everyone else since birth, carrying a heavenly diagram on his back, his forehead carrying dragon patterns. That night, when he emerged from his mother's womb, divine light shone resplendently, heaven and earth as bright as day. Some even said that he might be the reincarnation of an unmatched, forbidden individual. However, there were never any true examples of reincarnation, so this was just a saying. There were others that claimed that he was related to immortals, inheriting the foundation of immortal Tao, that there were unmatched imprints that merged with him while he was still within his mother's body, creating an incomparable great path for him. I came for the sinner's descendant whose forehead released holy light, some character scattering the clouds. The great Tao must be protected, cannot be blasphemed against. This was what he said when he arrived in Xin province. When Sure Hao learned of this, he looked towards the distant sky. In that instant, he seemed to have peered through space, seeing a white-clad great enemy that filled heaven and earth, blood energy overflowing the heavens. Great Tao rumbled, draconic cries piercing the 9 heavens, waiting in the distance. Boasting shamelessly, Sure Hao said coldly, no matter who this person was, how extraordinary he was, Sure Hao didn't fear him. Once they entered Immortal Ancient, they would fight decisively to the end. Six-Crown King Ningchuan already left. Xin province was so large, so there was no way he would stay within that region for a long time. Moreover, there was a rumor going around that there were other freaks of ancient eras appearing who wished to see Ningchuan. Fire City. Sure Hao's heart was slightly moved. This was the information he unexpectedly obtained when he returned to Fire Country capital and carefully asked around. The father and daughter who came from the lower realm might be in Fire City. The information was vague, but having a trail to follow already wasn't bad. Sure Hao immediately set out. He wanted to visit the Fire Emperor and Hualinger. These two had both treated him with kindness before. They had previously lent a helping hand, and they had also allowed him to cultivate in Fire Clan's ancestral ground. Fire Emperor had even personally given him advice. The great battle was about to start, so Sure Hao wished to be able to meet Hualinger before entering Immortal Ancient. Otherwise, who knew how many years it would be before he would have a chance to do so. Fire City was surrounded by many flame mulberry trees. A few thousand-year-old ancient trees were even more throbbing with blazing flames. The heat they released great. Fire Clan was founded on fire, a sect that was established through flames. They were naturally close to fire, and thus their residence was close to this place with many of these trees. Sure Hao walked over, arriving at the border of a large expanse of flame mulberry trees. There were people working here, picking the mulberry leaves to feed the flame silkworms. From time to time, great flames would surge. Within the forest, the temperature was not low. The flame silkworms moved along the leaves, eating the mulberry leaves, all of them shining with scarlet multicolored light. Symbols swirled about them. The silk these creatures produced was incomparably tough, often refined into precious clothes. It was a type of wondrous bug, and they possessed fighting prowess that wasn't weak. A few young ladies were picking the mulberry leaves to feed the fire silkworms. And, when he turned around without paying attention, Sure Hao saw a figure that was currently picking the leaves. His body immediately became rigid, looking absent-minded. That figure turned around, a bamboo basket on her back, its contents flourishing with scarlet multicolored brilliance, full of fire mulberry leaves. She wore rough hemp clothes, but her skin was white like snow. She was extremely beautiful. Hualinger, without any untold hardships, nor any accidents after falling into misfortune. Quite calmly and naturally, they met each other. However, Sure Hao felt his heartstrings being tugged at. A strange emotion surged within him. Hualinger was tall and slender, her eyes clear, naturally beautiful. There was sweat on her face. She did her work extremely naturally, as if she was just a normal worker. Her clothes were extremely rough and simple, but it was washed until it was faded white. She was tranquil and graceful as she worked. This was quite different from her previously lively and fiery temperament. The princess of a country was now picking mulberry leaves here. Hao felt suffocated inside. He ceased to watch blankly, about to walk forward. At this moment, Hualinger turned around with the bamboo basket on her back, heading in a certain direction. Hao didn't say anything. After watching for a moment from the distance, he followed along. There was a grass house, and behind it was the fire mulberry tree forest, in front a bamboo forest. It was extremely quiet and also rather natural. There were a few tree stumps, natural chairs. It was just too simple, to the extent where it could be called poverty-stricken. She previously lived in a bejeweled palace. Yet now, all of that went up in smoke. Hualinger lowered the bamboo basket, and while carrying a cask, she arrived by the not too far off riverside to wash clothes. She had a beautiful face. Her tall and slender body began to work seriously and calmly. For some reason, Hao felt even more sore inside. Hualinger seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly turned around, looking towards this side. That male wore black clothes, his appearance rather delicate and pretty, eyes bright, carrying a trace of emotion, but also a bit of soreness. He was currently looking at her. At that moment, Hualinger's heart beat fiercely. That youth had a different face, but he had a similarly clear pair of eyes, as well as a similar aura. "You are..." Hualinger's heart trembled as she looked at him with a stupefied manner. He didn't want to cry, but watery mist appeared in his eyes, glistening as they slid down. "It's me." Hao walked forward. "Guangdong." The cask fell onto the ground. Tears continuously fell from Hualinger's eyes, and with a trembling voice, said, "You are still alive." These words represented too much. So, from the fire mulberry forest behind the thatched cottage, a gray shadow pounced over, bringing with it great winds. It shrunk from several zhang in length, in the end becoming less than half a foot in size. It fluttered its wings, latching onto Hao's body. Little Wolf. This gray little wolf was the wolf deity descendant Hao obtained from the 100 Shattering Mountains, but later given to Hualinger to raise. After all these years, its sharp nose still immediately recognized the familiar aura. Hao carried the little wolf while walking to the riverside with large steps, heading over to Hualinger. "I knew that you would definitely live." Hualinger carried a smile on her face, but tears continuously fell, sliding down her cheeks. There was a true natural beauty to her appearance. 7 deities appeared in the lower realm. News of this spread to many great sects, and quite a few people of the higher realms knew. Hualinger came down from the lower realms, so how could she not pay close attention to this? Back then, she heard that Hao faced the 7 deities, but ultimately fell. She became dejected, unable to accept this. In the end, she heard that a youth named Hao came up, Hao's younger brother. This made her feel waves of emotions, thinking back to old friends. Tears were shed once again. The little wolf turned a bit larger, jumping onto the ground, using its mouth to tug at Hao's pants, following him. There was a mound behind the fire mulberry forest. There was no gravestone, no coffin, only the battle clothes of a youth. Hao's heartstrings were tugged. He turned around to look at Hualinger. Her face was covered with tear stains. "I heard the news, didn't believe them, but couldn't accept it either." This was a grave created for Hao, not too far from the thatched cottage. Hao felt his eyes become sore. He looked at her, not saying anything for a long time. "We were worried to death." Linger often felt depressed, crying. The little wolf spoke. It was the descendant of a wolf deity, so it was naturally unordinary. Hao's heart was greatly shaken. Even though not much time had passed since he arrived in the higher realms, he experienced many things, always hanging on between the border of life and death. He didn't know that there was always someone that thought of him, silently shedding tears for his sake. "You are Huang, as well as the one whose forehead released divine light, sinner's blood scattering the clouds?" As Hualinger listened to him slowly talk about all of his experiences, she was extremely shocked. Hao helped her wipe the tears from her face. He nodded, telling her everything. A long and drawn-out bell sound rang through the air, spreading through the great earth. At this moment, no matter how far they were, all cultivators could hear it. Hao suddenly raised his head. He knew that the 100 rivers converging into the sea, the great battle of 3,000 provinces, was about to start. This moment had finally arrived. You, leaving like this, it's too dangerous. Six Crown King, Immortal Palace's inheritor and others, they are all extremely ruthless. The moment she heard the bell sound, Huolinger knew that this world's most intense and brilliant clash was about to begin. Don't worry, wait for me to return. Regardless of if it's Six Crown King, Immortal Palace's inheritor, or other formidable individuals, if they provoke me, I will slaughter them all. Hao said. It was just like in the past, like the moment they met by chance in the 100 Shattering Mountains. He was still just as self-confident. The bell sound was clear and melodious, ringing through mountains and rivers. Those were ripples formed from bell sounds, long and remote, containing the power of time, accumulating the glory of the ancient eras. Upon hearing this long and drawn-out bell sound, when he saw Huolinger in her rough hemp garment, tears sliding down her face, Hao's emotions were rising and falling greatly as well. He reached out his hand to help her wipe her tears. Huolinger's eyes were hazy from tears. She had a smile on her face, but also melancholy. Seeing an old friend again today felt like she was in a dream, but they were going to separate again so quickly after meeting. The bell sounds already rang through the air, the mountains and rivers shaken by its noise. This was the 100 rivers converging into the sea, great battle of geniuses starting sound. She knew that right now all 3,000 provinces were shaken. You will definitely return, right? Huolinger asked softly, her warm jade-like face continuously shedding tears. Her eyes were covered by brilliant watery mist. Will return. Definitely will return, Hao said. They had just reunited, but the war bell sounded. This was reminding all who wished to take the immortal ancient path that the great battle was going to begin. Why are you leaving again? The little wolf was unsatisfied. It raised its head to look at Huolinger, and then it looked at Hao. Then, it chewed on Hao's trouser leg, saying, Don't leave. Linger has been quite unhappy these past few years, always hoping you could appear alive. Hao's heart felt extremely weak, but his nose was turning sore as well. He looked at this previously lively and passionate young lady, who had now become so quiet. Too much had changed. Huolinger lowered her head, stroking the little wolf's head, saying, Little wolf, what are you randomly spouting? The 3,000 provinces genius gathering is about to start. This era is the last opportunity, so it is extremely important. Hao has to go. When she lowered her head to speak softly to little wolf, there were clearly sparkling tears sliding down her clothes, landing on the ground. Her voice was lightly trembling. He felt a bit unwilling to part. Would they still meet again after parting like this? Who could tell? Once they separated here, it was unknown how many years it would be, what vicissitudes would pass. Many things could change during that amount of time. Hao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but what was he supposed to say? He truly wished to participate. You have to be careful. No matter what kind of competition, what kind of natural luck it is not more important than safely returning alive. Don't take risks that are too great and take care of yourself. Huolinger stopped him from saying anything and said these words. Hao silently nodded. He felt warm inside, but his nose and eyes were becoming more and more sore. Those calm words stirred up his emotions greatly. He looked at Huolinger in a daze, and then he looked at that monument, discovering he had become a bit stiff, not knowing what to say. There was a girl who suffered alone, silently watching from the distance. It was so true, without any bit of ulterior motives, without any impurities, like a crystalline sea, sparkling and translucent, warm like jade. This was something simple that was to be treasured. Hao felt his heartstrings tremble lightly, a bit different from what he felt in the past. Apart from being moved emotionally, there was a reluctance to separate, as well as an even more unknown feeling. He had acted brash, acted wild, always shouting noisily in the past, saying how he was going to carry beautiful fatties back to Stone Village. This type of fearlessness was naturally because he had been influenced by the uncles of Stone Village. He had previously fought great battles against female fatties, deciding to bring them back to Stone Village. He had even come into intimate contact with the fairy, the pearl of a clan, but it had never made his heart tremble so greatly. He didn't know what the future would hold, but he truly cared right now. This type of feeling left him in a daze. Perhaps this type of pure waiting, reminiscing without any impurity, silent recalling of the past, this type of completely selfless act, was true beauty, moving his heart. Xiao's heart and mind were moving. This was a bit different from the past, not an attraction of appearance, not the haunting of one's desires, but a pure type of affection. How many fatties did you carry back to Stone Village? Huolinger raised her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and suddenly asked with a laugh. 1, 2, 3. Xiao put out his hand, seemingly carefully counting. That many? Huolinger gently pinched his ears. Even though she was still shedding tears, there was a trace of her lively nature from the past. In the end, they all ran away. I still have to catch them, Xiao said, laughing loudly. No conscience. Little Wolf was unsatisfied, unexpectedly howling a few times, forcefully tearing at his trousers. This left Xiao stunned. Was this a wolf or mastiff? It's good as long as you are alive, Huolinger said softly. Reuniting here made her feel that this world had become much brighter and more beautiful. The fire mulberry trees released scarlet radiance, illuminating this place with their auspicious and peaceful radiance, making one feel comfortably warm. Huolinger's smile was pure, her face carrying tears. This influenced Xiao greatly. He looked at her large and intelligent eyes. Only, there was always a watery mist clouding it all this time, as well as sparkling teardrops around the borders. Xiao couldn't help but open up his arms to forcefully embrace Huolinger. He softly said next to her ears, "Thank you." Huolinger didn't say anything. This place was extremely peaceful. Beside them an earthen tomb that buried a youth's battle clothes. At their feet was the gray little wolf. The two of them stood together, creating a tranquil scene. This place was peaceful, quiet to the extent where the rustling of the flame silkworms chewing on mulberry leaves could be heard. The great bell sounded again, resounding through the mountains and rivers. It was clear that at this moment, all those who wished to take on the unmatched path in the higher realms, the young supreme beings who wished to rise to the glorious peak, raised their heads, fighting spirits surging within their bodies. You should leave, Huolinger said softly. This broke the silence. Xiao still had to leave in the end. There's no rush. This is just the selection of the immortal ancient people. There is still time, Xiao said. He looked at those eyes, feeling the reluctance, worry, as well as hesitation and loss. Indeed, Huolinger was extremely worried, fearing that once Xiao left, he would never return. It was hard to say what would happen exactly in the great battle of 3,000 provinces, or who was going to rise up, who was going to win it all. Since the endless years, countless experts had been buried within, some who wished to become number one, but still met misfortune, perishing in the process. Even the ancient freaks that had previously seized the number one position, such as 3 Crown King, and even 4 Crown King later on reappearing, but upon encountering terrifying opponents, ultimately died. Now, the ones that were left behind, alive, frozen within icy caves for so many eras, were comparatively few in number, but they were the very best, the most powerful. These types of freaks were definitely the most powerful since the ancient times, belonging to the most stunning category of individuals. Xiao wasn't in a rush to leave. He accompanied Huolinger, helping her open up a garden in front of the thatched cottage. They planted 2 small fire mulberry trees, and then brought over a brilliant flower to plant beneath the tree. When you return, it might be many years from now. These 2 trees will probably have branches lush with leaves. The garden will be filled with brilliant flowers. Huolinger said, this separation would be many years. Based on the speculation of the most powerful figures of the ancient era, once one entered, the shortest would be 1 or 2, the longest needing several hundred years or over 1,000 years before one can come out. This time was the last time the immortal flower would blossom. Immortal Ancient will open one final time, so it might be different. No one could anticipate what would happen. I hope that you will be well, that when I come back to see you, you are still smiling as brilliantly. Xianxia said. He felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. They had just reunited, only saw each other. Yet he had to tread on another path. There was a bit of fear in his heart. He wasn't worried about himself. He just hoped that when he returned, he could see Hualinger again. The hardest thing to defeat in this world was the great changes of time. He feared that things would remain the same, but people would change the most. As long as you are okay. Hualinger looked at him. Don't worry. I will always sing proudly as I walk down my path, going to reach the most glorious summit of this era. When I come back to see you, I'll have truly transcended. Xianxia was glowing with health and vigor. He looked towards the sky. This was ambition of a youth. He was going to ascend to the highest peak of divine Tao, not fearing the immortal, overlooking the heavens above and earth below, seeing through everything this world had to offer. Willow deity, I am going to catch up to your footsteps, enter your world. He clenched his fists tightly, and then he turned around to Hualinger. Wait for me. When I return, I'll bring you with me to see the wonders of the world. He was full of youthfulness, his eyes resplendent as he gazed into the distant sky. He was going to dominate all of his peers, become the most powerful. As time changes, the world becomes dazzling. Many things will fade into nothingness. As long as you return alive, that is all that matters. Hualinger said, her happy laugh carrying a trace of sadness. After you arrived in the higher realms, Xianxia asked her. What used to be the princess of a country now wore rough garments, personally washing clothes by the river. This made his heart quite sore. What exactly happened during these past few years? This place isn't the lower realm in the end, Hualinger said. When the emperor of a country from the lower realm came to the higher realms, in the face of heavenly deities and all types of experts, there was no way they would still be at the center, worshipped by others. This was the same as starting over from the beginning, having their former glory cut down. However, the father and daughter were still direct descendants of Fire Clan, establishing quite a respectable inheritance in the lower realm. As such, in the beginning, they were given generous treatment, granted an imperial manor and other things. Only after the hundreds of spiritual medicines were transplanted and gradually underwent changes, turning into holy medicines, things became complicated. When more than 10 holy medicines were grown together, who would not be moved? This was enough to make Great Sek's eyes red, developing greed. Many people had their eyes on them. Fire Emperor was extremely decisive. He was a wise and farsighted person, directly offering the holy medicines and returning the manor to the higher realms Fire Clan. He then brought Hualinger with him, leaving the clan. In the end, the father and daughter arrived in this place, living an extremely simple and ordinary lifestyle. The glory, splendor, wealth, and rank of this world, I've already obtained and experienced. This type of ordinary living I am quite satisfied with. It is quite enriching. Hualinger said. Xianxia nodded. Only after experiencing wealth would one feel that the normal world is what is more true. The most important part of an individual was their mentality. What about the Fire Emperor? He asked. Father has left to travel the world. It has already been more than a year since he had returned. Hualinger revealed a look of worry. She then looked towards Xianxia and said, You definitely have to return. Fire Emperor is someone with great wisdom and knowledge, so nothing bad will happen to him. He will return. Xianxia consoled. He then solemnly promised that he would rise to the glorious peak and then return. He left behind lightning tribulation liquid, and then he had no choice but to go on his way. Goodbye, we will meet again. Xianxia turned around, walking with large steps into the distance. Even when he was very far, when he turned around, he could still see that figure next to the fire mulberry forest borders, waving her hand, her eyes clouded with tears. How many years will this separation be? Will it be hundreds or over 1,000 years? Xianxia didn't know. His eyes had warm liquid, still unable to hold them back in the end, sliding down his cheeks. I promise that I will come back, Xianxia shouted loudly. He then rushed into the sky, disappearing into the ends of the world. Separations were always emotional, but one had to continue their path. Xianxia departed into the distance, continuing on his journey. Every province was vast and boundless, measuring in the hundreds of millions of li. The populations of creatures from different clans added together forming an unimaginable number. 3,000 provinces if added up all together, then it was just too difficult to count how many creatures there were. For example, Xin province stretched 230 million li from east to west, 80 million li from north to south. Compared to the other provinces, it wasn't all that large, considered a lower mid-sized province. This time, just Xin province alone, the number of supreme experts who met the qualifications and signed up numbered 8 million. This was the result after several selections had been conducted, or else there would be even more. How could all of these people be allowed inside Immortal Ancient? One has to understand that there were another 2,999 provinces. Many people knew that there were great natural opportunities in Immortal Ancient, and that was why they all flocked over to sign up. The supreme experts of all sects, the creatures of all clans, for the sake of obtaining a chance of entering, used all types of methods. Xianxia was a bit dumbstruck. When he came out, he naturally understood the situation. There were 8 million participating from Xin province alone, a number that left him feeling a bit dizzy. It was just too large. How bitter and desperate will it become? Many people will end up dying. He had a feeling that corpses would pile up like mountains, heroes withering away. Too many will die. An elder chuckled and said, "Youngster, you are thinking too much. Could it be that your clan's elders didn't tell you that entering Immortal Ancient isn't easy? That only a fixed number can enter? Before one enters, there won't be a bloodbath. Are you from a sect?" "I know about these things." Xianxia nodded, and then he said, "However, later on, won't it similarly become intense?" Qi Daolin was like an arm-flinging shopkeeper, asking others to work but doing nothing himself. Fortunately, Xianxia had long done his own research, asking around to understand quite a few things. "Senior, I have to take my leave first. I still haven't obtained the qualifications to compete yet." Xianxia turned around to leave. Otherwise, he might not have enough time. "Hurry up then. It will begin in 2 days. You really are taking things slowly," the elder said with a laugh. Xianxia hadn't gone through the preliminary selections yet. If he wanted to participate, he had to have a token from a sect that identified him as one of their core disciples. Based on what Qi Daolin said, this wasn't much of a problem, easily obtainable. Xin province had many clans, and inheritances towered about. Now, quite a few of them had fallen, so it was difficult for them to produce especially powerful supreme experts to join. As such, these sects became the targets of a few individuals. Xianxia traveled into the distance, paid over 10 declining inheritances a visit, in the end discovering that they had long been visited before. Only after most of the day had already passed did he finally see a sect that was rather desolate. It was situated on a large mountain. Kuan Gate. In front of the mountain gate, there was an enormous stone that had these 2 characters written on it. This gate was quite old, the bluestone staircase leading up to the mountain long caved in front being stepped on. At the same time, it had declined quite a bit as well, being not much better off than Supreme being downright. Several cracked ancient palaces were here, the only structures in this place. They looked like they would fall at any time, truly unknown just how long they had existed. In this place, there was only an old man and a youth. Aside from these 2, there were no others. When Xianxia came, that youth was about to run off. Using his words, this blasted place couldn't be stayed at. There wasn't a bit of hope for it. He originally wanted to find a few ancient texts from the ruins here, to recreate Kuan Gate's former glory, but this quick-witted youth ultimately fell into despair. That elder carried a glistening yellow wine gourd, drinking from it each day until his eyes were hazy from intoxication. angering the youth who came looking for a master until his eyes widened. He didn't have any choice. When Sure stated his reason for coming, this slovenly old man's eyes immediately lit up. He said noisily that he can reach a compromise and lend out the sex token. This made Kuan Gate's youth even more angry. This was just too irresponsible. Was he not thinking about their inheritors? He was now even more set on leaving. If it was a normal great sect, they could directly send their core disciples into the competition. If they were a small sect, they needed these types of tokens. The so-called tokens were bone symbols that disciples had brought back after participating in the competition and bringing back a decent placing. If one had it when they participated again, this sect could directly send one person through. "Youngster, what can you use for exchange?" the elder asked with a smile. 10 stalks of spiritual medicines. Sure said. "My token is not normal, its origin's not small. This type of exchange makes its value seem too low." The elder said. "What kind of background?" Sure asked. "This token was brought back by a disciple who ranked 1 millionth something place, ranked quite close to the front. Unfortunately, was just a few 10,000 places short. If it was within 1 million, then you wouldn't even have to worry about this trial and directly enter Immortal Ancient." The elder laughed. Sure was speechless. Ranked over 1 million, yet he still had the nerve to say that he was ranked close to the front? If he didn't truly need it, he would have immediately turned around and left. "Youngster, you shouldn't look down on this placing. Do you know how many people enter from the higher realms 3,000 provinces each time? Do you know how many can enter Immortal Ancient? This ranking is definitely quite high already." The elder said. From what era did this person leave this behind from?" Sure wiped at his sweat. "Should be more than 100,000 years now. Back then, we were a sect that ranked about 1,000th in Sin province." The elder spoke. He took a huge gulp from the wine gourd he carried on him. It really was a declined ancient sect. A single price for divine magical artifacts, the elder said. Sure was given a fright. He really dared to speak like a lion, daring to ask for 4 magical artifacts at this level. He thought for a bit and said, 1, 3, I won't go lower, the elder said. The young man on the side felt ashamed, feeling that this truly was the sect master being lacking. The old man lost all face for the sect, unexpectedly haggling with others. "Master, can you not be like this? Leave that token for us to use." The youth said. "What for? You are so young, will you be able to even use it? Are we supposed to keep it for 18 generations of descendants?" The elder rubbed his drunk nose and glared at him. But the youngster wanted to say something. What does this count as? Like floating smoke and passing clouds? Just a bit pretty. Better off exchanging it for some alcohol, the elder said. The youth was furious. Forget it. Little bro, how about this 1 divine magical artifact and a precious technique? And this thing is yours. Otherwise, you can forget about it, the elder said. Sure didn't say anything else. After arriving in the higher realms and wandering between life and death, fighting endlessly, he naturally didn't lack divine magical artifacts. As for precious technique, he directly handed over the golden pung technique he obtained from Heavenly Mending Pavilion. Of course, it had some flaws. Great Peng's enlightenment, not bad. Some relationship with our Kuan Gate, quite a good technique. What a pity it's not the Kuan Pung technique. The elder felt quite happy. Sure shot him a look of disdain. What Kuan Pung technique? He only had a token to exchange with. He was thinking way too much. That youth's eyes immediately straightened. That sect didn't leave behind much techniques to begin with, always leaving him quite upset. Now, he finally saw a powerful precious technique. When Sure produced a divine magical artifact, not only did the old man's eyes light up, even the youth who was going to run away widened his eyes, no longer planned on leaving. "Master, why are your eyes lightening up like that? Didn't you say that our Kuan Gate used to have piles of divine magical artifacts, that we might be able to dig one up at any time?" The youth said. Cough. "I can exchange for alcohol to drink again." The elder was all smiles. "Ah, old man, you dare do this. I am abandoning the sect. The youth cried out. With the transaction complete, Xianxia stayed here a bit longer. He discovered that this place's mountains and rivers were quite unordinary. If it was cleaned up, it wouldn't be a bad precious land. Should renovate a bit, Xianxia said. What is here to renovate? Bright moon in the sky, beautiful scenery in the mountains, wind, flower, snow, and moon. In your eyes are beauty, but in my eyes are just pretentious and showy. Smoke and dust, far less useful than firewood and rice, and even more inferior to wine, the elder absent-mindedly said. He turned around, walking into an ancient palace, bringing the wine gourd with him to drink. Xianxia's mind was shaken. This elder was a bit strange. Don't stare anymore. He only knows how to scam others, and that's how I ended up here. He keeps saying how he's lived for so many years. Can't die even if he wants to. Known as undying my ass. The youth was furious. Undying Kuan Gate. Xianxia's mind was stirred. However, there was no time. He couldn't delay here. He turned around and left. Xianxia moved through the air, heading towards his destination. He completed his preparations. A day later, woo-woo sounds rose, shaking Xin province. The bugle horn already sounded. The great competition had started. This was an enormous Dao field, vast and boundless. It was established ahead of time, and there were many symbols flickering about. Everyone entered, respectively sitting down. 8 million individuals were here, but they all sat down here, even having quite some space between them. One could see how unordinary this Dao field was. There is a region in the spirit realm that belongs to Xin province. You all can only stay there for a day, because there is no time to waste. Fight out 10,000 people, and then directly enter the vast uninhabited region. Spirit realm. This was a vast and glorious world, constructed by the spirits of ancient deities. It was similar to the void god realm, only larger and having a different name. In just a day, the entrants were going to be decided. Only 10,000 would remain from this 8 million, so one could see just how bitter and desperate it was going to be. Fortunately, this was being carried out in the spirit realm. Generally speaking, one wouldn't die. Even if they were defeated, they would revive in the real world. However, there really wasn't much time given. Using the worlds of the higher levels, there was no time to waste here. The true experts had to hurry and enter the vast uninhabited region. The Dao field was extremely complex with all types of symbols. No one in the outside world could disturb them, and the final 10,000 would be directly sent out from the Dao field. Everything would automatically be carried out by the great formations. This was the same for every province to prevent others from disobeying the rules and trying to tamper with the system. Start! A hong sounded. This Dao field began to surge with chaotic energy. The void distorted, becoming blurry. In the end, enormous doors appeared one after another, directly opening wide. This made Xianxia's mind jump. This method of opening up the spirit realm was even more realistic than the lower realm's void god realm, more like a singular world. After arriving in the higher realms, this was the first time he was entering this place. It was extremely real, as if there really was a great world opening up. This made Xianxia's mind operate quickly, but he didn't have time to figure these things out. Spirit realm, void god realm, bird grandpa and coin elder still owe me a precious technique, Xianxia said to himself. With a whoo sound, 8 million lights rose into the air, entering those enormous gates, disappearing into spirit realm. This type of scene was too spectacular, leaving one stupefied. The great battle finally began. At the same time, the other provinces also carried out their competitions. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been? Jun Dao, has been revived again. Unknown how many hundreds of millions of li away, under a continuous expanse of snowy mountains, inside of a frozen cave, someone revived. This person had a head of purple hair, his eyes sinister, aura terrifying and sky shocking. This was quite difficult for one to imagine. He was a supreme expert, but even deities would feel reverence. There were some who didn't need to participate in the competition at all, not needing to experience a trial. It was because they had already proved everything many, many eras ago. They could directly enter Immortal Ancient. At the same time, within another great ancient province where fiery volcanoes were everywhere, one of them was different, surging with auspicious energy. A scarlet-red ancient coffin surfaced from within the magma, erupting with heaven-shocking aura. The coffin's lid opened with a kacha sound. A woman with unmatched style appeared. She looked like she could overlook the 9 heavens and 10th earth. Her fiery red long hair danced about, her tall and slender body releasing holy radiance. I have walked out from the life coffin once again. This should be the final time, I reckon. Everything will conclude with this final opportunity. She was a supreme expert as well. Her voice was clear and cold, shaking the 9 heavens. This was a female. She had dragon horns on her head, surging up from the ocean floor. At this moment, a few ancient areas all over the 3,000 provinces separately surged with brilliant light, connecting the heavens above and earth below. The great battle was about to begin. The most dazzling creatures frozen since the ancient eras all revived. Spirit realm, incredibly ancient, vast and boundless. Pong! Sure how appeared, landing on the ground. This was a swamp with quite a bit of water and muddy lakes. But there were many trees that grew here, their branches and leaves extended, covering the sun. The large trees were not concentrated, each situated quite far from each other. There wasn't much plant life, and this swamp was full of energy. There was a lack of sunlight here. Spirit realm, a place that felt extremely real. Upon entering this place, one would not feel anything strange. This place wasn't much different from the outside world. This world the ancient deities constructed from spiritual force. What was the true purpose behind its creation? Shurhao frowned. He felt more and more like there was a tremendous secret behind this place. The lower realm had the void god realm, the higher realm spirit realm. They were essentially the same thing, just with different names. A true divine realm established by ancient deities? As he understood more, Shurhao felt like this wasn't that likely. So what was its purpose? It was hard to say. This might be related to something big. However, now wasn't the time to be absent-minded. He already entered the battlefield, participated, so he might face enemies at any time. Sure enough, in his surroundings, rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The void became blurry, and then figures descended one after another, appearing in the swamp. Their armors were brilliant, killing intent surging. Some people took action. As soon as they appeared, they launched attacks against those around them. Precious artifacts collided, symbols rushed into the sky, and great trees were shattered. Mud rushed into the air. Following a miserable cry, the first supreme expert suffered a disaster. Had his neck wrapped around by chains. Symbols flowed along that divine chain, erupting with brilliance. Pooh! A head fell down. Those sparkling chains forced that individual's neck off, drawing blood. Walala sounds rang through the air, and then it retreated like a snake. This was just the beginning. Yet blood already dyed the battlefield red, initiating the prologue of the competition. In that instant, the surrounding people increased. Even though there was enough space to take action, still some distance between them, when one gazed into the distance, they could still see figures densely packed, shadows everywhere. The calm swamp immediately erupted, killing intent engulfing the world. Kill! Everyone agreed without consulting each other. Whether it be for the sake of self-protection or competition, these supreme experts took action against those around them. There was no friendship to speak of here. It was a survival of the fittest. The most cruel and bloody law was being played out. Pong! With a raise of Shurhao's hand, he struck a supreme expert that came at him flying. That person blasted apart in midair, disappearing into a rain of light. This gave the surrounding people a fright. Every movement he made had thunderous might, easily blasting an expert apart. This made the surrounding people feel restraining fear, no longer daring to rashly make a move against him. Even though the swamp was large, there was no way it could hold all of the participants. This was just one region. There were more battlefields in the distance. After entering Spirit Realm, there was no way everyone could cram in one place. There were 80 battlefields in total, all adjacent to each other. They were all quite close. What kind of scope was 8 million supreme experts? It was densely packed like true dragons soaring from the sea, waves striking the skies. At this moment, Xianxia sensed that these battlefields were connected. A tremendous will and murderous intent was surging, shaking everyone's hearts. This was the joint force of all of the supreme experts here. A pearl flickered, turning into a golden thread, piercing towards the back of Xianxia's head. Bone texts flickered, making this place brilliant. Xianxia turned around, reaching his hand out towards the golden pearl that was the size of a dragon-eye fruit. With a dang sound, sparks flew outwards. Deafening sounds rang through the air. The surrounding large trees all exploded, and the mud was blasted apart like ocean waves, sweeping towards all directions. This was an ancestral, divine, magical artifact. Otherwise, there was no way it could endure Xianxia's strike. It was also a rare and precious object. The golden pearl had a flood dragon inside that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Following the collision, it left the pearl, forming an enormous flood dragon body before crushing down with a hong sound. Pooh! In the surroundings, several tens of supreme experts had their bones broken and tendons severed by the enormous flood dragon. Blood continuously flowed from their mouths, and a few of them directly lost their lives, turning into a rain of light before disappearing from this place. Dong! There were mountains in this swamp as well, one of them extremely large. After taking on this flood dragon's attack, it immediately collapsed, sending rocks and stones tumbling about. Golden flood dragon pearl. A pearl with a soul sealed within. This is quite an extraordinary magical artifact. Unfortunately, this is the spirit realm, or else it could still be refined further into medicinal powder. Xianxia was shocked. Kill! This was a purple-clothed male with dragon patterns on his body, the symbol of a great sect. His eyes were extremely cold, carrying killing intent. He never expected the golden flood dragon pearl, such a great killing weapon, to be unable to kill this opponent. Xianxia couldn't care less who he was. Back then, when he traveled unhindered through the void god realm, even older generation experts were beaten up until they ran frantically for their lives, so there was even less of a need to talk about this type of same-level battle. Chi! He turned into a streak of divine light and rushed over. A pair of lightning wings appeared on his back, interweaving into blazing radiance. With a hong sound, he released a thick streak of lightning. Ah! The purple-clothed male cried out. Half of his body was charred black as he flew out, his clothes in tatters and mouth coughing out blood. Xianxia was shocked. Supreme experts who could take a single hit from him were quite few. This person wasn't simple after all. With a schwa sound, he quickly rushed over, adding another blow. His steps produced 10 electrical arcs, every single one enough to kill a supreme expert. Ew! The enormous flood dragon rushed into the air, its mouth holding the golden pearl as it swooped over to protect this purple-clothed individual. Pooh! The enormous flood dragon was blasted flying, having its flesh blasted through by Xianxia's lightning that had undergone the lightning baptism. Many scales came off and it was dripping with blood. Not even a divine-level flood dragon was enough, unable to block a single strike from Xianxia in this spirit realm. You? The purple-clad male was shocked. He knew that things were going bad, that he had kicked a metal board. He shouted loudly for Xianxia to stop. Dao brother, please stop. I am someone from Phantom Drake Dao Gate. This is a misunderstanding. With how powerful we are, we can join hands and charge through. No one will be our opponent. Xianxia remained cold, not feeling any fear here. This person immediately sneakily attacked him, so he didn't want to leave behind any future disasters. Phantom Drake Dao Gate? The surrounding supreme experts were shocked, quickly backing up, not daring to provoke this person. They all revealed fear. Ha! Xianxia frowned. He suddenly recalled that Phantom Drake Dao Gate was quite formidable, one of the higher realm's most ancient inheritances, a sect even he had vaguely heard about. This sect had always targeted and monitored Sin Province, not allowing descendants of sinners' blood to rise up. There were a few ancient inheritances who normally didn't make great movements, but it was rumored that quite a few of them acted against those with Sinner's bloodline, monitoring Sin Province's actions. Phantom Drake Dao Gate was one of them. Hong. Sure how moved the terrifying lightning wings behind him, sending crazy lightning flying outwards, blasting this purple-clad male's body, making him explode on the spot, thus dying. The surrounding supreme experts were horrified, all of them dispersing in confusion. The swamp was extremely large with 100,000 supreme experts fighting here. Sure how walked through this place, no one stopping him. Whenever he arrived in a place, after he killed several powerful opponents, the surroundings would immediately become completely empty, because everyone would become terrified. This person was too formidable, easily killing all those in his way. Sure how walked forward with the enormous lightning wings behind him. He walked through the swamp, no one surprisingly taking action against him, all of them retreating. This was a might that was gained through slaughter. In 4 hours of time, he emerged from 100,000 supreme experts. Behind him a blood-covered earth. Many creatures had been killed. By now, everyone in this region knew that a devil king existed that couldn't be provoked, or else they would definitely die. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke others. No one was willing to provoke this kind of war god because in the end, there were 10,000 spots in Sin Province. Sure how came out from the swamp and found another battlefield that was connected to this place. Great bloody battles were similarly happening, and many supreme experts were taking action, precious artifacts dancing about all over the air. Those areas completely erupted into chaos, the great earth splitting apart and tall mountains collapsing, damaged to an unrecognizable degree. Even the great lakes were dried up. Fortunately, this was the spirit realm, or else it would truly be unimaginable what kind of state heaven and earth would be beaten up into. After 4 hours of intense battles, too many supreme experts had already died. This entire great earth was not only shattered, but it was also covered in spots of dark redness, dyed this color by blood. This was too bitter and desperate. All of you are to head for supreme being ancient altar. Those who cannot cross the trial will be swept out from spirit realm, losing their qualifications. A tremendous voice sounded from the skies above the 80 battlefields. This sound was produced by natural laws, indifferent and merciless, incomparably cold as it rang by everyone's ears. The great battles stopped. Many streaks of golden light appeared in the void, the survivors of each battlefield. They all hurried towards supreme being ancient altar. This would also be the final trial. Victory and defeat would be decided in one go. Meanwhile, the outside world, in Sin Province's massive Dao right, many supreme experts who were sitting on the ground opened their eyes. All individuals who had been defeated, killed within spirit realm. Their spirits now returned, their flesh awakening. Shua, the great ancient restricted formation operated, and then more than 7 million individuals disappeared, leaving behind a vast open space, making this place much more vacant. Everyone became shocked. How miserable was this? Only 4 hours or so had passed, yet the chaotic battle already reached this extent. The amount of supreme experts defeated from the original 8 million so great. Outside the enormous Dao right, there were many people who were waiting for information. There was no lack of representatives from every sect, and there were even heavenly deities as well as sect master-level figures. All of our monastery's people were wiped out, returning after being killed. As expected, they were no match for the great sections. An elder sighed and said, Isn't that Phantom Drake Dao Gate's disciple? I recognize that person. He's quite powerful, but he was killed, losing his qualifications. One person cried out in shock. 7 million supreme expert came out, and many of their heads were lowered, bitter and disappointed. They were eliminated so quickly, losing the qualifications to enter Immortal Ancient. They didn't leave, also waiting outside the great formation to see the final result. Master, I lost. Within the crowd, a purple-clad youth's face was ashen. His fingers were all pale from being clenched. This was precisely the expert that was killed by Sure Hao. With your aptitude, it is enough to make it into the top 500, but you were actually killed. The one that spoke was a heavenly deity. His face was expressionless, incomparably cold. It was one of the higher-level figures of Phantom Drake Dao Gate. Could it be that he is the one we were looking for? The people on the side said with a soft voice. Wu will be able to enter and watch the battle soon. Watch outside Supreme Being Ancient Altar. A heavenly deity spoke. I don't know if there are any loses from other inheritance. If we will see that person. A true deity said. Earlier, not even those as powerful as them dared to rashly enter the chaotic battlefield, because one's cultivation would be suppressed. Not even the most powerful individuals would exceed the supreme expert realm. If a heavenly deity entered the 8 million supreme expert bloody struggle, if they were killed, then that wouldn't just be a laughing matter. In reality, once one's cultivation realm was suppressed, this chaotic bloody battlefield would be extremely dangerous. The chances of dying were high, and one couldn't rashly set foot inside. Spirit realm was much larger than Void God realm, as it was more real as well, the natural laws much more powerful. Even the great figures of the higher realms had to obey the restrictions upon entering. We can finally enter to watch the battle, view the battle from the Supreme Being Ancient Altar to see the struggle between dragons and tigers. We will see who will rise up to the top, becoming the most powerful of Sin Province. Many people were excited, impatient to see it. After the great battle, the number of supreme experts that were participating steeply declined. These observers stood outside the ancient altar, so they wouldn't be affected. There were several paths that led inside. That was an ancient altar that was like an enormous mountain, towering into the clouds. It was entirely black in color, heavy and oppressive. At the top of the altar, multicolored clouds are surging and supreme liquid is about to be full. Who can rise up to the top? The supreme experts were all shocked, simply unable to believe what they were seeing. There was actually a bowl at the top of the altar, and sparkling liquid was flowing out. Soon after, all of the supreme experts closed their mouths. The road ahead was blocked. A few people were standing there, currently examining something. It's Phantom Drake Dao Gate and Fire Cloud Caverns people. All ancient inheritances from the higher sects. Incredibly powerful. What are they doing? Those people blocked the road. If anyone wanted to pass through, they had to first go through their inspection. Descendants of sinners' blood. Stay off to the side. The one that spoke was a woman from Phantom Drake Dao Gate. Her lips rather thin. She could still be considered beautiful and alluring, but she gave off a harsh feeling. Several cultivators were chased away, not allowed to go through that path. Why? The descendants of great vicious existences, all of you crawl to the back. It's already good for us to even give you a chance, the other male said coldly. Those people were startled and furious. This was a type of humiliation. This was originally Sin Province to begin with, yet the outsiders were now acting like the owners of this place, acting so domineering. Everyone knew that those who entered first had the advantage in seizing the first 10,000 places. What you? If you don't want to die, then get lost. Carrying sinner's blood. All of you ought to beg for forgiveness for many generations. Those people berated. In the distance, Shuhao's eyes were cold. He knew that he couldn't act kindly anymore if he wanted to enter. Most of them came for him, but he didn't feel any fear. Sooner or later, his identity would be revealed. You all bully others too far. A few youngsters from Sin Province couldn't endure this, confronting them here. This was Sin Province's territory. It was one thing if the outside world's cultivators were stealing their entrance, but they were actually targeting them now. It's not us taking unfair advantage of you, but rather heaven that is doing so. Your ancestors made a huge mistake, and even the heavens cursed them, leaving behind the sinners engraving in your blood to warn those of the world. That is why you really cannot treat them leniently, and instead treat them strictly. Another scarlet-haired male spoke, fiery flames surging around him. He came from Fire Cloud Cavern, another archaic divine inheritance with a reputation so great it was terrifying. It was because back then this was an inheritance who dared to contend against emperor clans at their peak. They had never declined, prospering this entire time, overlooking the entire higher realm's vast and boundless region. Sin Province's people's hairs were standing up in anger. all of their faces completely red. Some of them couldn't endure it any longer, taking large steps forward to forcibly break through. I advise you all to behave yourselves. Don't overestimate your abilities, someone said coldly up ahead, not paying this resentment much attention at all. By putting us at the very back, how many of us will even be able to pass the trial? The people of Xin province were furious. There will definitely be a chance because there is a barrier. Entering a bit earlier won't give one that much of an advantage. A youth giggled, not worried at all. Easy for you to say. If everyone's strength is similar and one enters a step late, then that will truly be unlucky. Xin province's people were resentful. The words have already been spoken. If you all obstinately persist on going about this the wrong way, then feel free to go through with it. Phantom Drake Dao Gates woman said with a sneer. Those youngsters gave each other a look, deciding to forcefully barge in. They weren't ordinary either, the geniuses of a clan, so how could they just give away the chance to enter Immortal Ancient? Ants trying to shake a tree. Even things like you all dare to act unrestrained here? Someone released a cold sneer. The scarlet-clothed male from Fire Cloud Cave took action, opening his mouth and spitting out a streak of scarlet multicolored light that turned into a ruler. It erupted with endless terrifying energy. In that instant, the void trembled intensely, making all of the supreme experts here tremble with fear. This magical artifact was too terrifying. Surrounding this place, this was a secret treasure. In this place, the natural law's limit was power at the supreme expert level, yet it actually released a strand of divine Dao might. It was clearly extraordinary. Supreme might of supreme experts. Someone said softly, their face turning pale. With this ruler here, normally speaking, no supreme experts could match its power. It represented the limit of this realm. No matter how powerful one was, they were still a supreme expert here. Meanwhile, this ruler was refined by an unmatched taboo existence, already reaching the limit of this realm. There was no way to surpass it. Sure enough, the precious artifacts those youths produced all shattered, destroyed by that scarlet precious ruler and turned into dust. Meanwhile, they themselves were swept through by a wave of pressure. All of them coughed out blood, flying into the distance. Wang! Fire Cloud ruler shone, making the void tremble. It turned into a streak of scarlet multicolored light and quickly chased over, about to descend and kill them all. Shurehao's eyes flashed with coldness. He released a light snort while standing in the crowd. Around him, golden lotuses blossomed, forming endless golden multicolored light that overflowed into the heavens, facing that precious ruler. Hong! The two parties clashed. Golden lotuses filled the skies, stopping that precious ruler. What? Many people cried out in alarm. This type of scene was extremely spectacular. There was actually someone who was a match for this extraordinary secret treasure. One had to keep in mind that this represented the absolute limit of a realm. It could be said that once this item was brought out, it was unmatched among supreme experts. However, it was actually stopped. Break! The scarlet-clothed male shouted, doing everything he could to stir on the precious object. Fire Cloud ruler's symbols were dense. Lightning rumbled. Unimaginable might was released. Even though it was only supreme expert level power, it was still who knew how many times more powerful than ordinary people on the same level. That divine power, even though it was never released, being affected by the restrictions of the natural laws, that strand of aura was still pervading the air, absolutely intimidating. Long, Fire Cloud ruler swooped down like a scarlet heavenly dragon, its power shocking. It released draconic cries and tiger roars. It was accompanied by dense red clouds, causing mountains and rivers to rage. It was extremely intimidating. Dang! Unfortunately, it still suffered a heavy blow, this time even trembling, sent flying back by the golden lotuses. What kind of person? Fire Cloud Cavern's scarlet-clothed young expert's brows stood vertically. He knew that if the other person didn't grasp a similarly shocking secret treasure, then he was a formidable individual. Show! A streak of golden light flashed past, almost removing his head. A golden lotus flew past, hacking off a lock of his hair. In addition, Strong winds brushed past his body. Following a pu sound, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The others were all shaken. They stood together with him, seriously. They also produced a bone mirror shining it here to investigate that person's background. As for the other supreme experts, they were all horrified. How powerful of a creature was this? Unexpectedly able to resist a supreme secret treasure like Fire Cloud Ruler. However, when everyone looked at that place again, all traces vanished. The golden lotuses scattered, turning into specks of golden light. There was nothing left. Xianxia frowned. Just now, it was precisely him who had just taken action. The magical image he had condensed after passing the tribulation. Golden lotuses were everywhere, and every single stalk was extremely powerful, able to destroy precious artifacts. Just now, he tested it out, and it really was unordinary. He felt quite uncomfortable inwardly. Phantom Drake Dao Gate and Fire Cloud Cavern were too domineering, daring to do this. When he saw the bone mirror in the other party's hand, he knew that it was definitely an object used to investigate those with sinner's blood. When the supreme experts from Sin Province who were injured mixed back into the crowd, thus disappearing, Xianxia didn't take action again. Instead, he walked towards a different direction to take a look. It was because there were 8 roads here, divided into 8 directions that led into Supreme Being Ancient Altar. He wanted to see what each path was like. You all move to the back. Sure enough, there were a few people blocking the path from the other routes as well. They all wore silver precious clothes, all of them exuding intimidating cold energy. They were targeting all those from Sin Province, not allowing them to be at the front, demanding that they enter last. What right do you have to do this? You all seized our number of places, and are still bullying us here. This is going too far. There was a girl here who was so angry she was about to cry. Our right comes from our sex, carrying out the law in heaven's place. We have the right to rule you all, and we demand that all of you sinners' blood descendants move to the back. Someone coldly said. Xianxia watched from afar. This was another ancient inheritance, Luofu True Valley, another great sect whose name shook the higher realms, one that had dominated many provinces. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. The ones that targeted, monitored, and suppressed Sin Province's inheritances all had shocking backgrounds after all, each more formidable than the last, more ancient than the last. He was inwardly shaken. Perhaps only the great sects with deep and long histories had the power to do this. It was unknown if there were others behind them, carrying out the law of the heavens with the authority to pass adjudication. Xianxia laughed coldly. Even if these great sects truly had tacit understanding and could work together to hide the sky with their hands, this type of tone was still too egotistical. He visited the other paths, and they were all like this, with several large sects blocking the way. In fact, he already discovered that these individuals' main target was to find the one whose forehead shone with holy radiance, sinner's blood scattering the clouds. Xianxia had already predicted this. They all came for him, especially the last path where there was even a group of people who were related to Six-Crown King Ningchuan, standing guard here from his order. Of course, Ningchuan had never appeared himself, because he didn't have to participate in the spirit realm. He ordered this purely for the sake of finding out who the one with dense sinner's blood was. Dao brothers, we should work together to find that person. This group of people were still considering as they spoke to the surrounding people. Six-Crown King has ordered that to protect the peace of the world, the demonic evil, whose sins scattered the clouds, must be eliminated. When this sentence was spoken, Xianxia's eyes became even colder, killing intent pervading the air. 8 directions, 8 paths, but all of them had people guarding them, targeting here to find him. Xianxia looked at them. These people all held secret mirrors, able to illuminate the sinner's blood symbol in his forehead, make the patterns rush into the heavens. This was difficult to avoid. Then I'll just unleash a slaughter, Xianxia coldly said. Since such a great disturbance was stirred up and things were going to happen like this, there was no way he was going to stop here. He didn't fear those people in the spirit realm. Even if a heavenly deity came, they still had to prostrate before him. The only thing he was worried about was his physical body in the outside realm. However, from what he had gathered, there was a taboo great formation protecting him, and from the ancient times until now, there had never been problems with it. It was a ruthless natural law that experts of the outside world couldn't interfere with. Once the events here concluded, 10,000 supreme experts would automatically be sent through the transport formation and enter the vast uninhabited region. At that time, he didn't have to worry any longer. Even if something truly unexpected happens, the divine striking stone is also protecting me. It has the realm-shattering symbol with it, so leaving shouldn't be a problem. Sure Hao came to a firm resolution that he was going to fiercely take action here. At this moment, those of the outside world came in as well, only they couldn't get close. They all watched from the distance, staring at the altar that was as large as a mountain. Supreme being liquid became full again? Someone cried out in alarm. This was definitely a rare precious liquid. Its effects astonishing, able to nurture the spirit and strengthen the Tao core. It left one envious, only they couldn't obtain it. It was because that altar was too mysterious, difficult to reach the highest point. It was nearly impossible to obtain the precious liquid in that stone bowl. Quite a few people, for their descendants, forgot themselves. They all came here to try, but in the end, they all failed, unable to obtain it. What happened? The various sects that came to watch were all shocked. There was one route that became resplendent with symbols, the energy fluctuations terrifying. A great decisive battle was being carried out. The one whose sinner's blood scatters the clouds has appeared. Everyone became stupefied. Those at the other paths might not be aware, but they were directly facing this path, so they clearly saw a beam of light surge into the sky, forming this sin character. It was incomparably resplendent. Meanwhile, in that direction, there was even more so a riot. Many people were shouting, currently fighting intensely. Luofu True Valley's people encountered him, carrying out a great battle as a result. Soon after, bloody figures rushed out to flee towards other directions, leaving everyone shaken. Luofu True Valley's people were defeated, fleeing individually. Quite a few of them were killed. What a powerful youth, unexpectedly truly daring to take action, immediately killing a large amount of people. Heads tumbled, their corpses piling up into a small mountain. Everyone was greatly shaken up. As for the areas near that path, many supreme experts were even more dumbstruck, feeling deeply shocked. A youth, like a devil king, unleashed a slaughter, sweeping through all enemies. Go ahead. No one will dare stop you. Sure Hao rushed to the girl that was so angry she was going to cry and gave her a warm smile, letting her and the others continue on. Then, he hurried to another place as well as the place he started at. There was Phantom Drake Divine Gates people, as well as Fire Cloud Caverns expert who held the supreme secret treasure. Their attitudes were overbearing to the extreme. Sinner's blood shocked the skies. Spirit realm was destined for chaos. 8 directions, 8 paths. They all surrounded the massive altar at the center. Supreme being ancient altar, a structure even taller than mountains, reaching into the clouds, incomparably massive. Apart from this, there was even strange spatial natural laws surrounding this place. That was why the decisive battles of another path would not be witnessed by people of other routes. When Sure Hao appeared and walked forward, he didn't attract any attention. On the contrary, there was a disturbance up ahead that drew the attention of all of the supreme experts here. There were people from Xin Province who wanted to forcefully make it through. You, and the rest of you, who are you trying to fool? Don't think that I cannot tell that you have sinner's blood. You still dare get in the front? Get as far from me as can be and make way for the others. The thin-lipped woman from Phantom Drake Dao Gate spoke, her words sharp and her face cold. Her face that was still considered beautiful carried disdain and contempt. This time it was clearly different. There were many people from Xin Province, and all of them activated precious artifacts, planning to attack together because they felt too repressed. Fire Cloud Cavern's scarlet-clad male had blood at the corners of his lips. He held the precious ruler while coldly looking out, releasing a great pressure. In his surroundings, the other individuals looked like they weren't serious, but they were all taking precautions. They weren't looking at this group of people, but instead at the entire supreme expert crowd, searching for something. It was clear that they were worried that the one who used the golden lotuses would reappear. When both sides were nervously confronting each other, everyone suddenly saw a youth walk forward, stepping into the scene. This type of mood was terrifyingly tense. Yet he unexpectedly broke this silence. "You back off to the side first. Enter after we dealt with these people." Phantom Drake Dao Gates woman spoke, her thin lips carrying cold intent as she shot Sure How a look. "If I want to enter, why would I need your permission to do so?" Sure How didn't stop his steps, his pace unchanged as he continued forward. "You are quite daring." The woman frowned as she looked at him. At this moment, everyone became shocked. This youth was full of confidence, unexpectedly daring to talk to the people of these two inheritances like this, not simple at all. Shwa! A streak of light flashed past. In front of the road, behind Fire Cloud Cavern's scarlet-clad male's back, a young expert who looked rather nonchalant lightly moved the bone mirror in his hands. As a result, something no one expected happened. With just this casual sway, the forehead of the youth that was walking over shone, his entire body erupting with brilliant radiance. He looked like a sun god's child, wrapped around by the brilliant radiance, blood energy surging. A sin character appeared on his forehead, scattering the clouds above. "It's you. Found you. Sinner's blood descendant, great vicious engraved patterns." Everyone was shocked, their expressions changing greatly. This casual illumination unexpectedly exposed the one they were looking for. So young, acting so carefree as he walked over. This didn't seem that realistic. They originally thought that it would be hard to find him, believing that this person wasn't in Sin Province. Yet in the end, he truly appeared. As for the other party, the other supreme experts were stirred on. During these past few days, the events regarding the sinner's blood descendant whose forehead released sacred light, scattering the clouds, had stirred up great commotion, making all sects unable to sit still. Who would have expected to see this person with their own eyes? He appeared. Is he going to challenge several inheritances? Everyone's eyes began to sparkle, all of them holding their breaths. Great emotions and excitement stirred within them, especially those of Sin Province, all of their blood surging, feeling like they couldn't stop themselves from screaming out. Now that this kind of figure appeared, were they going to get them out of this predicament? As for Sure How himself, he was quite cold. He looked at the ones blocking the road indifferently. Through what had happened, he knew which inheritances it was exactly that was targeting Sin Province, suppressing Sinner's blood descendants. Luofu True Valley, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, and others. They were all the most ancient, top-level great sections. This made his mind sink. No wonder Sinner's blood was wronged. With these unmatched inheritances joining up, it truly made one's heart tremble. They really could cover the sky with their hands, concealing the truth. Only, he didn't know why these people didn't completely wipe out Sin Province's people. Do they have some misgivings? Are they worried over something? Sure How was exceptionally calm at this moment, thinking of many things. Could it be that after sealing the sky and earth, the sinner's blood descendants who were protecting the borders were still alive? Some of them still alive in this world after all these years? When he thought of this, Sure How's mind violently trembled. If those people returned alive, what kind of events would take place? Thinking up to this point, his war blood began to boil. "All of you back off," Sure How said, having Sin Province's supreme experts retreat to the side. He faced these people alone. "Gather the others." These people trembled inwardly. Even though they knew that Sinner's blood density didn't mean that Sure How would have an advantage, they were still worried, reporting to the other inheritances. There was someone who wanted to leave and send a message to the other 7 paths. "Not a single one of you should even think about leaving," Sure How said. Even though he looked delicate and pretty, when he walked up alone, there was a wave of pressure that made others' hearts tremble. "You think you can stop others from leaving just by saying those words?" A person sneered, turning into a stream of light, about to leave. Shwa! Sure How's body shone, earth to inches, shrinking thousands of zhang into inches, crossing this distance. He blasted his fist out. Everyone's minds trembled. How fast of a speed was this? With just a flash before their eyes, they lost track of his whereabouts. Hong! At the same time, heavenly overflowing divine radiance surged. This was only this youth's fist radiance, yet it streaked across the sky like lightning, shooting down an expanse of shooting stars. This was too brilliant. Ah! Someone shouted loudly there, using divine weaponry to block this attack and used secret methods as well, but they were all still useless. This was a supreme expert that reached the consummate level, as well as a heroic elite of a great sect, yet he was blasted out like a scarecrow, and then exploded in midair. That youth's fist was too vicious, destroying divine-level magical artifacts and blasting a genius to pieces. This was all done by a single strike. With a schwa sound, a shadow flickered. He stood in the battlefield again, the corners of his clothes dancing about. His eyes were clear, his body surrounded by holy radiance, as if he had never left this place. This type of methods shocked everyone. Chi! Fire Cloud Cavern's scarlet-clad male took action. He brought out his precious ruler. A streak of scarlet multicolored light moved through the air, illuminating the eternal. This ruler was too special. If it didn't receive the restriction of this spirit realm, its power would be boundless. This was a supreme-level secret treasure, one that could also be called the supreme weapon of a cultivation realm. Normally speaking, it was unmatched here. At the same time, Phantom Drake Dao Gates girl took action. Her palm shone with multicolored light. A flood dragon tendon appeared, forming a rope that extended towards Sure Hao. Immortal binding rope! Someone cried out in alarm. This was not an ordinary object, but the secret treasure personally refined by her sect's ancient Dao master. Even though it could only display might at the supreme expert realm here, it could still be considered a supreme weapon. This was a great expense, coming here with such a great killing weapon, moreover not just a single one. This made the supreme experts of all sides feel fear. These super ancient and flourishing great sects cared this much about the sinner's blood descendant? They were clearly trying to kill the one whose forehead released holy light, fearing that something unexpected would happen. At the same time, others took action as well. There were a few individuals that rushed over from all sides to provide assistance. Dang! In Sure Hao's surroundings, golden lotuses were everywhere, surging with endless radiance. It was as if golden waves were rising and falling, illuminating the heavens. They stopped the scarlet precious ruler. At the same time, he barehandedly caught the immortal binding rope, and in his palm, stars moved one after another. Those were formed from lightning, forming a stellar river. Kill! A great battle begun. The group of people attacked Sure Hao, but he didn't retreat half a step, instead welcoming these two supreme artifacts. He pressed forward with unmatched valiance, fighting a great battle against them. Meanwhile, within his body, figures shot out one after another, fast to the extreme. Those were spiritual bodies, catching up to the individuals that had just left for the distance. Pooh! Simple and tyrannical. The auras of Sure Hao's spiritual bodies devoured mountains and rivers, their might heaven overflowing. Their opponents were blasted through one after another, exploding in midair. A rain of blood scattered down. Xin Province's people's eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Just now, their hearts were sullen, suffering great humiliation. Now, someone came out for them, unleashing such a great slaughter, pushing ahead unstoppably, making their blood surge within them. Supreme weapons are useless? The nearby supreme experts were alarmed. There were several tens of thousands of them, and all of them were stupefied. They represented the extreme, magical artifacts that were unmatched here. Yet in the end, this person stopped them, moreover in an extremely unflustered manner as he slaughtered forward. Hong! His fist smashed outwards, directly landing on the blood-colored precious ruler, blasting it flying. It turned into a streak of blood-colored lightning, almost killing Fire Cloud Cavern's scarlet-clad male on the spot. Kacha! Electricity erupted endlessly from Sure Hao's palm, turning into a string of stars, colliding with that immortal binding rope. Lightning erupted endlessly, blasting it until it released wailing sounds, as if draconic cries were shaking the 9 heavens. In the distance, the big names and heavenly deities from all different sects were shocked. This youth actually had such power. It wasn't that the supreme weapons weren't enough, but rather that this youth was too formidable. He was an outstanding talent among supreme beings. Supreme weapons against supreme individuals, even if they had 1 or 2, it was still not enough. The youth's black hair danced about, his eyes releasing cold electricity. At this moment, blood energy surged into the heavens, roiling like a sea. He was just a single person, yet his might seemed to have oppressed heaven and earth, suppressed the world, overlooking all enemies. Hong! Fire Cloud Ruler was blasted flying again, releasing a light cry. Sure Hao was like a devil king. With a raise of his hand, divine radiance collapsed the void. He blasted out an extremely powerful fist. Fire Cloud Cavern's heroic expert, the scarlet-clad mantle that was ranked in the forefront of his sect, even while using this type of supreme secret treasure, couldn't protect himself. The precious ruler flew outwards, and he coughed out large amounts of blood. The wind caused by the fist swept about. Half of his body split apart. The young devil king, whose entire body erupted with holy radiance, pressed forward, once again striking outwards. Dong! Heaven and earth rumbled. Fire Cloud Cavern's hero was blasted apart, his mind and soul destroyed. As for the precious ruler, it turned into a stream of light, unexpectedly escaping into the void, directly disappearing from its original spot. Sure Hao turned around, staring at that woman. Move together. Kill him. Phantom Drake Dao Gates female screamed. Right now she was truly scared. Not even exceptional talents, young supreme beings of a race could be this strong, right? Even supreme weapons were useless, unable to do anything to the other party. This left her feeling terrified, completely lacking her previous arrogance. Her harsh expression was replaced by fear. Chi! Golden lotuses blossomed everywhere, tangling with that immortal binding rope to forcibly break it. Pooh! Immediately after, Sure Hao's hand flew over like an exceptional heavenly blade, sharp and resplendent. That woman's head flew out, carrying large amounts of blood. Her headless corpse collapsed onto the ground. Sure Hao walked over, his entire body shining, his fists reaching flesh and palms seeing blood. The heroic disciples of 2 ancient sects were killed one after another, all of them slaughtered. Fist radiance overflowed into the heavens, blood energy like ocean waves. Sure Hao stood on the battlefield alone, corpses resting all around him. Everyone was killed, blood dyeing this place red. Then, a rain of light surged, and these bodies disappeared. Several tens of thousands of supreme experts were in silence, all of them stunned, their souls trembling. What kind of power was this? In the distance, the big names and heavenly deities of various sects were trembling. This individual could actually do this. Even supreme weapons were useless, unable to stop him at all. Sure Hao released a cold glance towards the distance. The higher levels of each sect trembled inwardly, especially Fire Cloud Cavern and Phantom Drake Dao Gates' heavenly deities. They were all shocked. What was this sinner's blood descendant trying to do? Could it be that he was going to challenge them? Killed them well. Sin Province's people snapped back, their blood surging, crying out loudly. This place erupted with commotion. Sure Hao walked forward, approaching that magnificent supreme being ancient altar. Since you all dare to block the road and do this, then don't blame me for taking action as well. He approached the ancient altar, and then he suddenly turned around towards the cloud, saying, "With me here, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Luofu True Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern and the others, all of you inheritances can forget about having a single one of your people enter the altar. If anyone dares to take a step closer, I will kill them without exception." Everyone was shaken up. Those powerful inheritances, all of their disciples were going to be locked out, unable to pass this trial? This was too crazy. This was cutting those great sects' natural luck short, seizing their opportunity to enter Immortal Ancient. Sure Hao was like a great mountain as he stood in front of the altar, stopping all sects, suppressing all enemies here. Sinner's blood descendant. In the distance, someone muttered. There were a few heavenly deities whose eyes were resplendent, carrying killing intent as they stared at Supreme Being Ancient Altar. This type of freak appeared powerful to a shocking degree. A few top figures were incredibly gloomy as they stared forward. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, and Luofu True Valley's people were the most upset. Sure how killed their heroic disciples and acted so tyrannically, it was unforgivable. In front of Supreme Being Ancient Altar, Sure how's clothes weren't dyed by blood and his eyes were clear. Even though he looked delicate and pretty, he exuded an insurmountable aura, blocking the path by himself. Too arrogant. What do you treat Fire Cloud Cavern Luofu True Valley as? Just a supreme expert, yet you dare to look down on all of those heroes? Someone said coldly, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. It became extremely cold. This time, there were 8 or 9 ancient sects that sent out their talented inheritors to block off the paths in Supreme Being Ancient Altar, all for the sake of stopping that sinner's blood descendant. There was no way they weren't going to attach importance to this. They bestowed supreme weapons, yet in the end, those 2 individuals were greatly defeated, their corpses laying bloodily on the ground. Dong! An incomparably oppressive sound rang through the air, as if a streak of thunder resounded through this place, ringing through everyone's minds. Even the big names and heavenly deities of different sects were no exception. Everyone felt the blood in their bodies speed up, their bodies greatly shaken. Start ascending the altar. That cold voice sounded. No emotion or mood fluctuations to speak of. It was formed from natural laws, an existence that presided over this trial. Of the 7 to 800,000 supreme experts, only a portion were able to enter through the 8 paths, reaching the Supreme Being Ancient Altar. Less than half of them made it in, yet in the end it already begun. It was clear that if Xin Province entered last, many people would have lost their qualifications, being left behind by others with similar strength as themselves. Chi. The space between Sure Hao's brows shone, releasing a golden beam of light, turned into a divine sword, hacking into the crowd. After passing the tribulation, his primordial spirit became extremely condensed. Right now, it turned into a weapon, terrifying the people around him. All those that dared to turn their primordial spirits into weapons were freaks. Within the group, 6 to 7 people cried out, their hands holding their foreheads. Dark red blood trickled downwards, and then they turned into corpses one after another, collapsing onto the ground before ultimately turning into a rain of light, disappearing from this place. These were disciples from Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, those who didn't block the road previously but searched about within the crowd, so they made it through the disaster. However, they were killed now, following in the others' footsteps. Too domineering. In the distance, there were deities who were furious. The disciples of this path were all killed, not a single one able to escape. This made their faces cold, their expressions incomparably unpleasant. The main reason was because those people had symbol markings on them, unable to escape Sure Hao's inspection. They thought that they would be safe by hiding in the crowd, yet in the end, they still fell. Sure Hao's figure flickered, disappearing from this place. He began to ascend the altar. This place was noisy, several tens of thousands of experts rushing forward together with excitement, great emotions, and shock. They all began to ascend the altar as well. The descendant of Sinner's blood killed 2 great sect's disciples. This was the same as eliminating powerful competitors for them. At the same time, this slaughtering method made their hearts tremble. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Daring to brandish a blade against the top inheritances of the higher realms. The Sinner's blood descendant was powerful as expected. Hurry and look. He isn't heading up straight and is instead changing directions. Someone was given a fright, shouting out loudly. Sure Hao was as strong and healthy as a divine ape, crossing the Supreme Being Ancient Altar and rushing to another direction. Not going up. He is going to kill the people of other paths, someone said. Truly powerful to a terrifying degree. Is he moving across the ancient altar to kill the people of other areas? Everyone was stupefied. How powerful was this? How exuberant does one's vitality have to be to do this? Normal people would all feel a mountainous pressure after reaching the altar, their movements sluggish. However, he was like this, as if he was walking on flat ground, heading towards another place. Supreme being ancient altar, truly an extremely massive place. It exceeded great mountains and was entirely pitch black in color, towering into the clouds. As a result, the distance between the 8 directions was quite far. Cultivators from different directions were in a different place, making it difficult for anything to happen in between paths. Even with this type of great distance, Xianxia still sprinted move over extremely quickly. He was going to put all disciples from those ancient inheritances in check. Just a trifling supreme expert, yet he dares to do this? He is showing contempt for our ancient eternal inheritances. The creatures that watched this battle were all furious, their eyes cold. They moved as well, following his figure to see what his next actions were. He arrived. On Supreme being ancient altar, someone cried out loudly. This was someone from Luofu True Valley who left before to report ahead of time, joining another group of people. This is bad. He came from Fire Cloud Cavern and Phantom Drake Dao Gates direction. Could it be that those people have all been slaughtered clean? The expression of the people who were guarding this path changed greatly, all of them given a fright. Do you all want to go back yourselves? Or do you want me to send you all on your way? Xianxia soared over, landing on the altar stairs with a hong sound, blocking this path and looking at this group of people. He could actually jump that high from Supreme being ancient altar? Someone said with a stupefied expression. One had to understand that the pressure on Supreme being ancient altar was tremendous. Even when powerful Supreme experts ascended, their movements would still become sluggish, unable to fly at all, only able to climb. Shwa! Someone raised a bone mirror, shining it this way. In that instant, Xianxia's forehead bone released holy light again, scattering the clouds high up in the sky, immediately making the tens of thousands of Supreme experts' hearts stir restlessly. Heavens, it's him. Now, everyone who participated here knew who it was that arrived. Descendant with sinner's blood. You are too egotistical. We didn't come looking for you, yet you dare take the initiative to show yourself. Are you here to cause trouble? One of them was unable to restrain his anger. Coming out first, you will be struck by disaster. A female even directly laughed coldly. Even though she was alarmed, she still couldn't hold back her anger and resentment. It was because these inheritances jointly overlooked Sin Province, high above all others, supervising and controlling sinners' blood descendants. There was an innate superiority within their hearts. It seems like I can only send you all on your way. Xianxia didn't want to waste any words, directly taking action. In that instant, this place erupted with brilliance. Bone texts were layered on top of each other. Divine force fluctuations intense, surrounding a large portion of the ancient altar. A great battle began, one that was especially intense. There was no way these people would resign themselves to this fate. There were people who held supreme weapons among this group as well. Pooh! However, soon after, that girl was the first to release a miserable cry. A string of blood splashing out from the space between her brows, her skull crushed by a single finger from Xianxia. Her corpse flew outwards. Then, a streak of light flew across, hacking 4 people at the waist. Blood dripped outwards, corpses resting by Xianxia's feet. Even though the people here did everything they could to resist, they still couldn't avoid their fate of destruction. All of them killed soon after. There was only a single youth standing there. The altar beneath his feet dyed red. Sinner's blood descendant. He is challenging the great ancient sects with his actions. Too domineering. The supreme experts here cried out in alarm. They didn't know that Xianxia had already taken action in 2 other places, killing a group of people. The ones who were inspired the most were naturally Sin Province's cultivators. Their blood were surging, loudly cheering. In the distance, the big names of various sects were all greatly shaken. Some of them almost couldn't endure it any longer. This youth was too egotistical, actually daring to unleash a slaughter like this. Damn it! He is moving again. Even a heavenly deity revealed a furious expression, his emotions stirring and his eyes overcast as he stared at Hao. As expected, he moved around the supreme being ancient altar, strong and vigorous like a dragon, fast and furious as he rushed towards another area. Now, this place completely erupted. Many supreme experts from other directions knew about this, and great commotions erupted everywhere. As for outside the battlefield, those spectators were chasing after that youth's movements as well, following him around the altar. All of their eyes were focused on him. Hao displayed the earth to Inch's great divine ability to its limit as he moved around the ancient altar, unleashing a great massacre. Eventually, the people of 5 directions were greatly defeated by him. Meanwhile, the people of the other 3 directions had already ascended the altar. This left all sides greatly shaken. He deserves death. Deserves to die. Outside the battlefield, the true deities and others who were watching clenched their fists, their bodies shining. The ones that died were their disciples, so it left them feeling quite sullen. There were a few heavenly deities whose faces were also dark like dark clouds, a wave of formless killing intent pervading the air around them. Their own disciples of their sect died right in front of them. This was truly a humiliation. That youth unleashed a great slaughter like this. This was an undisguised provocation. Of course, even more of the spectators were excited, noise erupting everywhere. They had nothing to be concerned about themselves, so this was naturally an interesting sight, seeing these great ancient inheritances being treated like a joke. How many years had it been since something like this happened? It made everyone's hearts rise and fall greatly. Hao looked outside this altar, his eyes releasing 2 beams of cold electricity, gazing towards those top-level great sex people. He didn't say anything, but this type of glare made those people even more angry. Hao raised his head towards the enormous altar. He moved quickly, rushing upwards. The black ancient altar was 9 layers total in height. Each time he ascended a layer, the pressure he faced would increase several times, the greater the further he went. It was difficult to overcome. However, when Hao moved, the supreme experts he passed were shocked, only seeing him speed past as if he didn't receive any restrictions, rushing towards the first layer's highest point. Then his body slowed down. He continued towards the second layer. Everyone was in an uproar. This was just too full of energy. One has to understand that many people were still working hard in the first layer, their heads covered in sweat, their bones about to be crushed. With a schwa sound, Hao's figure moved, once again leaping up. Even though his speed was now a bit slower, he still wasn't hindered, rushing towards the third layer. He's mad, truly a freak. How could his flesh travel at such a great speed while under that kind of pressure? Supreme being ancient altar was extremely massive, far surpassing archaic demonic peaks. There were several tens of thousands of cultivators crawling, densely packed like ants. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and cry out. Others were still clenching their teeth while struggling to climb up, yet he was rushing upwards like this. Soon after, Hao arrived at the highest point of the 3 layers. He was speechless. In this place, all 8 directions merged together, only one path leading further up. If he knew this earlier, he would have just came here first. No point in visiting the separate directions. Hao stood here, blocking the path alone, overlooking everything below. You! Someone came up from a certain direction, shocked and angry, but also feeling some fear. They already received the report that the sinner's blood descendant was unleashing a massacre like a devil king. What are you trying to do? Someone berated. Are you an idiot? Isn't it obvious? Hao said coldly. His hands were behind his back, his clothes fluttering about and black hair dancing in the air. His eyes were resplendent like divine lamps. A single person was blocking the path here, overlooking the world like a demonic lord, releasing a suffocating pressure. These people were shaken, and at the same time incomparably furious. A girl cried out, "Do you know what kind of disaster you provoked? Even if you can behave so atrociously here, once you return to the outside world, you will definitely die, murdered by others." The others' expressions were furious, their eyes carrying resentment. They were supposed to be the ones taking the initiative to attack, yet in the end, someone else was blocking the path, about to deal a fatal blow. Your inheritances, are they worth anything? There will be a day when the injustice of sinners' blood will be brought to light. Now that I am standing here today, not a single one of you can think about passing, Xianxia said. He started ascending after everyone, yet he was the first one to arrive. This left everyone shocked. Regardless of whether it was the several tens of thousands of supreme experts or the endless spectators, they were all shocked. The ones that were being stopped even more so felt their hearts trembling. Boasting shamelessly, "Kill!" someone shouted. It was clear that this group of people still weren't his opponent. Slaughtered until blood flowed like rivers. That group had over 100 people, a rather large size, yet heads continuously tumbled and blood splashed outwards. Ah! It hurts me to death. Outside the arena, a low roar sounded from the big names watching the battle. He couldn't take it any longer, about to take action. "You, don't come over." In the end, someone collapsed, truly scared stiff by Xianxia's viciousness. Pooh! There was a girl who was even more direct, ending her own life, moving the sword across her neck. Bloody light flashed, and then she turned into a rain of light, leaving spirit realm. Hong! This created an uproar, making everyone's hearts tremble. As for the remaining people of these sects, they were all stupefied. This was a great shame. How can this hatred be tolerated? Outside the arena, deities roared, their voices rumbling like thunder. This was intolerable. These were ancient and powerful inheritances that intimidated the world. Yet their disciples were slaughtered until they lost confidence, actually committing suicide to leave the battlefield. If news of this got out, for these great sects it was a stain, a joke. It was too embarrassing. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia wiped out this entire group. He stood there alone, overlooking the crowd. Supreme being ancient altar could not calm down again. Regardless of whether it was the spectators or the tens of thousands of cultivators on the altar, all of their eyes were focused on the youth on the third layer. You are strong, however. Today, you will still be fleeing from a calamity. Suddenly, someone spoke. This was a group of people that was led by 6 white-clad individuals. The 6 individuals each carried a precious case that was solemn and serene, surrounded by holy radiance. They walked over step by step. Xianxia was speechless. They came down from the 4th layer, their speed actually this fast, reaching a higher layer but coming back down again just for him. 6 Crown King wants your life, so no one can change your fate. Not even the heavens can save you. Someone from those 6 individuals spoke, extremely cold, but also quite aloof. Just by relying on your strength? Xianxia laughed loudly. By relying on 6 Crown King's methods, we will bestow death upon you, someone said, standing from a high location, looking down on Xianxia. 6 Crown King? What does that fart think he is? If you all are seeking death, then I will help you all do so, Xianxia said coldly. You dare speak rudely about 6 Crown King, Great One? A white-clad male scoffed, his sharp eyebrows standing on end and his eyes shining like small suns. The others were glaring at him as well, all of them releasing killing intent. 6 Crown King, Ning Chuan, a being that left others in despair, insurmountable, a heavenly talent that could not be defeated. He was viewed as one of the most powerful supreme experts since the ancient times, showed up at different points in history, appearing a total of 6 times, his natural luck glorious. In the 6 eras he emerged in, he established a reputation of being unmatched under the heavens, an absolutely dazzling figure who created miracle after miracle, becoming an illustrious figure that could not be surpassed. Not only did he defeat all the supreme experts of the past, he had even killed a 3 Crown King in a previous era, shaking all 3,000 provinces of the higher realms. Whenever he was mentioned, everyone would always think of an unmatched, exceptional, insurmountable figure, heaven-warping talent, great and without equal. These were the best words to describe him with. Now that these 6 white-clad men came down from the 4th layer at the same time, it naturally triggered a commotion. Everyone was paying attention, watching carefully. Sure Hao was the only one that felt disdain towards this. Dao brothers, you all came at a good time. Let's kill him together. Another group of people arrived at the third layer from a different direction. The people from several great ancient sects all appeared. There were over 100 people here, all of them supreme experts. They were people from 2 different sects that were walking together. Don't worry, we have accepted 6 Crown King's order. We have a great weapon that is strong enough to kill him. The 6 white-clothed individuals were all calm, not feeling any fear while facing Sure Hao. Even 6 servants dare to act so wantonly. Sure Hao said, looking at them. He didn't feel any aura of time passed from them, so they should be people of the present world. Who do you think you are talking about? A white-clothed individual spoke with a cold voice, his eyes chilly and ice-cold. They were all extremely unordinary experts of their area, the outstanding talents of a few ancient sects that ranked at the very top. They only listened to 6 Crown King Ningchuan's orders out of admiration for him. Otherwise, within their own respective sects, they would all be dazzling top figures. If you all aren't slaves, why in the world are you listening to orders? Sure Hao said, calm and unhurried. He walked forward step by step. Several tens of thousands of supreme experts, even though they were still climbing with difficulty, arduously ascending the altar, they still paid some attention to this place above. They were shocked. 6th Crown King, who had shown brilliantly through past and present, sent people to kill the sinner's blood descendant. This left everyone shocked. With a walla sound, the 100 experts that had just arrived surrounded this place, about to take action together with the 6 great experts. In the distance, all of the experts looked over, wanting to see what kind of methods the 6 individuals had. A few older generation figures and even heavenly deities were paying close attention, all of them serious. Towards Ningchuan, despite themselves being much older, they still felt restraining fear. It was because rumor had it that Ningchuan was proficient in many ancient scriptures, observed many worthy inscriptions of the past for enlightenment. If he wanted to break through, he would continuously do so for more than 10 years. If he was given time, he could quickly catch up, surpassing the people here. Chi, a white-clad individual, took action. His palm released a streak of fire that burned fiercely. This was innately fire, incomparably hot. Even with just this, you want to kill me? Sure Hao laughed loudly. He raised his hand, and then a streak of lightning radiance flew out that was extremely blue like a stream, piercing through those flames. This was an application of the lightning Dao precious technique, possessing water attributes. Soon after, Sure Hao felt as if something wasn't right, some type of dangerous feeling pervading the air. That individual's palm shone, making the flames blaze with even more intensity. The case he held split apart. That was a bird beak, not that large, but sparkling red and translucent, surging with flames. It merged with the white-clad male's fiery radiance, drastically increasing its power. Was this the precious artifact bestowed by 6 Crown King Ningchuan? Everyone was shocked, widening their eyes to watch closely. Following a bird cry, heaven and earth trembled. A string of fiery light erupted, and a divine bird that looked similar to the vermilion bird appeared, circling in void. It then turned into a scarlet-clad woman. It opened its mouth and roared. Fiery light overflowed into the heavens, submerging the area Sure Hao was standing in. How powerful! This is more formidable than Fire Cloud Clan's #1 expert. What kind of bone is that? Everyone became stupefied. Fiery light shone resplendently, illuminating the skies, burning the void until it's distorted. Sure Hao remained calm. This bird beak was definitely an exceptional item among precious items, and before its death it was a top-level young expert. Even he could feel the blazing heat and danger. With a schwa sound, he put up a barrier of light, blocking everything before him. Everyone was shocked. Even the descendant of Sinner's blood was taking this seriously, proving how unordinary this scarlet bird beak was. I understand what happened. This is a vermilion bird descendant 6 Crown King killed before, the young female supreme being of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Someone among the spectators exposed the truth, triggering a commotion. 6-crown king killed too many enemies. Heaven warping and unmatched. A supreme being young lady from the vermilion bird bloodline fell, but her precious bone didn't split apart and was seized by Ning Chuan. Walala! Golden light flickered about. When the great flames poured over, golden lotuses blossomed around How's surroundings one after another, planting themselves in the void to stop the flames. Golden lotuses grew within flames. He blocked that scarlet bone with a strange magical projection, forcing back the girl that was formed. Kacha! At this moment, the second white-clad individual took action. The precious case in his hands split apart, and a purple scale emerged, erupting with lightning. Symbols covered the sky as it hacked at Hao. This left him shocked and his mind shaken. It was another incredibly powerful precious artifact. It turned into a young man that slaughtered over. Everyone's hearts beat frantically. It was not only because of that scale, but also because the other youngsters also carried precious cases. What did this signify? Could they be the 6 Dao Supreme Bracelet? Even the big names from various sects were shaken up, staring at the altar. It was rumored that Ning Chuan appeared 6 times, killing many enemies, turning all types of precious bones into a bracelet, refining 6 worlds. His power was beyond compare. Even if it isn't, it is still a similar type of precious object. Someone said, having a premonition. This lightning radiance was extremely dazzling and incomparably powerful. However, against Hao, who had passed heavenly tribulation, it instead became something he wouldn't worry about at all. He allowed the lightning radiance to flow over, and then he completely absorbed it all. Then, his palm shone, sending all of the refined lightning Dao divine force blasting outwards. Those white-clad men's expressions changed. They all began to take action. Calamity Dragon Sword, kill! After the 3rd precious case exploded, a tooth appeared that was splendid and colorful, but killing intent rushed into the heavens. It turned into a dragon, and while holding a sharp sword in its mouth, it hacked it towards Hao, cutting through that streak of lightning radiance. Vanish! The 4th white-clad individual shouted. The precious case exploded, and a pearl appeared. The surroundings immediately became blurry. They all disappeared, and Hao entered a strange situation. Desert, sea, palaces. It was like a mirage. That's a pearl condensed from the clam beast's Dao, a glorious ancient expert killed by 6-crown king. The people couldn't see Hao, only able to see a hazy expanse. Those were the void transformations of the clam beast, deceiving all. Then, the precious cases of the other 2 individuals exploded, and as a result, 6 streaks of light rushed into the heavens, drowning out this place. Bone texts were layered like ocean waves as they suppressed forward. Forget about the tens of thousands of supreme experts, even the older generation figures that were watching were moved. Those 6 bones merged together, forming an extremely powerful ring of attacks, submerging that area with their power. That place was extremely hazy, because of the clam beast pearl. Mist spread outwards, sealing everything off. Dong! Everyone heard an enormous sound. That region swayed, and a resplendent holy light shone. Then, a figure slaughtered out, blasting a white-clad male flying. The one holding the clam beast pearl coughed out blood, almost falling off the altar. Everyone was stunned. Even the older generation big name who spoke earlier was shaken. This descendant with sinner's blood was so formidable, defeating this kind of precious artifact, sending it flying? Merge! A white-clad individual shouted. They all let go of their precious artifacts, and as a result, the beast tooth, bird beak, beast bone, and others rushed together, stringing together and becoming sparkling and translucent, suspending themselves in the void. Activate it together! They shouted loudly. That precious bracelet shone. 6 streaks of hazy radiance spun about, scattering down endless brilliance, illuminating that place. Heavens! Could it truly be Ning Chuan's 6 Dao Supreme Bracelet? This was a radiance that continuously flickered with brilliance, cutting the spirit and seizing the soul, peeling away one's Dao cultivation. This bracelet was exceptionally powerful, the power it erupted with extremely terrifying. Forget about Hao who was on the scene. Even the supreme experts that were far away below felt a pressure weighing down on their chests that was incredibly uncomfortable. They were simply about to go unconscious. Six Crown King Ningchuan is too powerful. Someone sighed. Even if the number one young expert came from a race, they would still die with resentment, because this bracelet's power was incomparable, enough to kill people at the peak of the supreme expert realm. 6 types of precious techniques shone in harmony, holy radiance illuminating everything. Hao was as fast as lightning, continuously grabbing for people. They were all experts from the group that hurried over, throwing them forward. These were all well-known figures among supreme experts, but in the end, they couldn't even release a sound before they exploded, turning into ashes, as if they experienced the 6 worlds of destruction. This isn't Ning Chuan's 6 Dao Supreme Bracelet, but it is similar. It also refined his killing intent, the result of accompanying his side for a long time. A heavenly deity spoke, his eyes continuously flickering. Haha! Ning Chuan is indeed a formidable figure. He didn't even take action himself. Just the bracelet he bestowed to others is going to kill the descendant with sinner's blood. Heaven defying as expected. Another person laughed and said, figures became hazy in this battlefield. Holy radiance scattered about. Everyone felt a heavenly overflowing killing intent being released from that bracelet. It was as if a human figure was currently condensing. As expected, this is 6 Crown Kings' killing intent. It is too strong. Everyone became stupefied. Just hand over your life. 6 Crown King wants you dead. So not even the heavens can forgive you. Suppress and kill. Those white-clad individuals shouted, jointly operating this bracelet. Hong! Suddenly, at the center of the battlefield, bone text erupted around that youth. Like a giant, he released a clear roar. The surface of his body shone, as if there was a resplendent armor around him. Those were symbols, unknown what types of precious techniques were merged together to produce it. He suddenly rose up and bare-handedly grabbed at that precious bracelet. The hazy radiance, heaven overflowing killing intent, none of this was able to injure him. Right now, he seemed to be impervious to all methods. What? Everyone became shocked. The killing intent couldn't penetrate the symbols protecting his body. The precious bracelet's 6 types of radiance couldn't injure him. Gotcha! Hao pulled on it, and then the bracelet broke. The bird beak, tooth, beast bones, and other items scattered, flying towards 6 different directions. He scattered the precious technique 6 Crown King bestowed. The spectators were all greatly shocked. You? In the battlefield, the 6 white-clad males' expressions changed, feeling incredibly shocked. There was someone who could break the precious artifact bestowed by 6 Crown King? This was simply unimaginable. Sure enough, a great disaster descended on them. The result was without any suspense. Hao took action viciously, unleashing a great slaughter. Bloody radiance erupted, and the 6 white-clad individuals were all killed. Run! The remaining group of people were panicking. There was no way they could contend against this power. They all rushed down the altar. This made the faces of the great inheritance's older characters fall greatly. They were greatly defeated today, this humiliation difficult to wash away. Unfortunately, Hao didn't give them the chance to escape. His spiritual bodies all moved, following after them and ruthlessly taking action, reaping lives. Under piu-piu sounds, a group of people bled, all of them cut down. Outside the battlefield, someone released a low roar, releasing terrifying energy. This made a few ancient inheritance's deities furious, releasing killing intent. On the altar, Hao overlooked all of the supreme experts below, and then he looked outside the battlefield. After a brief pause, he turned around, rushing towards the top of the altar. He didn't want to waste any time, wishing to obtain the supreme liquid within that stone bowl. After passing the trial, he should head for the uninhabited region. A wung sounded. The bird beak, fish scale, beast tooth, and other items reappeared, stringing together and moving through the void, releasing divine radiance and shining towards Hao. And Hao wasn't the only one that was shocked. Even the others were startled. Could it be that Six Crown King personally came? Soon after, Sure Hao understood. This mysterious bracelet was gathering aura, engraving his soul fluctuations within so that it could kill him when he entered Immortal Ancient. The deities that were watching also understood the bracelet's plans. If it could kill the sinner's blood descendant, then that was good, but if it couldn't, then it would still record his aura so that once Sure Hao entered, it could still find him in the shortest amount of time. Sure Hao faced it coldly, not feeling fear. He looked at the bracelet and then said, "Just get lost. When I enter Immortal Ancient, I will definitely put an end to you." This type of confidence, this type of domineeringness left many people tongue-tied and at a loss for words. Since the ancient times, how many creatures in the supreme expert realm dared to say these words? He actually publicly spoke these types of words, that he was going to kill Ning Chuan after entering. Forget about the several tens of thousands of supreme experts. Even the true deities, heavenly deities and others watching felt speechless. This sinner's blood descendant was too ferocious, not fearing anything. In this era, the Immortal Ancient was full of ancient freaks. Even though the sinner's blood descendant was extraordinary, did he have the strength to back up his words? Everything will be exposed in the end. Once you enter Immortal Ancient, I want to see just how you will free yourself from this disaster. A deity roared out with a cold voice, carrying great hostility. Immortal flower and petals will shine upon everything. I will personally watch if you will display might or if you will crawl under someone else's feet. There were quite a few people from the ancient sects that suffered heavy losses who had overcast faces. Outside the battlefield, a young lady appeared. With a wave of her hand, a xiao sounded, and the bracelet then turned into a stream of flowing light before flying out. She grabbed it and then her figure disappeared. Really are putting on quite a bit of extravagance. Sure Hao released a cold snort, not chasing after it. He ascended to the fourth floor altar, his speed not that slow either, still as fast as flying, making those supreme experts below feel powerless. This person was too much of a freak. Could this still even be called a trial anymore? Everyone was climbing step by step, as if they were moving while carrying a huge mountain, yet he was taking large steps. This really dealt a great psychological blow to everyone, truly testing the tolerance of the other supreme experts' hearts. With a schwa sound, Sure Hao leapt up, rushing to the fifth layer. He felt pressure here, his steps slowing down a bit. He was shocked. He noticed a few figures on the rising path who were moving forward with difficulty. While he was dallying about fighting intense battles, some people had already arrived here a while ago. This was quite extraordinary. They were all definitely well-known supreme experts of a province. In reality, as long as one climbed up to the third layer, it meant that they already more or less obtained the qualifications, because for just 10,000 supreme experts to reach the first layer was already not bad. Those that climbed higher were all just individuals who wanted to see how great their own potential was, wishing to obtain the stone bowl on the 9th layer, and acquire the supreme being liquid within. On the 6th layer, the pressure Sure Hao faced was now great, his steps heavy. However, it still couldn't stop him from advancing. In this place, he saw another two individuals, a male and female, both quite strong. However, they were now covered in sweat, feeling a tremendous pressure. When the two people saw him close in so quickly, advancing upwards, they almost fell over right there and then. The sweat on their faces flowed down with hua-hua sounds. This was just too terrible, hurting their confidence too greatly. Outside the battlefield, all of the spectators were shocked. They had a feeling that something extraordinary might happen today. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, the people of these inheritances all fell, because they were completely defeated. Not a single one of their disciples were able to enter Immortal Ancient through Sin Province. All of them defeated by a single person. He ascended to the 7th layer. Someone cried out in alarm. Sure Hao's steps were extremely steady. He arrived on the altar's 7th layer, now already roughly halfway up the enormous altar. His position was extremely high, so he could overlook the scenery of all directions. This moved many people. One has to understand that it had already been many years since something like this happened. Powerful geniuses wouldn't surpass the 7th layer, but it would still be extremely difficult for them to do so. They would only make it that far by struggling between life and death. Meanwhile, this youth was so carefree, advancing along the upward path. Hong. When Shihao reached the 8th layer, his body trembled greatly, as if an archaic demonic cliff had smashed down on his body, making his bones release pipa sounds. This place already reached into the sky. With his arrival, the tremendous force scattered the clouds. When the supreme experts below found out about this, they looked like they saw a ghost. They raised their heads, unable to believe it. As for the distant cultivators, they were stupefied as well. How many years has it been? Should be more than 30,000 years now, right? No one could reach the 8th layer of the altar, all who tried failing to do so. This youth, this sinner's blood descendant, he was trying to establish a record, breaking the peace of 30,000 years. Gasp! Someone sucked in a cold breath of air as he stared at Shihao's rear figure. He said softly, "Why do I feel like déjà vu?" His style of doing things, as well as his great confidence, it's a bit like Huang. There were some who became suspicious, but there was no proof. Regardless, once they entered Immortal Ancient, all identities would be exposed. No secrets that could be kept hidden. I am looking forward to seeing who exactly he is, what kind of identity he has. Someone said softly. Dong. Shihao was walking forward, treading on the 8th layer of the altar, causing the entirely black supreme being ancient altar that was even more massive than a mountain to tremble slightly. It was because the power it suffered was too great. The several tens of thousands of cultivators below were horrified. Even without being able to see it, they were aware that someone climbed up to the 8th layer of the altar. It was because legend had it that only by reaching that place would they be able to move the altar. Dong, dong. The divine footsteps were heavy like the thunderous beating of divine drums, ringing by everyone's ears. The rhythm remained unchanging. A few supreme experts couldn't take it any longer, actually spitting out blood. It was because the entire altar was pulsing, making their blood and chi resonate as well. Hong! Another trembling sound rang through the air. The supreme being ancient altar shone, and at the same time, the sound of scriptures could be heard. It also sounded like Zen chanting, as well as like heaven and earth stellar universe harmonizing. The enormous ancient altar trembled intensely, radiance pervading the air. Heavens! He broke an 80,000-year-old record, ascending to the 9th layer of the altar. At this moment, everyone's expressions froze. They were filled with shock. Meanwhile, a sparkling ancient monument appeared, a glorious divine stele. All those who ascended to the 9th layer of the altar would be able to leave behind their name. This heaven and earth could no longer calm down. Regardless of whether it was the several tens of thousands of supreme experts or the spectators watching the battle, they all erupted into commotion. Loud sounds of discussions erupted. The divine stele rose into the air, appearing near Shihao. He thought for a bit, and then he wrote down the symbol that shone with holy light from his forehead. It appeared on the stone stele. Sin. When the great ancient sex people saw this scene, their faces fell tremendously. They stared at that character. They never expected him to leave behind this type of name. This represents honor, merits, and achievements, as well as glory. Sooner or later, the truth will be exposed. Shihao spoke, his voice like thunder, resounding through the skies. Everyone could hear it clearly. On the stone monument there were a few names, all dazzling experts from ancient eras past. A few of them had already become giants of their respective areas, and some had been buried for more than several hundreds of thousands of years. Shihao gave it a look, and then he retracted his gaze, continuing upwards. He wanted to close in on the heart of this place and obtain that bowl. The 9th layer's pressure was several times greater than before. Even someone with a physique as powerful as Shihao's felt his bones ringing and rumbling. At this moment, he felt as if he was supporting the sky on his back. However, what was shocking was that he still didn't stop walking, continuing to move upwards. The rhythm of his footsteps didn't change, continuing upwards. This has never happened before, right? In the past, glorious creatures had arrived here, but it was extremely bitter, full of suffering and continuous struggles, reaching the core with great difficulty. However, he was actually able to enter with this type of uniform velocity. This was definitely a magnificent feat. Soon after, he arrived at the core region. A stone bowl was suspended in the void, the liquid within brilliant and about to flow out. A fragrance that penetrated one deeply into the heart wafted about, making others feel intoxicated. Pa! Sherhao's hand touched the stone bowl, feeling a refreshing feeling. In addition, this place immediately surged with auspicious multicolored light, brilliant rays shining in tens of thousands of streaks, incomparably dazzling and holy. A stone monument appeared, recording everything that happened. Sherhao left his name behind again. It was because even though others arrived at the 9th layer of the altar, they couldn't reach this place, ultimately collapsing here with regret and shaken off the altar. Sherhao succeeded, directly arriving in the core region. Xin, fastest speed. Xin province 200,000-year record established. It was a simple sentence recording this type of glory. Everyone saw it clearly, all of them stupefied. Not only was the record shocking, it was also because everyone clearly knew that this fella delayed for quite some time. He moved around the altar, defeating the experts of 8 directions, and then he fought on the 3rd layer as well, defeating 6 Crown King's people and sweeping through all enemies. This definitely took up quite some time. This is bad. We severely underestimated the sinner's blood descendant. He is abnormally powerful. But now, we cannot tell the disciples of the sect. Someone said. Right now, all provinces were being filtered out, the only difference being the checkpoints resting in different locations. However, they were all moving through spirit realm, and once it concluded, the qualifiers will be directly sent into the uninhabited region. Sherhao grabbed the bowl and fiercely moved it. The void even began to move, and then blazing radiance surged. He finally grabbed the bowl, sending it to his mouth. A sparkling symbol appeared, engraving itself in the void, explaining the Supreme Being Liquid's history and other things. This liquid was made up of imprints of deities, the condensed essence of spirit realm. It descended from the void, a bowl collecting only after many, many tens of thousands of years. Sherhao was greatly shaken. This liquid contained divine Tao, liquid that could refine the primordial core and nurture the spirit, to the extent where it could even allow the primordial spirit to change again, shedding its shell to develop an immortal form. This stuff is formidable. Sherhao's heart trembled. Perhaps, when igniting a divine flame, this Supreme Being liquid would be extremely useful. He didn't hesitate, opening his mouth to gulp it down. But he didn't refine it, instead storing it in his primordial spirit, turning it into a sphere of light. It shone with dazzling brilliance. A line of text appeared, telling Sherhao that now that he obtained this liquid, he could not come back to acquire a second bowl of Supreme Being liquid, that this was a one-time opportunity. Sherhao didn't complain. This one time was enough. After a brief pause, Sherhao leapt out, jumping off the Supreme Being ancient altar. Hong! The ground trembled. Like a demon lord, he dropped onto the ground, his black hair flying about, eyes shining like lightning. This time, the harvest was tremendous. Everything was now set. He just had to wait to enter the vast uninhabited region. Suddenly, Sherhao sensed an abnormal danger, as if something bad was about to happen. However, the only people around him were some defeated supreme experts shaken off the altar who refused to leave. Could it be them? Streak after streak of light drowned out this place, dazzling to the extreme. It was dangerous to the point of leaving one horrified. This was a magical wheel that turned into a light screen, sealing everything within a range of 10 zhang. Within this limited space, all types of forbidden secret treasures danced about. Soul-shattering needles, soul-suppressing pagodas, soul-scattering bells. There were several hundred of them, all of them great killing weapons that could kill people within the spirit realm. Back then, he had came into contact with them in the void god realm. These things couldn't be touched. Once they harmed the body, the spirit would become weak and ultimately deteriorate. They would then die in the real world as well. The most frightening thing was that in this narrow space, once these things exploded, their power would be much, much more powerful than the forbidden objects of the void god realm. attacking at him. Open! Shurhao roared. The Kuan Peng wings appeared. Reincarnation fists shook the skies. Lightning Emperor precious techniques soaring into the sky, interweaving together. Holy radiance erupted as brilliantly as an exploding sun. No one knew what was happening in here. Only a moment later, after a loud Hong explosion, that magical will shattered, and countless formations refined by sect masters were broken. All types of great killing weapons in here turned into powder. Shurhao's hair was disheveled, but his body was without injuries. His eyes were incomparably cold. With a pung sound, he grabbed a few supreme experts that wanted to escape. Without saying anything, he directly searched their memories. Immediately afterwards, his eyes burned with radiance, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Pu-piu sounds rang out, blasting a few people apart. Then he took to the skies, directly slaughtering towards the distant spectators, rushing towards those deities. This place erupted with chaos. Everyone was struck dumb. This youth was too lively. There were heavenly deities here, yet he directly slaughtered his way over. Suddenly, everyone realized something. Right, even heavenly deities received restrictions here. This truly was quite the temper, about to kill deities after being angered. Everyone was greatly shaken, their eyes standing straight as they watched everything. A single move of Shurhao's body possessed tremendous power, as if a shooting star was smashing over. Following a dong sound, large boulders flew everywhere, landing on a stone mountain. The entire mountain split apart, on the verge of collapse. Too fast. In just the blink of an eye, he already slaughtered his way forward. He paused for a moment, scanning his eyes over the crowd, staring at a few deities. Those individuals had their inheritance's symbols on their sleeves, making them quite easy to recognize. It was clear that he was going after Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Luofu True Valley, and other sections. At this moment, forget about those directly involved. Even the fine hairs of those unrelated stood up. This youth's eyes were too crazy, shining like little suns. Quite a few of Fire Cloud Cavern and Phantom Drake Dao Gates people's expressions changed. This was especially true for a few people at the Divine Flame Realm who immediately felt as if they had been locked onto by an enormous beast. Hong Long. Shurhao's arms moved, and like a great golden-winged pung spreading its wings, crazy winds stirred about, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. From the mountain peak that had just collapsed, boulders weighing several thousands to tens of thousands of genes smashed over like rain. As for he himself, he also rushed over, full of murderous intent. What are you doing? Violating the rules. Do you want to lose your qualifications in this competition? A true deity berated, his face falling. His eyes were extremely cold. Shurhao didn't pay these words any attention. The crazy winds formed from enormous rocks showered down. He also sent out a palm. You dare! Someone shouted. Not knowing when to come or leave, you dare to act viciously here? A few people said coldly. More than 10 individuals soared into the air, producing precious techniques and propping up a screen of light, protecting this place and at the same time attacking Shurhao. Dong! Enormous boulders smashed down onto the screen of light. All of them exploded, turning into fragments. However, Shurhao's following palm wasn't as easy to deal with. Half of these dozen or so individuals were Divine Flame Realm experts, as well as a few true deities. They all felt a tremendous force suppressing over. How could he be this strong? Someone released a low shout. Even though they had long seen the display of heaven-warping divine might on the altar, when they truly experienced it of themselves, it was a different matter. They could only display power at the supreme expert level here. All of them began to tremble. Ah! Someone cried out loudly. Many people's bodies trembled greatly. All of the precious techniques they activated scattered, and they themselves felt as if a divine mountain smashed into them, causing them to cough out large amounts of blood and to fly outwards. The true deities also encountered a dangerous situation, because in this place, they were only supreme experts at the consummate level, unable to be any stronger. Their fighting strength were inferior to exceptional talents. Kill him! Several individuals shouted. The moment the precious technique was scattered, they brought out their own magical artifacts. Blades cried out, piercing light shining coldly, bone texts resplendent. Gabbing. However, the hand that descended from the void was incomparably sturdy. It destroyed the bone swords, snapped the long blades. Moreover, when that hand turned, divine radiance surged, crushing downwards. You! A deity was furious. The sinner's blood descendant was too domineering, crushing his hand down on his head, cruel and full of disdain, attacking in such a nonchalant manner. He was forced to raise his hands to defend himself, but in the end, it was still not enough. Kacha! Sounds of bones fracturing rang through the air. Shurhao's hand broke his arms, and the crown of his head was turning numb, his fine hairs all standing on end. No! He did everything he could to resist, but in the end, that large earthen hand continued to crush down, making his skull crack and his body dispirited. His muscles and tendons snapped. Pupiu, this was not only true for one person. When Shurhao's palm enlarged, it pressed down on this place. Several individuals were sent spinning through the air, their bodies exploding. You, the deity that rushed over first, was shocked and furious. And then in the end, the expression on his face immediately froze. Shurhao rushed over with a single step, bringing over endless golden radiance. With a pu sound, with a point of his finger, a soul-shattering needle appeared, dark red and cold, entered the space between his brows, immediately making his face go rigid. Enough! Why are you killing others here? Could it be that you do not wish to enter Immortal Ancient? We are going to strip you of your qualification. Someone berated from the rear. The people of a few ancient inheritances erupted with fury. Shurhao took action. Thunderous radiance overflowed outwards, completely sweeping through the remaining heavily wounded individuals. Bloody mist surged, wiping them all out. Only then did he stop. His black hair was a mess, but his body was without blood or injuries. His eyes seemed to release electrical radiance, making it look like he had a wave of demonic nature. Is my qualification something you all can strip just by saying you will? Shurhao sneered coldly. His eyes were cold and harsh as he looked around, making a few individuals' hearts feel nervous. This was an absurd feeling. This was clearly a young supreme expert, yet he was looking down on deities like this, slaughtering the innocent without reason. His heart is vicious and bloodthirsty. Someone like you doesn't have the qualification to enter Immortal Ancient. Someone from Phantom Drake Dao Gate berated. Shurhao stood on a mountain, staring outwards. Even though he was only a single person, he gave off the feeling of a monarch overlooking the world, as if he was the only sovereign. How interesting! You all are disgustingly hypocritical, Shurhao said. These ordinary words made the face of the true deity who spoke up turn completely red, his eyes releasing flames. Just a youth, yet he dared to humiliate him in front of the big names of a province, leaving him furious. He truly wished to blast the other party into blood and bones with a single palm. What happened just now? Anyone with eyes could see that all of you ancient sects truly have no sense of shame, breaking the rules and taking action against me. Shurhao said. He didn't give them any face, directly speaking in front of everyone's faces. These inheritances cared about face the most, so he naturally wouldn't let them go. He was going to tear off all of the skin on their faces. In reality, just now, when Shurhao was trapped by a formation and suffered a strange attack, it was quite obvious what happened. Many people guessed at what was going on. However, no one could have expected that he would be so direct, immediately slaughtering his way over, not even rubbing the sand in his eyes. Even those most ancient and powerful inheritances weren't enough. He directly took action. Little friend, your words are too excessive. Just now, you slaughtered our sect's disciples on the altar, yet we didn't say anything. Now, you are using such a low reasoning to speak out against us? This isn't too good. An old woman spoke, an expert at the true self realm, a true deity. Get lost. Towards this, Shurhao only had these words, directly berating and not saying anything else. There were too many cultivators here. Xin province's people occupied the majority, but there were big names from other provinces as well. When they saw this scene, they were all stupefied, truly feeling some pity for the people involved. Glorious deities, great ancient sects, all of them were stopped by a single youth and loudly berated. This was something never heard of before. Youngster, you are too arrogant. Do you truly believe that no one here can deal with you? Humiliating and slandering us. There can no longer be any kindness. We demand an explanation. The explanation I will give you then is that all of you will be slaughtered. Xianxia spoke coldly. You? A few people were so angry they began to tremble. A group of people walked forward, all of them exuding killing intent. Their eyes were cold, bone texts coming out from their bodies. They were going to use their most powerful precious techniques. The people of several sects moved. Even though they knew that he was extremely powerful, they could only take action. Otherwise, what dignity would these great ancient inheritances have left to speak of? All of you can just come at me together. Xianxia's black hair danced about, his eyes resplendent, full of confidence. Just like that, he overlooked everyone. When these types of words were released, this group's faces were completely red. A youth at the supreme expert realm was showing such disdain towards them. Even though many people began to press forward together, when they were berated by someone like this, domineering and with such contempt, they still felt embarrassed. Take action. From the rear, someone coldly spoke. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was a heavenly deity who spoke. In that instant, everyone's eyes became resplendent. There were more than one heavenly deity providing support. Of those that could reach this type of cultivation realm, just how many were ordinary? This was especially true when one considered that they had terrifying secret treasures on them as well. Perhaps they could kill this person. Ha ha! Xianxia roared with laughter, his thick black hair dancing about. His eyes shone resplendently like golden lamps. There was a type of domineeringness, but also a type of madness. He looked at all of them with contempt. He knew that in these people's hearts, there was actually great restraining fear, but in front of these great sects' faces, they had no choice but to advance. Hand over your lives then. Xianxia rushed over. His entire body shone, one step, one illusion. As he pressed forward, golden waves roiled behind him, blasting the void. This is a condensation of magical projections, divine force into a sea. It is a sign of peak power. Many people shivered inwardly. He reached this type of stage, something only seen in ancient legends. In the present world, it was already something that no longer existed. Xianxia immediately entered this group like a tiger among sheep, incomparably ferocious and tyrannical, unleashing a great massacre. His arms moved, sending golden light in tens of thousands of streaks, ocean waves reaching the skies. It was just one attack, yet the experts at the very front were all sent flying outwards before splitting apart in the void. Bloody light could be seen everywhere. More than 10 people immediately fell. What true self, divine flame. They only amount to this much in the supreme expert realm. Xianxia spoke, full of contempt. This was an undisguised humiliation. Unbridled. Little monster. Accept death. Someone activated a secret treasure, making the void release wong wong sounds. This was a precious arrow refined from a divine bird's beak. Its power was great, able to slaughter deities. In the real world, this was a heavenly deity magical artifact. However, here it was greatly restricted, unable to display its might. Dang! Xianxia's actions were simple and domineering. A fist smashed out, and then that precious arrow flew backwards, its owner completely unable to control it. It released bitter radiance that swept towards the crowd. It was because the power of Xianxia's fist was just too great. Pu sounds rang out unendingly. More than 10 people immediately had their bodies pierced through, miserable cries ringing through the air. The radiance of this precious arrow was blinding. It was incomparably sharp, killing quite a few of their own people. This left those from Fire Cloud Cavern furious. They strangely suffered losses of their own people. It was not only humiliating, but also quite a miserable loss. Without waiting for them to think any further, Shurhao rushed into the crowd, sweeping through all before him. A fist smashed outwards, and then a divine flame expert exploded on the spot. Pooh! Then he rose high up into the air, a leg moving like a dragon snake. As bone text surrounded it, there was a type of terrifying flexibility as well. This leg covered the sky. A large group of people around him collapsed, 6 or 7 individuals having their bones broken and tendons snapped, badly mangled as they flew outwards. There were 6 or 7 others who were struck until their bodies broke into 2, their torso splitting apart. Ferocious, tyrannical, domineering. The countless spectators were all shocked, their fine hairs standing on end. This was simply like a human Tyrannosaurus Rex, enough to crush everything. He had an unmatched divine power here. Kill! Everyone shouted loudly, their eyes all becoming red now. They surrounded him and attacked from all sides. Shurhao's body shone. Beneath his feet golden lotuses covered the ground, accompanied by flames. An irregular scene appeared. Raging flame golden lotuses were everywhere. Chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly. Golden lotuses rose up from the ground one after another, bringing with them a fiery light. Like immortal swords, they shot out, auspicious multicolored brilliance resplendent. Pu-piu. These were terrifying sounds. With so many surrounding him and attacking from all sides, it was the perfect opportunity for Shurhao to release a mass slaughter. Many people had the space between their brows penetrated, all of them planting into a raging flame golden lotus. Blood flew everywhere, their expressions all freezing. This was a mass slaughter. Shurhao's courage and strength were unmatched, incomparably tyrannical. They were all at the supreme expert realm, but he was unmatched. Even if those people had previously walked this path and had long ascended to a higher level, it was still not enough. Hong! With a raise of Shurhao's hand, heaven overflowing radiance surged. His arms and legs moved, unleashing a bloodbath. Whenever a fist smashed out, there would inevitably be people ahead who exploded, turning into blood and bone. He pressed forward boldly and powerfully. No one could stop him. The most terrifying thing was that he was using soul-shattering needles to hunt a few extremely powerful individuals. Pong! Someone used a precious wheel to fight against Shurhao. The void distorted, purple waves striking the skies. You are breaking the rules. A heavenly deity spoke, his expression cold and ruthless. He held the precious wheel in his hands. I passed Spirit Realm's trial, yet you all dare to secretly harm me, using soul-suppressing pagoda and soul-scattering bells to go after my life. Yet you dare to speak about breaking the rules? Shurhao was powerful. A leg swept out from above, his limbs striking towards the heavenly deity's face. You! The heavenly deity was furious. This place was immediately covered in overflowing divine light. A youth actually dared to act so wildly, using his feet to trample towards his face. The experts of a few great sects couldn't remain calm any longer, many of them rushing forward. Pung-pung. After several dozen collisions, light erupted into the heavens. It had to be said that creatures who could become heavenly deities all possessed shocking methods, or else there wouldn't be so few of them in each inheritance after all these years. Only, after the continuous collisions, the magical will artifact already became dim, about to be forcibly struck flying. Moreover, during this process, these were more than 10 experts who were killed by Shurhao one after another, blood splashing high into the sky. Shurhao took action again, unexpectedly gripping the heavenly deity's forearm and fiercely tore at it. With a kacha sound, bones broke and striking red blood flew several feet into the air. He tore off the forearm of a heavenly deity. A loud roar sounded. This heavenly deity retreated, holding his broken arm with his hand. Glaring red blood flowed down, half his body now dyed red. His eyes possessed blade-like sharpness as he stared at Shurhao. Suffering a heavy injury like this was not only a complete defeat, but even more so a humiliation. This place was dead silent. Everyone felt as if a great flood swept over their hearts. They could not calm down at all. This youth was rarely seen since the past, powerful to a ridiculous degree. Old ancestor. A group of people rushed over, protecting the heavenly deity within. The cultivators of several sects were greatly shocked, their faces pale. They suffered a great humiliation today, unexpectedly unable to deal with a youth. In all these years, their inheritance had towered at the peak of this world, high above all others, overlooking all directions. Who dared to provoke them, let alone being swept through like this? Today, a youth took action domineeringly, slaughtering them to this extent. Dong! The sounds of footsteps rang through the air. Two individuals walked over, heavenly deities as well, their eyes chilly as they stared at Xianxia. They stood beside the wounded heavenly deity. Xianxia laughed out loud, thriving with vigor. Then he revealed a look of contempt. This was a type of brash attitude, and even more so arrogance and disdain, not attaching any importance to them. The group of experts were immediately furious, some of their faces becoming scarlet red. Blood energy surged, making them feel a type of humiliation. A youth unexpectedly looked at them like this. Endless cultivators were watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they were greatly shocked. Sin, if he doesn't die, he will definitely rise up to the peak one day. Someone said with a light sigh, calling Xianxia Sin, because that was the name he left behind on the supreme being ancient altar. The newer generation will replace the old. A supreme being will inevitably rise up. How unfortunate it is that our disciples don't know, and we have no way of informing them not to provoke him after entering Immortal Ancient. When those great ancient sects heard these people's discussions and quiet conversations, they couldn't help but reveal even more unpleasant expressions. It was quite clear that everyone believed that they had encountered a disaster today, destined to suffer greatly. These were ancient sects we were talking about. You with sinner's blood, a true deity shouted. Acting so unrestrained like this, challenging our ancient sects, are you going to fight to the death against us in the future? This was a threat as well as an intimidation to have Xianxia give up. After all, those were all glorious great sects. In the real world, who dared to fight against them alone? Your words hit the nail on the head. In the future, I will definitely pay each and every one of you a visit, Xianxia replied. Not knowing how high or deep heaven and earth are, the true deity berated. He knew that this path wouldn't work, the other party not going to back off. Why don't you try and speak another sentence? Xianxia looked at him coldly. The true deity was furious. This was an undisguised threat. Everyone could see this young supreme being threaten a true deity, moreover one that was standing right next to another heavenly deity. I am saying that you don't know, he repeated once again, berating while staring at Xianxia. However, before he even finished his sentence, he felt his sight blur. A golden lotus took root in the void, releasing raging flames at him, erupting with golden radiance. You dare! Many people shouted loudly. Even the three heavenly deities' eyes became cold. This was just too arrogant, going to kill a true deity in front of their faces, clearly not putting these three great heavenly deities in his eyes. The three individuals quickly stepped in to stand in his way. Why wouldn't I dare? You three pieces of trash! Get out of my sight! Xianxia roared. His entire body surged with burning radiance, as if it was truly fire, incomparably blinding and flourishing. As soon as these domineering words were spoken, he continuously cut down the experts in his path, rushing towards the three great heavenly deities. Everyone became greatly alarmed. As for those directly involved, the three heavenly deities were beyond furious. What was this youth saying? He actually dared to call them trash. It was simply outrageous. How many years had it been? Endless years had passed since they had become heavenly deities. It was always them who looked down on other races, receiving the reverence of all sides. Who dared to talk to them like this? Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. Xianxia soared into the air. When his foot descended, it stamped out shocking lightning, blasting a few supreme experts until they cried out loudly. Some of them were charred black on the spot, and a few even exploded. Bloody mist surged. He was at a level of his own. This scene left every single person deeply shaken. What was unrivaled? This youth displayed this type of might. All of the spectators, the big names of various sects, all of them were stupefied. How many years had it been since they saw a youth with such divine bravery? They were young in the past, their hot blood previously surging into the heavens. Right now, it was as if they returned to the era of their youth. A youth was berating heavenly deities as three pieces of trash, slaughtering experts like they were ordinary chickens. It shocked everyone close to Supreme being ancient altar. Several great ancient sects cultivators joined hands to stop his attack. The three great heavenly deities were even more furious, and even the eyes of the one who lost his forearm were cold, erupting with the most powerful divine might and activating precious artifacts to fight. Shurhao's body was in midair, moving about like a true dragon as he passed above many people's heads. When he brandished his leg, divine light erupted, and then it directly smashed down. That leg was even more powerful than a dragon's tail, making a group of people vomit blood, crying loudly as they flew out, exploding soon after. This type of tyrannical scene left every single person shocked. All who dare to stop me will die. From the end of his finger, strand after strand of white light flew out, holy and resplendent, auspicious, yet inwardly tyrannical. They could erupt with devastating divine might at any moment. This was heavenly calamity radiance. The three great heavenly deities were horrified. Their precious artifacts were all blasted until they became dull and lightless, all of them flying outwards. Moreover, this type of radiance blasted them until their chests felt oppressed, about to cough out blood. Hong! Shurhao swooped down like a dragon, blasting a group of experts until they coughed out blood. Corpses and heavily wounded individuals were sent flying to both sides of him. Even the three great heavenly deities were struck until they took steps backwards, unable to stop this power. The face of the true deity who spoke before was now deathly pale. Pooh! Shurhao's palm descended, white light overflowing outwards, covering heaven and earth. This individual was directly eliminated, blasted into a bloody mist, then into smoke and dust, ultimately into a rain of light. This great army attacked an enemy, yet no one could stop him. With a wong sound, Shurhao spun into the air, one foot down towards a heavenly deity's face, one palm towards the other heavenly deity's head, attacking powerfully. His true targets were naturally the three great heavenly deities. One individual roared, bringing out a picture scroll. This was a secret artifact. When this item was activated, it would fade away and be used up. However, its might was boundless. He was hoping that this item could temporarily break through the limit of the spirit realm suppression and eliminate Shurhao. Shurhao felt surprised, but he didn't worry. With a loud shout, his body surged with holy radiance, creating a boundless expanse of light. Moreover, an imprint appeared in his palm, releasing blinding brilliance. Then, a blurry hand struggled free from the flesh, taking form in the void. Unfortunately, it wasn't solid enough, a bit hazy and dull, incomplete. Despite this being the case, it still released terrifying might because this was Hand of Heaven. Pong! That painting scroll was penetrated, being scattered before it could even burn. Its energy couldn't sweep over. That heavenly deity beared the brunt of this attack, half his body being struck through. He was severely injured, blood splashing down on the battlefield. Shurhao produced a soul-shattering needle, sending it flying at his body. This was to kill him. Pooh! Sure enough, it landed on its target, making that heavenly deity's expression change greatly. With a chong sound, his palm formed a blade, decisively cutting off his shoulder. He then quickly fled towards the distance. A heavenly deity was running. This triggered a huge uproar. When the other experts saw this, all of their faces became wild, their confidence crushed. They fled towards all directions. Kill! Shurhao shouted loudly, chasing after those people and continuously taking action. Dang! Unfortunately, a few bell sounds rang out from Supreme being Ancient Altar's direction, stating that the trial had ended. Several thousand Supreme experts were sent out, everything here ending. Shurhao was rather regretful. He felt a tremendous force pulling at his body, about to bring him out from this battlefield. He directed his final attack at a heavenly deity. An indistinct and incomplete hand of heaven smashed out, making that individual's expression change greatly. Even though he was retreating at flying speed, he was still blasted until he coughed out large amounts of blood, part of his body tattered. The most terrifying thing was that this Pomshur how released had a soul-shattering needle clasped between the fingers. Pooh! This time, this needle flew towards the head, accurately entering through it, making that heavenly deity release a miserable cry. His eyes erupted with miserable radiance. He was truly horrified. What? A heavenly deity was struck by a soul-shattering needle. Heavens! A heavenly deity is about to fall? This triggered an uproar. The three great heavenly deities were all seriously injured, their blood splattering out onto spirit realm. One of them might even die. All of the spectators erupted into an uproar, their hearts greatly shaken. Chi, sure how disappeared from this place, sent out through Supreme Being Ancient Altar, leaving spirit realm. Sin province within the enormous Tao field. Multicolored light flickered as figures were sent out one after another, decreasing by more than 70,000 supreme experts. Only 10,000 remained, the ones that managed to ultimately pass. The ones that left the Tao field all felt unwillingness and despair. They entered the crowd, feeling incomparably dejected. Of course, within these types of expressions, there was also a type of indescribable brilliance. They were all staring at that Tao field, searching for a youth's figure. Everyone knew that something major had happened. Sin, he not only established a record, obtaining the stone bowl supreme being liquid at the highest point, the 9th layer of the altar, he also unexpectedly wiped out the inheritors of a few inheritances and killed some of their deities. Immediately afterwards, the spectators returned. Endless cultivators revived. This place immediately became chaotic. Did the heavenly deity who suffered the soul-shattering needle come from Firecloud Cavern or Phantom Drake Tao Gate? This is truly shocking. Just a trial, yet a heavenly deity is about to die. Clamoring sounded noisily, this place in absolute disorder. All of the cultivators revived, but they didn't look at the 10,000 cultivators who succeeded first, but were instead looking for that heavenly deity. This was going to stir up huge waves. After so many years had passed, this type of thing had never happened before. Spirit Realm's trial unexpectedly changed into a decisive battle against heavenly deities, with one of them possibly dying. Finally, they found the ancient inheritances whose names shook the world. The group of people could not remain calm, all types of shouts sounding there. It was because a group of people collapsed on the ground, unable to rise again. Sure how didn't only kill one true deity with soul-shattering needles. Heavens, old ancestor, hurry and wake up, someone cried out mournfully. Moreover, a heavenly deity from Phantom Drake Tao Gate laid on the ground, the corners of his lips flowing out blood, his face miserably pale. There weren't any sounds, unknown if he was dead or alive. Apart from this, the other two heavenly deities were shaken as well, because they received serious injuries in spirit realm. Now that they returned, their foundational energies received great damage. Capture him. He is not allowed to leave. Someone shouted loudly, staring into that Tao field. That youth cannot be allowed to enter Immortal Ancient. We will not allow him to leave. Firecloud Cavern's heavenly deity personally spoke, rising up and arriving at the border of the Tao right. This place erupted with commotion, extremely noisy. Many people knew something happened in spirit realm. These ancient sects were going to try and stop that sinner's blood descendant from leaving, going to capture and kill him here. Everyone looked towards the inside of that Tao field. They finally found that youth. Ha ha, sure how roared with laughter, standing up and shocking the supreme experts around him until they all stepped backwards, not daring to get close to him. His attitude was bold and unrestrained as he looked outside this place, staring at those ancient inheritances people. Truly domineering, even daring to destroy this type of natural law. However, will you all be able to enter? Break open for me. There was a heavenly deity who took action, wanting to destroy the entire Tao field. Unfortunately, He was stopped by a streak of divine radiance, unable to come any closer. This formation was extremely ancient, powerful to a shocking degree. It was precisely to maintain fairness, preventing outsiders from coming in. Even though those inheritances were powerful, they never expected this type of thing would happen. Now that they suddenly felt the urge to break the formation, it was simply impossible. It would only be doable by expending a large amount of time. "Who exactly are you?" a heavenly deity asked. "Who am I?" Xianxia looked around, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he revealed a cold look of disdain. "You all will know once I enter Immortal Ancient." The two heavenly deities clenched their fists. They knew that this youth's backing was likely shockingly great, not only having a single identity. "Heavens, old ancestor, you have to wake up!" Someone cried out miserably, shaking the heavenly deity who suffered a soul-shattering needle. This was not something from the void god realm, but something Xianxia collected after entering the deadly formation they used against him. It was a forbidden object that possessed domineering power in the higher realms. "Our inheritances have exceptional talents, and there are even ancient freaks. They will definitely kill you in Immortal Ancient." There were deities who roared with endless killing intent and hatred. "Is that so?" When Xianxia heard this, he laughed coldly. He nodded and said, "Thank you for telling me. When the time comes, I will definitely slaughter them clean. So please don't worry. You..." Those great ancient sex people were furious, the veins on their foreheads all jumping, but they couldn't enter. Dang! A bell sounded. The great formation operated, and this entire Dao field became blurry. Everyone knew that the transport was starting. These 10,000 supreme experts were going to be sent into the boundless, uninhabited region. Xin province wasn't the only one. All 3,000 provinces were resonating in response. The bell sounds sounded simultaneously, shaking the higher realms, indicating that everyone was starting to proceed onto the next phase. Super transport formations started up one after another, bringing the victors of each province out, heading towards that ancient earth. "Hateful. I have to see him be killed." In Xin province, Fire Cloud Cavern and Phantom Drake Dao Gates people roared, unable to accept this result. "Let's go. We should head to that ancient place and observe the results," someone said. Of course, not everyone would be able to go because the distance was too great. Moreover, even if they went there, they could only wait. Who knew how many years this great battle was going to last? A brook murmured, plant life green and lush. This was a peaceful and beautiful world. The 10,000 people from Xin province appeared. They weren't crammed together, but scattered throughout this vast region of mountains and rivers. However, they would still occasionally run into each other. They looked left and right, all of them full of curiosity. Was this the boundless, uninhabited region they unexpectedly entered? One has to understand that there were many legends related to this secret earth. Even sect master-level figures would fall upon entering this place. This was the most mysterious and dangerous part of the world. Natural Luck Academy's head was incredibly heaven-defying, known as an old unmatched existence in the past, an existence comparable to the 6 great celestials, yet in the end, he died in the uninhabited region's depths. Perhaps one could only enter in this special time, right? After all, that immortal flower appeared, about to blossom in this region and covering this place with auspicious signs. The smell of the earth and the sweet scent of the plant life wafted out. Xianxia took a deep breath. After experiencing a great battle, he ended up coming to a place like this. He was now completely relaxed. There were more than 20 supreme experts within a range of several li. They all sensed his existence, each and every one of them horrified. They quickly retreated, staying far away from this place. They all felt great fear and respect towards him. This was someone who even dared to kill a heavenly deity. So who wouldn't be scared? Am I really that scary? Xianxia revealed a smile, his teeth extremely white and brilliant. However, those 20 or so supreme experts were all frightened until their scalps became numb. One of the girls couldn't help but cry out, "Don't kill me!" Truly boring. I originally wanted to stay together with you all. Xianxia shook his head, and then he didn't pay them any attention. When these people heard this, they were greatly moved, too late for regrets. If they traveled together with this type of young devil king, what would they be scared of? As long as they don't encounter the freaks of past generations, they would likely be unstoppable. Ha! Suddenly, Xianxia raised his head and looked forward. He felt something strange. A wave of gentle fluctuations appeared in the void, auspicious, pure, and holy, making others feel as if they were bathing in the winds of spring. Their entire bodies comfortably warm and all fatigue washed away. In the distant horizon, immortal radiance shone streak after streak, brilliant like morning multicolored clouds, white like silver moons. Large amounts of light scattered downwards, making that place incomparably divine. It appeared. Immortal Tao Flowerbud, a supreme expert, cried out in alarm, feeling incomparably moved, their bodies all trembling. If one wanted to enter Immortal Ancient, they had to wait until the Immortal Tao Flower's bud appeared. Only when it blossomed would that gate open, unveiling the dust-covered path that leads into Immortal Ancient. It already appeared. When was it going to blossom? Sun Province's 10,000 supreme experts were all waiting here expectantly. However, from what they understood, the place they were currently in was also a place of natural luck. It was to the extent where, for most people, it was the only natural luck they could obtain. It was because even though they arrived here, not all of them could enter Immortal Ancient. However, this was the uninhabited region, vast and boundless. Normally, outsiders couldn't come in. There were too many precious medicines and treasures that grew here. Moreover, it was rumored that there was undying matter here. If one somehow obtained a drop or a casual bit, it would be enough for them to be personally welcomed by those ancient sect masters. That was why it could be said that this was a place of natural luck. Based on the experiences of past history, the Immortal Tao Flowerbud would blossom in several hours at the soonest, the latest not exceeding 3 days. The seal on Immortal Ancient would then be opened. Need to take advantage of this time to search for opportunities. Over 10,000 supreme experts scattered in this region, rushing through the mountain forest to search for their own opportunities. Xianxia wasn't in a rush, not in a rush, but not moving too slowly either. He walked forward, staring towards the horizon the entire time. Dong! A drum sound rang through this heaven and earth, heavy, grand, and boundless, as if the world was resonating. The radiance at the end of the horizon becoming more resplendent. At the same time, a great sound rang through the air, every single supreme expert hearing it clearly. This time, the higher realm's 3,000 provinces have 50 million supreme experts that have successfully passed, entering this uninhabited region. This was the voice of a group of sect masters, those at the peak of this world. Even though none of them dared to get close to the Immortal Tao Flower bud up ahead, they could still come within a certain distance of this place. At this time, they publicly announced a few circumstances to all of the supreme experts that entered the uninhabited region. When Xianxia heard this information, he immediately felt overwhelmed. 50 million supreme experts. It was 20 million greater than what he had anticipated. He thought that every province would have 10,000 people, but it seems like a few great provinces allowed more people to pass. Based on the past, each time, there would be several million supreme experts who would ultimately enter Immortal Ancient. When the immortal flower blooms, all of you have to grasp the opportunity. Xianxia listened carefully. Even though he knew quite a bit, he still didn't come from a great sect, so the inside information he knew naturally couldn't be compared to others. I believe your masters have all prepared region-shattering symbols for you. Should you fail, unable to enter, or encounter danger, you can immediately break through space to return. Keep in mind that only when the Immortal Tao Flower bud appears would this uninhabited region display abnormalities. Otherwise, you all might not be able to use those precious symbols. Xianxia's mind shook. He truly didn't know about this stuff because Qi Daolin always asked him to place highly, but never spoke about any of this in detail. All of you are currently divided into 3,000 regions, all of them vast and boundless, the cultivators of each province in a specific region. There are realm walls between different regions. I advise you all not to attempt to break it to avoid conflict. All of you should enter Immortal Ancient through your respective regions in an orderly manner. When these words were spoken, it meant that these endless mountains and rivers were divided. The supreme experts that were all quite far away from each other could not calm down, because this meant that there might be danger. They knew clearly that those transcendent individuals from past eras would break the realm walls between regions, crossing regions to search for undying matter, carrying out great slaughter to do so. Hao proceeded forward, his expression calm and peaceful. He didn't have much to be scared of, just have to wait until Immortal Ancient opened. Even though the Immortal Dao flower bud has appeared and auspicious signs have surrounded these mountains and rivers, making it so that there are no excessively vicious creatures appearing, it is still best for all of you to be careful. This was the warning of the higher realms sect masters. This place wasn't really all that peaceful. There would still be dangers. The uninhabited region was quite special, with no one able to say for sure what there was here. Stepping on a piece of yellow earth would be enough to take the life of a sect master. Being infected by a drop of 7-color dewdrop would cause powerful experts to fall. It was because these were all things that had happened before. Currently, auspicious radiance pervaded the air. Strange events normally wouldn't happen, but one still had to remain vigilant. The first day went by extremely peacefully, nothing major happening. Even though 50 million supreme experts was a huge number, when scattered throughout the boundless mountains and rivers, it couldn't be considered all that much. There was enough of a cushion between them. The second day, endless experts came from the surrounding regions, all of them big names from different parts of the higher realms. They all wanted to see exactly what was the situation. They didn't dare to enter too deeply, because that Immortal Dao flower bud released a great repelling force. The most powerful couldn't exceed the supreme expert realm if they wanted to get any closer. Immortal Dao flower bud, since the era of its birth, has already bloomed 2,999 times, each time exhausting a bit of its great Dao. Now, there is one last chance as well as the most perfect chance. It will blossom with 3,000 flower petals. Those flower petals are all extraordinary items, able to illuminate the secrets within Immortal Ancient. This was one of the reasons why they came here. They couldn't approach closer, but they could use the 3,000 great Dao flower petals to observe some of the circumstances within Immortal Ancient. Of course, any flower petal needed a sect master to activate it. The consumption was tremendous. It was because they couldn't get any closer, needing to activate them from endless distance away. One could well imagine how difficult it was. In reality, whenever this time came, the giants of different sects would descend. The experts of each province would then work together, each province only able to grasp a single flower petal, using it to probe the unknown. The second day's afternoon, the outer region was already packed with people. Carriages moved through the air one after another, releasing auspicious multicolored light. They all carried great figures, some of them accompanied by chaotic energy, making even heavenly deities feel fear, quickly moving to the side. That is, Heavenly Country's war chariot. Their sect master personally came. Someone cried out in shock. A blood-colored war chariot that released heaven overflowing murderous energy appeared. It was as if it had been soaked in the blood of 10 million creatures, carrying endless baleful energy. They could almost vaguely hear the anguished cries of countless creatures. Everyone's expressions changed. This master of killing was the most mysterious figure. Even after endless years, not many individuals had seen him. Today, his war chariot unexpectedly appeared. The Immortal Ancient era had passed, and this era was reaching its end soon as well. A few forbidden figures seemed to have sensed something. This might be the final opportunity, and that was why he personally appeared. A copper palace pulled by 9 flood dragons rumbled over, releasing chaotic energy. This scene shocked everyone here. Immortal Palace's people came, moreover the inheritance's ancient existence that had remained dormant since the archaic era personally came. The copper palace was where he was laying dormant. Could it be that he woke up? This made the hearts of others tremble. Should still be asleep, just coming here to wait for an opportunity. When the time comes, there will be people who will wake him. A giant speculated. Then, heaven-mending sect, Western sect, and other top-level inheritances came one after another. The emperor clans of the present world descended as well, triggering a great commotion. Sin Province, Fire Province, Heaven Province, Demon Province, people from all different places arrived. From Five Elements Province, Immortal Heavenly Deity personally came while accompanied by a group of people. Hauer has entered. I wonder how he is. Sure, how's Mother Qing Yining was also here, her face filled with worry, but at the same time a trace of regret. She said softly, "The other Hauer Sai." Sure Xiling stood by her side. He had returned from his bitter cultivation specifically to see Qin Hao off, watching as he entered Immortal Ancient to compete against the geniuses of this world and seize natural luck. With two supreme being bones, he will definitely reach an undefeated level. It is because the old ancestor has used undying precious liquid on him, making both of those bones undamaged. A few people from the Qin clan discussed, feeling extremely confident. It was because at the latest it would open in 3 days. It was clear that the time was about to be reached. During this period of time, there were some who obtained great natural luck, discovering undying matter, triggering a great commotion and being chased after by many supreme experts. In the end, they had no choice but to leave with a region-shattering symbol. Dong! Multicolored brilliance surged from the horizon, immortal light overflowing into the heavens. That place became more and more divine and auspicious. Everyone knew that the immortal Tao flower was going to blossom. Dong! Another heavy sound rang through the air that sounded like a drum, but it shocked one to the soul. This was related to the immortal Tao flower bud, the great Tao sound that it contained. Multicolored brilliance shone resplendently like smoke, mists pervading the air, dazzling and brilliant. This entire world was dyed in this holy radiance. The immortal Tao flower bud vaguely appeared there, releasing an immortal energy that flowed through the mountains and rivers. How comfortable! Many people couldn't help but cry out. No matter how tired they were, whether they had injuries on their bodies or not, right now, they all rushed into the sky, as if they experienced a holy cleansing. Between these mountains and rivers, all things were covered by a thin layer of multicolored mist, making it appear even more hazy. The plant life was fresh and clean, the leaves becoming more green, releasing a radiance. Spiritual medicines shone, medicinal fragrance so rich it wouldn't scatter. A few creatures' vitality greatly surged. All things seemed to be becoming stronger, gaining a type of life force. Be careful, it is extremely dangerous right now. Strange creatures might appear, so protect yourselves on your own path. At this crucial moment, there was a loud sound resounding through this place, reminding the 50 million supreme experts that this was something those of the past had already experienced. Immortal Tao flower bud blossomed, making this uninhabited region more and more auspicious and peaceful. It chased away the most vicious creatures, as well as neutralized all types of strange dangers. However, it would, at the same time, draw some inconceivable creatures. This was even more so the case when the immortal flower blossomed. Originally, once the immortal flower blossomed, all Tao would resonate, suppress everything over the supreme expert realm, but it couldn't do anything to the great holy and extraordinary existences. They would always draw creatures to them like moths to a flame. The endless participants knew about this, because their clan seniors had already warned them repeatedly. Sure Hao was stupefied. He didn't know about this. Cultivators like him weren't many, but this type of reminder was still extremely useful. There is no need to feel nervous. Those are just a small number of creatures. All of you should head on your way, just be mindful to be a bit more careful. A few giants reassured. All of the supreme experts were moving along, heading forward while staring at the immortal Tao flower at the end of the horizon. However, for them it wasn't that far. With a single weave, they traveled out like a divine rainbow, traveling quite far out. Ow! Suddenly, an enormous streak of lightning roared from the distance, shaking mountains and rivers, making many supreme experts' blood and chi royal. The surrounding uninhabited region was shaken up. How terrifying of a creature is this? Sure Hao was shocked, raising his head to look into the distance. There was an enormous figure in the heavens, its entire body covered in red hair, and blood-colored radiance made it so one couldn't make out its true appearance. The blood-colored hair was incomparably thick, making it hard to tell if it was a person or beast. It was quite malevolent, its aura astonishing. He had never encountered a creature like this that gave him such an uncomfortable feeling. It was strange and ominous, making one's soul tremble. Below it, the grass and trees became dim. Within a large region, quite a few supreme experts were suppressed to the point where they couldn't move a single step. Their chests felt heavy, feeling extremely suffocated. Oh! The scarlet-furred creature with ominous blood-colored radiance swirling around its body roared, opening its bloody mouth towards the immortal Tao flower bud, actually intending to devour it. At this moment, forget about those participating. Even the great figures in the distance couldn't help but feel shocked. This thing was so powerful, seemingly quite sinister as well. Oh! The flower bud released a sound, as well as a strand of auspicious light. It was as if sunlight illuminated ice and snow, scattering the strange energy. This enormous creature released a cry, its open mouth unexpectedly spitting out black-colored blood before retreating unwillingly, thus disappearing from this place. Everyone released a breath of relief. This thing was too powerful. If it displayed its might, it would definitely be a great disaster. By the horizon, a light sound rang through the air again. There were flower petals that were blossoming, auspicious radiance surging into the heavens, surrounding heaven and earth, making this place more and more magnificent and unordinary. After a long time had passed, no one said anything, only silently staring forward vigilantly. However, this path was quite peaceful. Many people selected good positions. They then stopped, quietly waiting for the flower to completely blossom. Another hour passed. From time to time, sounds of the flower opening could be heard. Flower petals were appearing one after another, a total of 3,000 of them, each representing a few great Tao of the heavens. At the same time, large amounts of rain scattered downwards, sparking and translucent. When one tried to reach out their hand to touch it, they unexpectedly weren't able to catch it, only feeling a bit of comfortable warmth. Outside, all of the sect masters were incredibly envious, and a few individuals without much life left even trembled slightly, truly wishing that they could barge in and be in their place. These 50 million supreme experts, regardless of whether they could enter Immortal Ancient or not, just being able to obtain what they received right now made all of their efforts worth it. This was a rain of light that contained immortal Tao energy. At the very least, it would add 100 years of life for every person here. Without even doing anything, just taking a walk through this place resulted in this type of opportunity. It truly made others envious. Towards these extremely young supreme experts, it might not be much, but for those ancient existences, it was extremely precious, worth exchanging for with divine objects. Life would always reach its end, and when that came, the precious medicines would become useless for those sect masters. Only these types of special matter would work. Sigh! A soft sigh rang through the air, sounding from within a purple golden emperor carriage. It was pulled by 9 divine birds that looked like purple phoenixes. It released hazy, chaotic energy. Everyone's minds trembled. This was the war chariot of one of the present world's emperor clans. These young heroes have peered into a strand of heavenly secret. Perhaps the day will come when even we will roar towards the heavens for a few extra years of time, or even a few more months of time. These 100 years might not seem all that precious now, but once that day descends, things might not be the same. This was a deep and remote voice, one that carried melancholy. Is that day coming soon? Someone said softly, similarly a great sex master, his heart feeling uneasy. So many people came this time, all because everyone sensed something. Did something happen by the desolate border? A snow-white old turtle spoke, suspending in the void. Everyone's hearts jumped. This was one of the higher realm's most ancient creatures, his vitality long-lasting, his age terrifyingly great. Even it came. There were many sect masters who weren't clear on the details regarding what it spoke about. Only a few experts from the most ancient inheritance's pupils shrunk, their hearts feeling shock. Some undying matter, even though sparse, can be transferred over and distributed throughout the higher realms, thus allowing all cultivators to live longer. If the day comes when those things no longer appear, what will happen? Heavenly Country's Lord was exuding a bloody energy, sitting on a bleeding war chariot as he spoke. It made everyone shiver inwardly. He then continued, "When that time comes, man will eat man, creature will eat creature. All things will wither. This will be the most common sight." These were bloody words, making many people's fine hairs stand on end. If that day truly comes, this Lord of Heavenly Country would definitely be a great disaster. At the same time, many people shuddered. The first time they received this type of information, the lives of the cultivators of the higher realms were all quite long. Could it be that this wasn't a natural phenomenon? There was actually another reason. If this world dries up, if we sever our relationship with that place, the slight amount of undying matter unable to cross over, then even the most powerful of us wouldn't live past 10 or 20,000 years. Western Sex Master sighed softly. He had cultivated the 6 golden body, but he was different from ordinary creatures. He looked like he was cast from gold, his precious image dignified, one of the higher realm's most powerful individuals. Western Sex inheritance was related to the ancient era's cultivator, Gu Song. Rumors had it that they excavated great ruins, and thus not only was this sect strengthened, they even learned of many secrets. Strive to cross. These words sounded from Immortal Palace's direction. Within that ancient copper palace slept their sect's ferocious individual from a past era. He was powerful to an unestimatable degree. Right now, even these sect masters were like this, let alone the others. How could this be? Ordinarily, is our life force extremely little? Not even the most powerful individual able to live past 10 or 20,000 years of age. Many people refused to believe this. Even a few heavenly deities were shaken up. They looked towards their respective sect's sect masters. These news were too shocking. At first, they were only startled, but as it went on, they felt more and more terrified. One had to understand that there were many powerful experts in the present world, all of them from the archaic era, any random one over millions of years old. None of those sect masters died prematurely. Even the worst off could live for hundreds of thousands of years. Right now, someone suddenly told them that in the future, these higher realms' most powerful creatures might not live longer than 10 or 20,000 years. How could this not leave them terrified and shaken up? If this was the case for the most powerful creatures, then what about heavenly deities? Then what about the supreme experts even closer to the bottom? This was unimaginable. When the time came, how many years would they be able to live? Immortal Tao flower bud. 3,000 petals will all be released, exhausting everything it has. This era will reach its final stages, and that day will perhaps not be too far off. A woman within a silver war chariot spoke with unwillingness. There was a type of great regret that seemed to contain the vicissitudes of time. This was the war chariot of one of the present age's emperor clan's chariots. These inheritances spoke one after another, proving that this was not some empty words. They were all worried. The future is unpredictable, but we can still see a corner of it. We needs to make preparations ahead of time. Someone said, "This shouldn't be the case. It cannot be allowed to be like this." Someone released a low roar, an ancient sect master. His face distorted, unable to remain calm. Everyone quickly understood that those that had survived from the archaic era were the most shaken, because they had already completed most of the life cycle, not having much life left to begin with. If that type of thing happened, then how many years would they even have left? This wasn't all. True deities, divine flame realm experts, and others, this was true for them as well. Unless they were still young themselves, there would only be ominous things waiting for them. One could infer that once that day arrived, quite a people wouldn't be able to live past a few years before withering away with the era. This is still not the most terrifying part. The scariest thing is that when that time comes, there will be the greatest battle of history. One that will arrive from the desolate border. The flames of war will spread and engulf the 3,000 provinces. An ancient vine spoke. It extended its branches, releasing azure radiance. However, regardless, it was too old, about to erode away. Everyone felt chills run down their bodies, especially the younger generation experts. They all stood there in a stupor. This was the corner of the future the most powerful experts of the higher realms foresaw. It was just too terrifying. The future is full of variables, impossible to predict. Nothing is certain. Everyone, please do not treat everything as the truth. Someone spoke, easing the atmosphere a bit. Hurry and look. What is that? Someone cried out loudly, his voice trembling and full of shock, finding this difficult to believe. When everyone heard this, they all quickly turned their heads to look into the uninhabited region. What, that's a... Even the sect leader of a large sect trembled, crying out with alarm. However, he didn't dare speak that name that left one in reverence. Even this type of existence has appeared? Sky-severing sect master's black hair scattered down. Feeling deeply shocked, he quickly formed an imprint, cutting a piece of heaven and earth source to acquire that aura and confirm if it was real. It was an enormous creature that stretched unendingly like a mountain ridge. It moved between heaven and earth, swimming through the void in a magnificent manner, bringing with it heavenly overflowing heavenly deity splendor. The void split because of it, splitting to two sides. It was as if a great sea was surging. A true dragon. Within the restricted land, several tens of millions of supreme experts became petrified. They stood in place, staring at the sky in a stupor. How could this type of creature appear? One of the vicious 10, who didn't know this in the world? However, didn't it disappear? Even if there were one or two the species left, it shouldn't be in the 3,000 provinces, right? Correct. Everyone woke up. This was the vast and boundless uninhabited region. Perhaps there was a true dragon egg left behind by the immortal ancient that hatched. After all, there were people from past generations who had seen it before, unfortunately unable to bring it out. Heavens! This is a dragon! Everyone widened their eyes. This was a legend, a truly legendary creature. The sky became unstable. This dragon was too long and incomparably thick. It passed over mountain ridges, its body stretching outwards as it arrived. The aura it released made all of them tremble with fear. On its head were a pair of forked horns, sparkling and dazzling, tearing through the void as it flew over. Its eyes were like suns, the radiance they released blinding and penetrating. On the enormous body, scales glistened, flickering with gorgeous splendor, as if they were made of immortal gold. The dragon's claws were sharp, its arms thick. If this creature released an attack with those claws, a great hole might even appear between heaven and earth. This triggered a huge uproar. An expert like this appeared, leaving everyone shocked. Great winds stirred about, uprooting plants and snapping trees. This creature passed over many mountain ranges heading towards the immortal Tao flower bud. The blossoming of this immortal flower was the main reason for its appearance. Came for immortal ancient. A bit of gentle radiance rippled outwards, eventually becoming like an ocean wave, stopping this creature and pushing it out. Holy radiance surged in this place. One could vaguely make out blood dripping down. Even though it was not much, it still shocked many people. Even this type of creature was injured. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes burned, releasing radiance like torches. They stared at that region, all of them feeling a powerful urge to rush over. Dragon blood, heavens! A bit of true dragon blood dropped down. A supreme expert released a low shout. He clenched his fist, truly wanting to immediately rush over. Unfortunately, this place was divided into a total of 3,000 regions, and there was a transparent realm wall separating each region. Even if their eyes were burning with desire, they still couldn't go there, let alone the fact that there were definitely going to be the most powerful individuals there. Normal supreme experts would just be throwing their lives away. It truly is a place of great natural luck, making one go mad. A few exceptional talents roared. Even those as aloof as themselves couldn't sit still, all of them rising up to penetrate the realm wall between regions to fight over it. Xianxia sighed. He was too unlucky because the distance to that place was definitely not close, with several regions between them. By the time he got there, it would already be too late. Only those nearby were excited and stirred up. They had a chance of seizing it. Ha ha ha! In the region where dragon blood dropped, someone laughed loudly, his behavior brash and incomparably carefree. This was a male with blue hair and a handsome face that was bewitching and unusual. He was extremely strong. The aura he released made the supreme experts of this province tremble, not daring to approach. Natural luck dropped down from the sky. Dragon blood belongs to me. Heavenly evil Guqian, who dares to compete against me over it? His stature was tall and sturdy, his skin snow-white like jade. Sinister energy shocked the heavens, his blue hair surging violently like ocean waves, releasing a wave of power that even made mountains tremble. Heavenly evil, heavenly ruler in the supreme expert realm. Creatures who dared to give themselves the heaven character were all outstanding talents among young supreme beings, invincible among their peers. It was clear that this person was extremely terrifying. When he spoke, all sides were silent. He quickly rushed towards the mountain ridge where the dragon blood fell, his eyes erupting with dazzling blue radiance, directly blasting through many mountain rocks. They weren't able to hinder his advance. However, his excitement didn't last long before draconic cries sounded. The enormous monster that was originally flying away unexpectedly returned, circling around this place and accumulating divine force. It was going to attack that immortal Tao flower bud again. His expression immediately changed. The shadow cast down from the heavens already drowned him out. This was especially the case when the Colossus gave him a cold glance. Those cold pupils weren't much smaller than mountain peaks, leaving him so horrified that his entire body went cold, immediately stopping his steps and not daring to get any closer. He clenched his teeth, in the end resolutely backing off, unexpectedly giving up on the dragon blood. He wasn't even that far off. There are things one can go for and things one cannot. One has to understand when to advance and retreat, knowing what is fortune and what is disaster. This is the true fundamental qualities of a supreme heavenly talent. He consoled himself like this. It was clear that this was an unordinary individual. He not only stopped himself under this kind of situation, he also directly blasted through the realm wall and left, not even turning his head around to wait for another opportunity. It was because he had a feeling that it was still best to leave. Oh! A draconic cry sounded, shaking mountains and rivers. That enormous creature that was larger than a mountain ridge began to swoop down again to close in on that immortal Tao flower bud. Even though it suffered a great restriction and was heavily injured, it still didn't give up. When it left, many figures appeared in that region. The nearby experts slaughtered their way over, some of them heaven-warping experts that broke through realm walls. They were exceptional talents. These peak-level figures were going to fight over the dragon blood. This is a natural luck that I had encountered. Are you all in that much of a rush to be reincarnated? You all can go fight over it then. Heavenly evil Guqian turned around and gave that area a look, but he still didn't go back. He moved quickly, continuously passing through several realm walls before descending. Are there exceptional talents here? If you all rely on me, and are powerful enough, I'll bring you into Immortal Ancient. Guqian shouted. Sure Hao was speechless. The two of them weren't that far from each other. Could it be that the first battle was about to start? It was because this individual's sinister energy surged into the heavens. Clearly an individual with great self-confidence. Meanwhile, Sure Hao was definitely not someone who would bow his head to another. Heavenly evil Guqian could naturally sense that Sure Hao was powerful, his divine senses extraordinary. He wanted to take on a few subordinates with powerful strength so that it would be easier to survive after entering Immortal Ancient. In reality, in the region he came in from, several of the most powerful individuals had already been convinced. Hong! Heavenly evil energy overflowed into the heavens. Angry winds swept towards the clouds. Guqian stared at Sure Hao, the light shining from his deep blue pupils flying several li. He walked over step by step, incomparably sinister as he said, I am someone extremely easy to associate with, so just follow me. Sure Hao didn't display contempt. Even though he had never heard of this individual before, he was definitely powerful, definitely the young supreme being of a few provinces. He might be greater than all of his opponents. I am heavenly evil. Following me is your glory. The blue-haired youth spoke rather self-importantly. Shurhao was moved. Heavenly evil, heavenly ruler. These were definitely the greatest titles. Those that dared to call themselves like this in the supreme expert realm definitely exceeded one's imagination. Oh! Suddenly, a dragon cried out miserably, draconic blood splashing out again. It was no match for the flower bud of 3,000 great Tao, once again sent flying outwards. Immortal ancient, I will enter it. This was a boundless divine will. It roared angrily, but it didn't attack viciously, because it suffered quite a great injury. It left towards the distance. In addition, at its body's sides, a pair of wings unexpectedly appeared that shone with brilliance, covering the sky and sun. When they moved, the sky began to split apart. This is not one of the vicious 10. Everyone was sure of it because the true dragon didn't have wings. It didn't have this type of form. Everyone knew that it suffered tremendous injuries, unexpectedly needing to rely on the wings at its side to leave. One could imagine just how severe its injuries were. The moment it ultimately left, it released a roar. Wherever it passed, all of the cultivators in its path were targeted. It was releasing draconic might, as well as releasing energy, imprisoning heaven and earth. It was venting its anger. Even someone as powerful as heavenly evil Wuxia couldn't move, revealing a look of shock. He cursed his bad luck inwardly. He ended up suffering even after hiding all the way here. However, the most inconceivable thing happened. A large black expanse appeared in the sky. Something was going to fall down. What is falling down? Dragon scales? No. Large amounts of dragon blood? In the distance, many people were envious, shouting because they couldn't see too clearly since they were far away. Meanwhile, the experts of all regions began to cross realm borders, rushing over with great speed. Only the creatures that were adjacent to these regions were stupefied. That was a fucking dragon turd. This was especially the case when heavenly evil Wuxia raised his head to look outwards. When he saw what it was, his face went pale, but it was hard for his body to move right now. This entire region was restricted by the dragon's energy. Even Shurhao was becoming nervous. From the sky, dragon feces were falling, dropping right at them. Motherfucking. Many cultivators couldn't help but curse outwards. A vicious dragon like this was like an unmatched expert in their eyes. Yet before leaving, it did something like this. It really did whatever it wished. Don't! Heavenly evil Wuxia cried out miserably. Save me! This was the first time Shurhao felt so terrified as well. In the end, he managed to move his fingers with difficulty, bringing out the void halberd. His face was covered with sweat as he sliced open the void. This was the case for Heavenly Devil as well. He moved his fingers, but the weapon he wanted to produce didn't appear in his palm. He looked at Shurhao anxiously, eyes full of tears and excitement, hoping that he would bring him out from this place. I'll discuss who is going to accept who when I come back. Without even turning around, Shurhao ran. No! Wuxia screamed miserably, his sinister but handsome face full of despair and incomparable misery. He felt extremely helpless. This dragon dung was the size of a small mountain. It smashed into the forest, filling up a large area. Many cultivators screamed miserably, many supreme experts buried underneath. In the distance, the various sect masters' expressions were grave. That wasn't a true dragon, but it wasn't far from it. It was definitely powerful to a heaven-defying level. Winged dragon, sky-severing sect master said. However, none of them expected such a powerful creature to do such an absurd thing. It doesn't seem right. Did this dragon do this deliberately to leave behind a mark on a few people's bodies, using them in the future as coordinates to enter Immortal Ancient? Within the restricted region, the winged dragon left into the distance. A group of people rushed out from this mountain of dragon poop, the one in the lead precisely heavenly evil. Ah! He cried out endlessly. Shurhao came back and looked at him, saying, You want me to be in your care? In my care, my ass. With how I look now, Being looked at by all of you like this day after day, what kind of face would I have left? None of you saw me here. If you say anything, I'll kill you all. Heavenly evil Guqian ran away. He was simply going mad, immediately diving into a lake. The exceptional young supreme beings that broke through realm walls to hurry over were stupefied. They originally thought that it was some type of great natural luck, yet in the end, they saw this type of scene. There is no need to wash it away. This dragon feces is a type of great medicine that can be refined into precious pills. A supreme expert that had just rushed over was smiling as he said to the people that were freeing themselves. This was a medicinal master, as well as an exceptional talent. The others were stupefied, while those that had just freed themselves were about to go mad. Don't force me to kill you. Heavenly evil released vicious words from the distance. He directly ran, not wanting others to see him. Dong! The most resplendent light erupted from the horizon. Auspicious multicolored light overflowed into the heavens. In the end, the expanse of flower petals finally opened, the immortal Tao flower bud finally fully blooming. In that instant, fragrance surged into the sky. 3,000 golden streaks of light poured over, leading to 3,000 regions. All of the supreme experts went mad, all of them rushing up. Unfortunately, many geniuses were blasted flying as soon as they got closer, unable to ascend. With a schwa sound, a divine rainbow tore through the sky. Someone stepped on the golden light great Tao, the first one to be surrounded by immortal mist and absorbed into the gate on the flower petal. It's the one that was covered in dragon poop, that heavenly evil. Many supreme experts were upset. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. This was true for those ancient freaks as well, their faces extremely gloomy. It was because the one that rushed over first would definitely have the greatest opportunities. Hong! In the end, roughly 5 million cultivators were surrounded by golden light, rushing towards the immortal Tao flower, successfully entering and approaching Immortal Ancient. 6 Crown King, Immortal Palace's inheritor, Gu Jianyun, Jun Dao. I saw them. They were among the first ones that entered. In the distance, cultivators shouted loudly. A few sect masters' eyes flickered. They were all carefully watching everything. Apart from this, there was a winged dragon whose eyes were deep, watching the flower bud nearby in the uninhabited region. Meanwhile, at his side was a large group of terrifying creatures. Who is going to reign supreme? The battle of 3,000 provinces geniuses has started. Someone shouted loudly. Woo-woo! The bugle horn sounded, long, drawn out, and muffled, making the entire world resonate in response. It was as if it sounded from the ancient past, sounding all the way to the present world. This was the bugle horn of the higher realms, rumored to be a dragon horn. A few ancient sects wielded it in turn. With a single blow, it would resound through all 3,000 provinces, only sounding during the greatest events. Today was clearly a day that would be recorded in history. The immortal Tao flower bud was blossoming for the last time, bringing this era to a close. Within ancient lands, heavens above, 3,000 flower petals bloomed, shining with incomparable brilliance. They were so beautiful that it left everyone's eyes dazzled. Everyone stared in that direction in a stupefied manner. This was the evolution of the Tao. The flower petals had a type of Tao planted within them that, since the ancient times until now, continuously blossomed. There were 2,999 flower petals that had been seen by everyone before. Today, the 3,000th flower petal would appear for the first time, dazzling and astonishing, bright colors misty. Forget about experts at the divine flame or true self realm. Even the giants that had lived for millions of years narrowed their eyes, watching this scene carefully. If they could comprehend through it, who knows, they might even obtain a type of rebirth. This flower was extremely massive. Every single flower petal supported a passageway, and currently, it truly appeared, wrapping around millions of cultivators, sending them into the flower petals and bringing them through their respective immortal gates. Everyone's expression was serious. They silently proceeded, continuously analyzing their surroundings. It was quite easy to comprehend the Tao here. If they were able to gain something, they would reap its benefits for the rest of their lives. A rain of light scattered down, each speck shining and sparkling. The radiance was brightly colored and misty. This was the rain and dew of Tao. Someone couldn't hold it in anymore, crying out loudly from shock. It was because they unexpectedly gained enlightenment here, breaking through the supreme expert realm and lit a divine flame, ignited from the crown of the head down to the soles of the feet. Pong! As a result, more than 100,000 people were swept out from the path formed from holy radiance, leaving this place and falling down onto the great earth below. No! These people cried out, feeling incomparably upset and full of unwillingness. They were so close to the immortal gate, about to enter Immortal Ancient, yet in the end they were swept out due to breaking through. This woke a few people up, reminding them that they had to be careful. What a pity! In the distance, a few big names sighed lightly. There were even some of them whose faces fell when they saw their own disciples falling out, missing out on this tremendous opportunity. The immortal flower bloomed, every petal able to send roughly 1,000 people. One could imagine how enormous it was. Meanwhile, on every single sparkling petal, there was a gate of light formed from the great Tao, suffused with a rain of light. These gates connected to an ancient secret earth. There were a few who were luckier. As soon as they wanted to ignite a divine flame, they directly cried out and threw themselves into the gate, continuing their comprehension after entering inside. Hurry and go, don't waste time here. There is a great Tao inside to comprehend as well, possibly even more complete. Someone said softly, telling his companions. The 3,000 flower petals were slender and brilliant, as if they were stellar streams. When they converged like this, not only did they give off a sense of beauty, there was a type of simple and perfect great Tao. They made this place even more dazzling. All types of radiance danced about, and divine rainbows descended like waterfalls. This was especially the case with the stamen, which poured out with even more divine radiance. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone hurried inside, and now only a few people were left. Sure, Hao was included among them. He looked left and right, actually trying to head towards the stamen. In the end, he discovered that there was no door there, so he could only give up. Later on, he focused his attention on the 3,000th flower petal, as well as the one that bloomed last. He suddenly leapt up, actually about to rush over. Regretfully, an enormous force swept out, almost flipping him over. It brought him back, returning him to his original location. The newly blossomed petal should be more in harmony with this world. It is worth comprehending. I have to go over. Sure, Hao's entire body shone, trying once again, erupting with shocking potential to cross the void. In the end, he failed, sent falling back by another wave of great Tao energy. After trying several times, he could only give up. He wanted to take a look around the other paths, but it seemed like it wouldn't work. He had no choice but to continue forward. Many people saw this scene, and they all became speechless. What inheritance was this disciple from? He was always looking for trouble. Others were worried about not being able to enter, while he was bouncing about outside. When Sure Hao entered, the 3,000 gates all closed, thus disappearing. He was, without a doubt, the last person to enter. This one should be the one with the lowest amount of potential, right? Outside, a few people spoke softly. It was because this process was paid close attention to. The 100,000 that entered first generally included all heavenly talents. Even if there were exceptions, they wouldn't be behind those 100,000 places. The remaining people were the ones with inferior talent entering later. This, he purposely delayed it, or else he might not have entered last. However, whether he could enter the ranks of heavenly talents, that is hard to say. Definitely a disciple from some small inheritance who only barely succeeded to go up. Otherwise, how could he not know that he has to strive to be the first? Someone shook their head. Even though he was the last one, Sure Hao still drew the attention of quite a few people, becoming the topic of some discussions. However, they weren't words of praise. Fellow Tao friends, please work together to produce the scene within the 3,000 petals. A sect master spoke. There was no way they could activate it every day because the consumption would be too great. However, they had to see the action of the first day, whether there were any unforeseen events. After all, this was the last time Immortal Ancient would open. No one could say for sure if some issues might arise. Hong. In the distant horizon, a group of sect masters activated their magic power. Heaven and earth immediately seemed to have been ignited. Resplendent light surged, pouring into the restricted area like a sea. The 3,000 flower petals immediately flickered, absorbing the divine force. It first became brilliant, and then they illuminated with brilliance like mirrors, reflecting all types of scenes. Within Immortal Ancient, the starting ground, there were paths made of stone steps, every one of them filled with wisps of chaotic energy. The stone road continued to extend forward, reaching outwards, as if they were climbing a tall slope. Without a doubt, these were still the 3,000 stone step paths. Right now, every single path had many people, all of them arduously advancing, walking forward. Close to 5 million supreme experts were climbing the stone steps, none of them speaking. They all wanted to be the first ones to rush up that tall slope. There's no abnormalities. It is still like in the past. These 3,000 stone step paths carry different great Tao. While walking on them, one will be under tremendous pressure. A sect master spoke. This path did not change since the ancient past. Then, many sect masters worked together, operating it again to reflect the scenery at the ends of the stone stairs. That area was brilliant, like a world of fantasy. Only it was too blurry, and if supreme experts didn't enter, it would be difficult for them to probe around. When people start entering this gorgeous world, their names would immediately be written on the flower petals. Then we can observe those people, as well as their surroundings. The sect masters of the higher realms weren't in a rush, because they were all experienced. There might not be anyone who will make it through within 10 days, because the stone stairs were hard to cross. However, this path wouldn't cause trouble for the supreme experts. Everyone will be allowed to pass. Of course, this meant that there were those that would arrive earlier, so this was something to be paid close attention to. What is that fella doing? A flower petal reflected the scene of one of the stone paths. A supreme expert unexpectedly sat down, propped up his chin, observing everyone from the back. The youth that went in last. Someone said. Even though there was chaotic energy swirling about, only able to see his back, they still wouldn't mistake him for someone else. This drew quite a few people's attention. He stood up. No, sat down again. He is digging up the bluestone staircase. A group of people were stupefied. Does that fella think there are some treasures there or something? What kind of joke is this? Inside Immortal Ancient on the bluestone staircase, mists pervaded the air here. Great Tao aura was thick, and at the same time there was a tremendous pressure. The further one went, the more difficult it would become. Sure how tapped and struck here and there, squatting at the back. He was studying this blue stone, seeing if there was anything special about them, whether there were any great Tao patterns. Unfortunately, he was disappointed, unable to see any clear patterns. However, if he comprehended here, he would still touch upon some natural law fragments. He stood up, looked at the wide bluestone staircase, and then he looked at the numerous figures. He then frowned. Will I be able to get onto other bluestone staircases this time? After silently thinking here for a moment, he decided he wanted to give it a try, see if the other paths had any clear difference. Of course, the main thing was that he was still thinking about the immortal gate that opened on the final flower petal, as well as the final bluestone stair path. Pong! He took action, about to penetrate the realm walls of different paths. This time, he succeeded because the power separating these staircases wasn't that powerful. Sure Hao was quite satisfied. He stepped onto another path. After stopping for a bit here, he broke another realm wall, heading towards the path that was connected to the last flower petal. Just like that, he continuously crossed over. He finally arrived. What is he doing? In the outside world, many people were suspicious. This fellow was calmly doing pointless things. Why was he even bothering? Unfortunately, chaotic energy surged. Even those as powerful as them could only see a blurry outline, unable to see his true appearance. If we can find out his name, We could write it on the flower petal and see the truth. Forget it. These bluestone paths have been the same since the ancient times. There's nothing special about them. It isn't worth it to waste so much energy on observing him. Someone shook their head. If one wanted to observe a single person, they needed to expend a large amount of magical force to write their name on the flower petal. Only then would a clear image appear. However, the exhaustion would be tremendous. As a result, until now, no one even wrote down Six-Crown King Ning Chuan, Immortal Palace Inheritor, or other ancient freaks' names, waiting until they entered that brightly colored world. Soon after, the day was about to end. Everyone, despite working together, felt like they couldn't take it any longer. They no longer sent out magical force, and as a result, the 3,000 flower petals grew dim. In fact, no one would be infusing magical force for the next 6 or 7 days. It was because they all knew that these supreme experts were all walking along the bluestone paths. In history, even the fastest used up 10 days before walking out. During this period of time, outside the uninhabited region, 3,000 enormous jade monuments were erected. They were sparkling and translucent, glossy like a mirror. It was clear that every single monument corresponded to a flower petal. It was because only powerful figures could use magical force to reveal some circumstances from a flower petal. The other comparatively weaker cultivators without enough cultivation couldn't see it. When the stone monument towered here, the sect masters and others could transfer the scenes from the flower petals over, reflecting them onto the monuments so everyone could see as well. On the 9th day, the sect masters activated magical force again, turning the flower petals into mirrors, reflecting the situation within Immortal Ancient. How fast! Someone already reached the end, about to enter the brightly colored world, a day faster than in the past. Apart from this, they saw a great battle as well. At the ends of a few bluestone paths, divine light surged, and an intense great battle was being carried out. Killing methods were released unendingly. That can't be Six-Crown King Ning Chuan, right? Look, that is a bracelet that turned into a dragon, fighting intensely with someone. How fierce! Everyone sighed with astonishment. Correct! It's him! Hurry! Write his name on the flower petal, so we can see what exactly is going on. A sect master took action, concentrating in meditation, using magical force to carve 2 characters across the endless void onto the flower petal. Then, that flower petal clearly reflected the scene there. Sure enough, it was him. Outside the restricted area, the enormous stone monument shone. The scenes the sect masters saw were engraved there, so everyone could see them. Ning Chuan is fighting a great battle against a male, but I don't recognize him at all. No, that person has a name, another ancient freak named Li Fanming. Even though he only came out once before sealing himself again, rumor has it that he killed a 4-crown king in another era. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Then, sect masters wrote down Immortal Palace Inheritor's name on a flower petal. To their surprise, he was also fighting a great battle, moreover an extremely intense one. What kind of person is that? Many people cried out in shock. They stared at the scenery on the sparkling stone monument, revealing a look of great surprise. Immortal Palace Inheritor's opponent was a male with heaven overflowing flames. In his hands was a corner of a divine disc. It erupted with terrifying divine might. Reincarnation disc. A corner of it. A few sect masters were even shocked until they widened their eyes. Impossible! Even though this kind of supreme treasure is damaged, it still cannot be brought inside. Someone shook their head, not believing this. That disc is a bit strange, unable to display the supreme treasure's power. Is that why it was brought inside? This stone monument triggered a commotion. Many people surrounded it to watch the battle. Where is 10-Crown King, the one known as the most powerful supreme expert? Hurry and write his name, someone urged. Soon after, a figure appeared. Only that place was extremely calm, not fighting a great battle against anyone. He continued heading forward, about to enter the brightly colored world. Right, wasn't there an ancient freak that had never ignited a divine flame, using the cultivation of supreme expert to miraculously obtain the first rank? Let's see how things are going on for him. Soon after, a creature appeared on an enormous monument. This scene was quite calm as well, no one competing against him. It was clear that no other creatures of similar level were on his path. Who is that? It seems to be the Celestial Clan's methods. Everyone was suspicious. The Celestial Clan's exceptional talent Yu was nowhere near this powerful. This person also had world-shocking divine abilities, powerful to a ridiculous level, leaving others with a feeling of disbelief. Don't tell me that he was the long-lost three-stone heavenly ruler. A sect master spoke. Hurry and write down three-stone heavenly ruler's name. Give it a try. As a result, as soon as the name was finished, it reflected this individual. It was clear to see that this was the three-stone heavenly ruler that had been lost in the river of history. He unexpectedly didn't die. At this moment, he was fighting 5 young supreme beings alone, every one of them extremely terrifying. However, they were all suppressed by him. How formidable! Worthy of being a legendary character. The people here wrote down names that had dazzled the past and present one after another, revealing their current situation. After seeing them, there was none who weren't shaken, their hearts rising and falling greatly. What about Huang? Where is he? What is going on with him? Wu, there is that sinner's blood descendant as well. Let's see where he has ended up and what he is doing. A few sect masters spoke like this. At the same time, from immortal heavenly deity Xianxia's side, someone said softly, "Old ancestor, should we try and see if that youth of the lower realm is still alive? Recently, I heard a few secret rumors. Sin, where was he? What was he doing?" A group of deities cared a lot about this. They stood together, their expressions unkind. He unleashed a great slaughter in spirit realm, massacred my sect's disciples, killed our followers. His hand is dyed with blood. I hope he doesn't immediately die in Immortal Ancient, instead experience repeated defeats before finally being suppressed and killed, someone said. When the others heard this, they all nodded, carrying bitterness. They came from Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, and other sections. They personally experienced the Battle of Spirit Realm. The Sinner's Blood Descendant unleashed a bloodbath, leaving them humiliated and resentful. It had already been many days since that battle, but they could still feel that type of domineeringness. True deities being killed, heavenly deities encountering disaster. That youth was like a devil king as he unleashed an absolute massacre in spirit realm. When some of them thought back to that day, they couldn't help but break out into a cold shiver. The impression that youth left them with was too great. It was like a nightmare. Fire Cloud Cavern's master was a red-haired elder. His stature was small, not all that imposing, but his eyes were quite bright. They were like 2 bloody moons as they released radiance. He walked out from a burning war chariot, carrying chaotic energy with him. With each step that descended, fire Dao symbols would appear in his surroundings. The great Dao aura world shocking. Sin. He faced the uninhabited region, activating divine force, using his hand to carve a word in the void. That sparkling flower petal became resplendent, producing great Dao patterns that illuminated the heavens. What a resplendent name, actually harmonizing with the Dao. Someone cried out with shock. A few sect masters looked over. At the same time, many deities and others looked towards the same monument. The images of the immortal Dao flower's petals were reflected here. They all revealed looks of shock. This name was indeed a bit strange. After engraving it, the flower petal became especially brilliant. Dazzling symbols interweaved, becoming as resplendent as a sun, flourishing with radiance. It was clear that it was more sparkling and translucent than a normal flower petal. It was extremely divine and holy. What is going on? Could it be that this name harmonizes with the great Dao? Many deities were stupefied. They stared at that enormous monument. It's the character Sin. Apart from Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, and other sects cultivators, even a few great sects that were not related looked over. How could this character be like this? Many people frowned, a bit confused. One had to keep in mind that this was an impure character in the higher realms. It represented blood and guiltiness, now basically pointing at the creatures of Sin Province. The one that appeared is him. Many people were stunned. The monument was like a river, reflecting the true scene of Immortal Ancient. They saw a youth that was rather unhurried and calm. No one was fighting against him. It was because he was at the very back, not moving forward, instead crossing realms. The one that lagged in the back. Quite a few people knew that this was the one that entered the Immortal Gate and stepped on the bluestone stairs last. The youth who even wanted to pluck out a few pieces of stone. He was quite different from the others, his arms on his back, continuously going from one realm wall to the next. He would cross over to another realm, and after stopping and taking some time to comprehend the Tao there, he would then break through another realm wall. Other people were moving forward while he was moving horizontally. Sinner's blood descendant. Many people clenched their teeth. Phantom Drake Tao Gates people displayed the most vicious expressions. This youth's actions were tyrannical, killing many from their sect, and even a heavenly deity was ruined. He was struck by a soul-shattering needle, encountering an absolute disaster. At this point, he was basically a living corpse. Even with Phantom Drake Tao Master's personal treatment, he hadn't woken up. Of course, this was also a disaster they brought onto themselves. If they didn't refine those demonic needles to be so vicious, then later on having them seized by the youth and have them thrown right back, how could this have happened? What is he doing? This fellow was too strange, unexpectedly not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, roaming about at the back, analyzing things step by step and silently comprehending. Could it be that he truly wanted to comprehend the 3,000 stone paths? Suddenly, that youth grinned towards everyone, releasing a smile that was especially radiant. His teeth were pure white, his eyes clear. He was like the boy next door. Hateful, repulsive, disgraceful. Phantom Drake Tao Gate. Luofu True Valley's people couldn't help but shout outwards. This little monster's hands were dyed with blood, yet he was smiling so brilliantly. That youth is too sharp, his divine senses unimaginably powerful, not weaker than those ancient freaks. A sect master spoke. When Immortal Ancient was observed through the flower petals, the most talented geniuses would sense something. It was because the light the Immortal Tao flower's petals displayed, although weak, could still be captured by their senses. Was this a silent provocation? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. In the distance, a monument released heaven-reaching light. That was biting cold sword intent, as if chaotic light was erupting. It was clearly inside Immortal Ancient, yet it was as if it seeped out from the monument and shone over here. Who is that little fatty? He killed Earth Demon Sect's #1 young expert with a single move. Earth Demon Sect originally wanted to see how their own clan's hero was doing, yet in the end he saw this kind of scene. The others naturally saw it as well, as a result calling out like this. On that path was a chubby youth. He looked rather simple and honest. However, his body suddenly erupted with hundreds of streaks of sword energy, shocking everyone here. He took action again. Everyone discovered with shock that Earth Demon Sect wasn't the only youth that took action. There were several well-known heroic experts that were there as well, but under the following sword light, heads tumbled on the ground. This youngster is too formidable. That's the higher realm's third killing formation. Someone's expression changed. Third killing formation. Many ancient inheritances' eyes became red. This killing formation was too well known, shocking past and present. It was unexpectedly carved within the body of that youngster. One has to understand that the first killing formation had never appeared, while the second killing formation was pretty much lost in inheritance. The third killing formation's power was ridiculously powerful, and once it was arranged, it could kill a sect master. It was rumored that it was a killing formation from primal chaos, one that was born when the sky first opened. His name is Chao Yuxing. He previously made an appearance in Origin Sky Secret Realm. He has traveled quite closely with Huang. Someone spoke, speaking his name. Xiao. Another streak of dazzling light flew out. Those that fought against Chao Yuxing were all wiped out, and no one else dared to take action against him. That stone staircase became peaceful. He walked forward alone. Hurry up and see where Huang is. When they saw how, even though this little fatty looked harmless, his methods were so vicious, displaying his might here, they naturally wanted to know how Huang, who had previously joined hands with him, was doing. This time, it wasn't a single sect master that took action. It was because Huang had stirred up too much chaos. Huang, Underworld Earth's master, took action. A truly terrifying figure began to carve a name in the void. In his surroundings were endless white bones as well as black mist. Something's wrong. Did you write the wrong name? Why is it still him? Everyone was stupefied, feeling shocked. When the name Huang appeared on the flower petal, it displayed the true scene. The monuments displayed the same scene. A youth appeared, smiling like a flower as he faced everyone. He clearly sensed something, realizing that he was being inspected, so he took the initiative to look towards the void towards everyone. Dark lines appeared on a few people's faces. Even though other freaks might feel something, they would definitely ignore it. This fella was too irritating. Isn't that the sinner's blood descendant? Why did he appear on the scene? Right, previously, he had slaughtered Fire Cloud Cavern and Phantom Drake Dao Gates people. Rumor has it that he even killed a heavenly deity. Someone uncovered this scar, making the faces of a few great sects people fall. Their hearts leak blood. Don't tell me that Sin is Huang. Huang is Sin, someone said. After a momentary silence, discussions arose everywhere. Everyone seemed to have realized that this should be the case. He had two great identities. Heavens! Huang is Sin, Sin is Huang. No wonder I always felt like he came out from nowhere. He actually turned into two people. When the truth came out, this place could not calm down again, triggering a huge uproar. The cultivators of all sects were shocked. This, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley and other sects were seething with anger, their faces ashen. Only now did they know the true identity of their enemy. It truly is preposterous. A few heavenly deities couldn't sit still, truly wishing to immediately enter Immortal Ancient to kill him. This was especially the case when they saw that youth's brilliant smile. It was almost like a type of mockery towards them, making the root of their teeth sore. Correct, that was definitely mockery. It was done deliberately, facing the entire crowd. Angering me to death, someone roared with fury. Huang, Supreme Being Dao Right's disciple, Sinner's blood descendant. Any one of these identities was enough to shake 10 provinces. He had done too many ridiculous things, his name shaking every sect. These were unexpectedly all the same person. Celestial Clan, Underworld Clan, Immortal Palace, Fire Cloud Cavern. There were too many people who couldn't calm down. This youth had two identities, both of them extremely sinister. This place couldn't calm down for a long time. Everyone stared at that monument, wanting to see him to the end. Only after a while had passed did a cry of surprise sound from a stone monument. Only then was this strange atmosphere dispelled. A powerful expert, ridiculously powerful. He has dual pupils. What? Where? Many experts swarmed over to stare at that monument. They were all shaken. That youth was too powerful, his eyes releasing two beams of light, sweeping through his enemies. That was a heroic youth, eyes more resplendent than a sun. He didn't take action at all, only using his eyes to kill all enemies. The creatures that surrounding him numbered over 10, among them including powerful experts from great provinces. They were recognized by others. Golden Giant, Three-Headed Underworld Hound, Ifrit, Hidden Cloud Clan's Holy Lady. When these clans were named, everyone became shaken up. Hong! An enormous sound rang through the air. Dual pupils opened up heaven and earth. Those people all fell into the void, crushed to pieces. They were completely erased. A group of experts were killed. This was incomparably shocking. Too powerful. Who is he? If I am not mistaken, he should be the dual pupil user from Heavenfall Academy. Rumor has it that he came from the lower realm. Soon after, the dual-pupiled user's identity was revealed. shocking a group of people. Not even the great sects could remain calm, because the dual pupil had a great reputation since the ancient past, rumored to be an undefeated legend. Dual pupils are indeed ridiculously powerful. He was personally guided by Heavenfall Province's old monster, passing down everything he knew. However, rumor has it that he was defeated once before. What? Who did he lose to? Many people's expressions changed. They all wanted to know. In the lower realm, to a youth named Xianxia, the two carried out a world-shocking great confrontation. The dual pupils was defeated. This was also his only defeat. This made it difficult for many people to calm down. Such powerful dual pupils, this individual was definitely one of the most powerful young supreme beings, one that would definitely shine brilliantly in Immortal Ancient, yet he had been defeated before. Xianxia, that youth. When this name was mentioned, some people knew what he had done before in the lower realm. However, if you were still alive, your name would definitely shake the world under heaven, right? Shining brilliantly here. By Qin clan's area, Xiao's mother had tears in her eyes. Xiaoling clenched his teeth, not saying anything. He stared towards Immortal Palace. Let's take a look at my descendant. Immortal heavenly deity Qin Chongxing took action, carving down a name on the flower petal. Qin Hao, these two words shone brilliantly, releasing brilliant radiance. Then, a youth appeared, reflecting on the monument. His chest? As soon as Qin Hao appeared, it triggered large cries of shock. At his chest, immortal light pervaded the air, nourishing his entire body. It was simply impervious to all methods. In his surroundings, experts were swept flying one after another, not able to get closer to him at all. Isn't that Yan Province's most powerful expert? He was killed by Qin Hao. Thousand Feather Race's divine child was also defeated, penetrated by a streak of light from his chest. Too powerful. What kind of precious technique is that? Everyone cried out with shock. Many Divine Flame, True Self realm experts were moved. Even a few sect masters revealed looks of surprise. This youth was too extraordinary. His name is Qin Hao, immortal heavenly deity's descendant, rumored to have two supreme being bones. Now, he has indeed grown up, becoming not simple at all. Even a giant praised like this, so others were naturally even more shocked. Everyone from Qin clan revealed smiled. Qin Hao's performance was too dazzling. Even Qin Yining, even though her eyes carried tears, she was still quite grateful, gradually revealing a smile. How could he have two supreme being bones? The higher realms were boundless, so not everyone knew the inner details. Not knowing the truth should be related to his brother. One bone was bestowed onto him before his death. When these words were spoken, everyone became stupefied, their minds shaken. A pair of supreme beings? How unfortunate, his older brother died, only able to pass down his bone. Even those that knew the inner details revealed looks of shock. They recalled the events of the past. That sure how is not simple. The dual-pupiled user is related to him. Even though he died, he still created such a formidable younger brother. Quite a few people exclaimed in admiration. It was granted by the heavens. There were some people from Immortal Mountain who corrected. They did not like hearing this type of saying. Woo! Is anyone willing to carve down the name Xianxia? Someone asked. Everyone became puzzled. Why did they have to carve the name of a dead person? He didn't even come to the higher realms. Celestial Clan might know something. When Celestial Clan heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. They immediately understood that their clan's secret was leaked out, being known by some people from the higher realms. Right at this moment, a large hand reached out from a bronze ancient palace that was surrounded by chaotic energy. It swiped out a few times in the void, writing the two characters Xianxia. This was someone from Immortal Palace. He took action. The flower petals shone. The monuments produced the image, and in the end, a youth's figure appeared, still smiling as brilliantly as before. Everyone became stupefied. This was the third time he appeared, leaving everyone petrified, all of them dumbstruck. The third time, he unexpectedly appeared a third time, Everyone became stupefied, their expressions becoming rigid. They were truly seeing ghosts. The most irritating part of it was that smiling face, each time more brilliant than the last, so dazzling not even the moon and stars could compare. He took the initiative to face everyone, smiling just like that while standing there. "I'm seeing a ghost. Why is it him again?" Finally, someone screamed with a voice an octave higher. This was too strange. Over and over again were they testing everyone's nerves? He had two great identities, and now a third one. It truly challenged the limits of what everyone could handle. A large group of people were stunned. That kind of expression truly was like a flower bud, sparkling and brilliant, bright and resplendent as he stared towards everyone. He was in need of a spanking. Impossible. Definitely impossible. Some couldn't take this type of shock and cried out. They understood some inner details and knew who Xianxia was. He died in the lower realm, and it was long verified. How can he jump back out? There is definitely some kind of problem. Moreover, an extremely great one. An expert shouted loudly. The scene was just too strange. Once or twice was one thing, but he unexpectedly appeared a third time, tormenting everyone's nerves, leaving even a group of sect masters speechless. This was especially the case for those who had come into contact with Huang or Sin and had grudges. They felt like they had been humiliated. This was definitely done on purpose. This youth purposely ridiculed them, using different identities again and again. It was clear from that smile alone that this brat was rotten from head to toe. "I don't believe it is him. How can someone who many sides had already proven and many great sects personally saw die revive, moreover leaping and frisking about in the higher realms? There is some kind of conspiracy going on." This place could not calm down. Noise erupted, and it was unknown how many people rushed in front of this monument. They stared at the youth, discussing this loudly. In an instant, it was as if a flood swept through this place. Rumbling sounds rang through the air. Too many people were in an uproar, all of them discussing this. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone, "I believe that this is definitely a conspiracy. It is all fake." Someone refused to acknowledge this and said, "Immortal ancient on the bluestone path." Xianxia's divine senses were extraordinary, so he naturally had a feeling that someone wrote his name 3 times, using the immortal Tao flower's petals to observe his current situation. That was why he was extremely cooperative, smiling happily and doing his best to raise his chest, lift his chin up towards the sky. His smile was pure and true. He blinked his eyes. Apart from this, he even waved his hands in a practiced manner, as if he was greeting everyone. In the outside world, a group of people vomited blood. This brat's face was truly thick. Was he purposely angering others? "Sigh. I finally entered Immortal Ancient. Don't have to be worried about those old shameless fellas anymore. I can return to being myself. Just wait for what I have in plan for you all when I come back," Xianxia said softly. Those of the outside world naturally couldn't hear him, but they saw how his mouth moved. What kind of people were these? There were many deities, so they naturally understood his intent. A group of people's faces immediately darkened, finding it difficult to suppress their emotions. This was especially the case for Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, and others. These inheritances were the easiest to anger. Just now, they finally knew who their enemy was, ascertaining his identity, yet soon after, they discovered that this still wasn't his real identity. At this moment, they finally understood who that fellow was. They were truly humiliated and indignant. A group of true deities' eyes surged with flame, truly wishing to devour him on the spot. Even a few heavenly deities couldn't take it. As they watched him smile happily, everyone felt as if they were slapped in the face in an extremely loud and clear manner. "From here on out, I will return to being me, returning to my true self," Xianxia said. He rubbed his face and then his body unfolded as well. His 4 limbs and white bones cracked like fried beans. His body immediately relaxed. His appearance changed. His eyes were still clear and bright, but his appearance became much more handsome, the pretty exterior and delicateness carrying an aura of otherworldliness, able to be called divine like jade, extraordinary and transcendent. Now he had already grown up. Compared to his previous tender and immature appearance, he had undoubtedly grown up. He was handsome and extraordinary, giving off an immortal Tao aura. I vow that from here on forth, I will be myself. No one can make things difficult for me any longer. Sure how seriously vowed. He was going to become strong in Immortal Ancient, strengthening himself, increase his power drastically. He was the ruler of his own path, no need to change into other bodies. It's him. It really is him. In the outside world, some people cried out strangely. They completely recognized him now. This was definitely the youth from back then. He was a head taller than before, more extraordinary in appearance than in the past. His tall body, thick black hair, fine facial features, long eyelashes, intelligent large eyes, together with his jade-like sparkling skin, formed a body that flowed with precious splendor. There was an indescribable type of style to his appearance. How can it be him? At this moment, Underworld Earth's people exploded. A dead person unexpectedly appeared. It was he who ruined our great plan. A cold and cruel voice sounded from the blood-dripping war chariot, carried endless hatred. 7 deities went down into the lower realm, yet they were all stopped by a single youth, completely slaughtered. It was precisely done by this person. He was actually still alive, moreover arriving in the higher realms. Hower! A heart-tearing lung-splitting cry sounded from Qin clan. Tears had long covered Qin Yining's eyes. She simply couldn't believe that figure was real. How many times had she woken up from this type of dream, only to drench her pillows in tears? How many times had she thought back? How many times had she reminisced about the past? She was always thinking about that child from the lower realm, believing that they would never meet again, that he would never appear in this world again. Yet today, in this place, in Immortal Ancient, that youth was alive and lively, unexpectedly smiling so brilliantly towards her. That type of liveliness, he was still alive. Those around her were shocked, looking over. This was Sure Hao's mother? A young supreme being's mother. Qin clan's people were stupefied. They never expected there would be this type of scene. That youth was living so healthily, to the extent where it could be said that he was more durable than a true dragon. He had stirred up too many major events, which one of them wasn't enough to shock all directions. Shooting through the sky? In the end, he was still perfectly fine. The heavens finally opened their eyes, returning my child back to me. Qin Yining was crying, but also smiling, her emotions all over the place. She stared at the monument towards that youth. Sure Xianxia's breathing was hurried. He clenched his fists tightly, his blood surging. His eldest child was still in this world, making him feel as if the entire world became more colorful. Good, Hower. You are much, much stronger than us. Relying on yourself to survive, moreover arriving in the higher realms. Sure Xianxia released a low roar. His tiger eyes were also blurry, tears sliding down. At this moment, as the husband and wife were pleasantly surprised, they also felt endless shame and guilt. They felt like they hadn't taken good care of Sure Hao, making him suffer since childhood, endure too much bitterness. Moreover, at the final moments, they even watched him pass away, the two of them helpless in the face of such a crisis. What left them the most pained, what made them blame themselves the most was that before death Sure Hao unexpectedly removed his own supreme being bone, giving it to his only younger brother. That day, they felt as if their souls left them, the entire world becoming dull. They originally wanted to see if they could use the immortal bone in Qin Hao's body to save their eldest child. Yet after a moment of hesitation, they missed the opportunity. In the end, the eldest son actually removed his own bone and gave it to their second son. Every time they thought of this, they wanted to weep greatly for Sure Hao, feeling that he was pitiful, too pitiful. He had never been properly cared for since he was young, and he even suffered that kind of wrong. He experienced endless torment, yet in the end, he was going to lay in the ice-cold grave alone in the lower realm. They weren't even able to accompany him afterwards. This Sure Hao, little stone whose name shook the lower realm, really is something. We all thought you were dead. Yet you fumbled your way up yourself. Someone spoke, understanding the inner details. How could it be him? How did he manage to survive? Demonic Sunflower Garden's master said coldly, his voice carrying killing intent. It was to the extent where he even swept a glance over towards the Qin clan. Immortal heavenly deity's face was calm, not paying this any attention. Roar! From Underworld clan, a white bone mountain appeared. Black mists curled about, and there was an enormous shadow towering above it. This was precisely Underworld Lord. His face lacked color, extremely pale. His eyes were intimidating to the extreme. He roared out, underworld energy overflowing into the skies and deathly aura pervading the air. In the past, Underworld Earth, Beast Sea, Immortal Palace, Heavenly Country, Demonic Sunflower Garden, and more than 10 great powers exhausted great amounts of resources and paid a tremendous price to challenge the heavens' will, and only then did they send down a group of people. One has to understand that back then, Underworld Earth used up a supreme being level void beast skeleton, an unmatched treasure. Apart from this, Heavenly Country also used a void furnace that had void immortal gold mixed in. Just a trifling ant, yet he dares to meddle in our plans, even crawling to the higher realms. When you come out, your blood will definitely be offered as sacrifice to the demon blade. Within the blood-colored war chariot, Heavenly Country's lord said coldly. Everyone became stupefied. These were terrifying leaders of the higher realms who hadn't taken action for too many years. They were actually going to go so far for a youth. Killed my Immortal Palace's servant. There is no way this can be allowed to pass. Immortal Palace also had people who spoke. This was a great storm. Everyone became certain that this was sure how the youth who came from the lower realm. There was no mistake. Heaven overflowing waves were stirred up. Sin Huang sure how 3 identities, any one of them enough to form a legend. He had done too many shocking things. Now all 3 merged into one, fully exposed. This triggered a huge uproar. All of the great sects felt that this was inconceivable. Inside Immortal Ancient on the stone stairs, sure how raised his head towards the void. I reckon that many people are looking at me, right? He was right, but there was no way he would have imagined just how many people it was. All of the cultivators of the higher realms that were able to come were pretty much staring at him right now. Attention of 10,000 eyes was far from being enough to describe this. A few old things are probably going mad right about now, venting out their hatred against me. However, what's the use? Heavenly Country's old turtle is the most vicious. Do you want to assassinate me? Don't worry. Wait for me to come out, and then I'll chop you up to get revenge for Ghost Grandpa. Also, you seem to have sent disciples in, right? Aren't you guys known to be killing Dao cultivators, your assassination methods unmatched? I definitely won't fear death when I return and call you all out on your sneaky, skill-less hidden vicious methods. Everyone couldn't hear him, but from how his lips were moving, they knew his intentions. They were all stupefied, and a few people almost laughed out loudly. He unexpectedly dared to ridicule Heavenly Country's lord. Of course, there were those who wanted to cough out blood as well, for example, those killing Dao deities. They all narrowed their eyes, their pupils flickering with cold radiance. Their finger joints were becoming pale from their clenched fists. The number of people who want to deal with me aren't few, right? Underworld Earth's bunch definitely aren't good things either. Half man, half ghosts. When the time comes, I'll settle things with you all as well. Right, I never ate creatures from the Underworld clan. When the time comes, I'll roast some non-humanoid Underworld clan experts to see what kind of flavor ghosts have. When these words were spoken, many people almost bit their own tongues, and others watched helplessly. There were even a few who wanted to laugh. Did this youngster really dare to eat anything? I am not joking, you know? Sure how muttered. Then he said, Immortal Palace is too hypocritical. Back then, they actually beat up my supreme being inheritance. Now that I am in Immortal Ancient, I am going to beat your inheritor until he splits into 8 parts. Right? Every time that Immortal Palace inheritor comes out, he always acts so cocky with old slaves following him, showing such a grand style. He can't be the bastard child of that old fart sleeping in Immortal Palace. Right? Everyone became speechless. This brat's mouth really was vicious. This was undisguised slandering. At the same time, Everyone felt the ancient copper palace that floated in the void tremble slightly. It was clear that the one inside was not just angered lightly. Did Celestial Clan come? Those scoundrels who kicked their benefactors in the teeth, you all should have known about my identity a long time ago. But didn't say anything about it all this time, wishing to steal my Kuan Peng technique and other things. Truly worthless pieces of shit. Xianxia said. When these words were spoken, everyone from Celestial Clan's expression changed. This brat was too vicious, needing to be punished. He was speaking this in front of all of the sects, exposing the Celestial Clan's secrets. We didn't know before either. He is speaking nonsense. Celestial Clan's people hurriedly spoke up, hurriedly refuting his words. I believe with their nature, they would definitely do everything they can to refute it. They always showed different outwards appearances than what they truly felt, forget favors and violate justice. Xianxia said. In the outside world, Celestial Clan felt huge hatred. This was cutting off the end of the road. What else could they say? The other inheritances looked at them, their expressions all peculiar. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley and others. All of you inheritances, rumored to be eternal in the world, always oppressing Sin Province, truly people without any sense of shame or virtue. My ancestors have guarded the desolate border, yet you all slander their descendants, treating them like prisoners. When these words were spoken, all sects of the higher realms were shaken up. I remember that you all threatened me that your clan has exceptional talents, have ancient freaks. I am looking forward to meeting them. They will definitely be completely slaughtered in Immortal Ancient. In the outside world's Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate and others were about to go mad. This wasn't only true for them. All of the inheritances that had their names mentioned, their faces all darkened, their hearts suppressing a wave of fury. Right, I have another identity. Back then, when I was in the lower realm, I already arrived into spirit realm through the void god realm, chasing a group of people for several hundred li. The one named Haotian is also me. When Xianxia spoke up to hear, he revealed another brilliant smile. He took the initiative to reveal this fourth insignificant identity. This was definitely done on purpose. This kind of smile, this type of brilliance, for many inheritances, was an undisguised mockery, a type of humiliation. You will definitely die in Immortal Ancient. Someone cursed. I believe all those related should be gnashing their teeth in anger, right? Xianxia said calmly, still looking towards the void. Not even the heavens could deal with me, allowing me to crawl out from the grave and live healthily. All of you can just start praying for your disciples. When he spoke up to hear, Xianxia suddenly raised his head. The aura of his entire being immediately surged, becoming like a devil king. Those people better not provoke me, or else I'll slaughter all those that I should slaughter, eat all those I should eat, make all those that should warm the bed accompany me. He spoke ostentatiously while laughing loudly. A few great sects, while feeling great anger, also shivered inwardly. They thought about too many things. This youth originally had two supreme being bones, yet in the end, he lost one during childhood, then removed the other after growing up, giving it to his younger brother before his death. Based on normal reasoning, he should have definitely died, yet he lived each time, moreover not crippled and becoming even stronger. He relied on himself to arrive in the higher realm, turning into Huang and Sin, establishing a brilliant reputation. Recently, he never even used his most powerful precious techniques, so just how powerful was he exactly? Everyone shivered inwardly. This youth was formidable. Without a supreme being bone, he still had an unmatched manner. Immortal Ancient would most likely be thrown into chaos because of him. I can finally put my all into fighting, no longer having to suppress myself. I can use all of my precious techniques. Xianxia spoke. At the same time, a large pair of Kuan Peng wings appeared behind him, as if they reached the clouds. They were accompanied by overflowing divine light. It was clear that that kind of aura was too intense, shocking many creatures behind him. There were some who were shocked, secretly taking action. Then his wings shook slightly. Behind him, a loud honk sounded. All of the creatures that took action shattered, turning into bloody mists and crushed bones. The attitude of a devil king was fully displayed. This made everyone in the higher realms feel greatly shocked. He was going to put his all into the fight, becoming even more powerful than Huang or Xin. It really was unknown what kind of great storm was going to be raised. Within Immortal Ancient, on a stone staircase accompanied by chaotic energy, Shurehao's back faced the remaining individuals, his figure exuding the imposing attitude of a devil king. "Let's leave." The group of creatures no longer dared to provoke him, hurriedly leaving, fleeing towards the brightly colored world at the end of the bluestone path. That youth who had his back towards them, a pair of wings that reached the clouds, was releasing a heaven overflowing pressure that made every single creature tremble with fear. Just the slight movement of those wings was enough to make a group of powerful experts shatter, blood and bones appear. Just how powerful was he exactly? Someone broke through, entering Immortal Ancient's secret earth. In the outside world, a few true deities cried out in shock as they stared at several monuments that were as smooth as a mirror. Scenes of Immortal Ancient were currently being displayed there. Even heavenly deities were shocked. A monument reflected the scenery around a creature. Then, several monuments changed, becoming brilliant and multicolored, divine light overflowing into the heavens. At that moment, their attention finally shifted from Huang, from Xin, from Shuhao to a few ancient freaks. Xiao, like a divine arrow that opened the sky, with great Tao energy and brilliant divine multicolored light, the void distorted. Someone stepped out from the bluestone staircase, entering another heaven and earth. As if at the same time, a few others also stepped out from their paths. The 3,000 bluestone paths trembled, shaking greatly. It was accompanied by multicolored wisps, sprinkling out a resplendent rain of light. A great Tao rumbling sound rang through the air. Just the 9th day, yet there were some who already made it through into Immortal Ancient. This is a day faster than anyone in all of history. Even the heavenly deities were shocked, all of them staring at the smooth monuments, seeing those various scenes of Immortal Ancient. Those individuals have become stronger, all of them surpassing their previous selves. That is why they were able to reach this place a day earlier. A sect master sighed and said, "It was precisely because these individuals walked out from the bluestone path that this entire ancient road changed. The pressure decreased, and the others' movements became quite a bit faster as well." In the outside world, the bronze palace floating in the void swayed. Someone pushed aside the beast bone-beaded curtain and looked towards the 3,000 great Tao petals, staring at the scene inside Immortal Ancient. 2 streaks of purple radiance shot out from a purple-golden war chariot that seemed to have existed before the opening of the world. This was the carriage of a present world emperor clan, and those 2 streaks of radiance pierced open the void, landing on the immortal Tao flower's petals. All great figures were moved, watching this closely. On a few monuments, brilliant shadows could be seen. It was quite illusory, as if it was a world of dreams. Is that the scene inside Immortal Ancient? This was the first time many Divine Flame, True Self realm cultivators saw this. Their breathing was rapid as they watched nervously. Bubbles appeared one after another, their appearances a mixture of different colors. Chaotic energy wrapped around them, and there was a vague but terrifying aura seeping out from them, as if they possessed undying power. Each bubble represented a region. There was an area for interaction between these bubbles, which meant that different regions could be connected. That place is extremely miraculous. Immortal Ancient would sometimes become resplendent, sometimes dim. Many of the regions were surrounded by illusions, so it was difficult to differentiate the different territories. It looks like it is quite small, but in reality, every region is large to an unbounded degree. A few places are divine and auspicious, while some ancient earths are full of enormous dangers. There were many bubbles, just like little worlds. They all gave off ancient feelings, containing an aura of past time, accumulating secrets from the ancient to present. Someone took action. With a great halberd in hand, this individual continuously clashed with another. Some people recognized that this was Immortal Palace's inheritor. How ferocious! Everyone became moved. The radiance that erupted from this battle was enough to make Divine Flame and True Self realm cultivators' faces lose color. His opponent was a red-haired youth that was extremely sinister looking. He gave off a domineeringness, the corners of his lips carrying a cold and cruel smile as he fought against Immortal Palace's inheritor. His divine bravery was unmatched. "I finally found you. I've refined my great sky-burning art to a level no predecessor has ever reached. I will first kill the strongest of this world, and then I'll wipe out those ancient freaks, starting with you." The red-haired youth supported an expanse of black fiery light that was like a world in itself. With every movement, it trembled the void until it became blurry. Could burn the 9 heavens. In the outside world, everyone's expressions changed. This individual was actually going to kill Immortal Palace's inheritor. How domineering and brash was this? However, when they heard him say the great sky-burning art, everyone sighed, knowing that he was this type of freak. That was a heavenly art comparable to the 6 Tao reincarnations. This bloodline might not even appear after tens of thousands of years. However, if a single person appeared, that individual would definitely be terrifying to the point of leaving others in despair. Pong! Magical force surged. After these two's final strike, a large crack was hacked open in the void within this mottled ancient land. How powerful! Everyone's expressions changed. These were likely the world's most powerful supreme experts. Towards Immortal Palace inheritor, none of them were too shocked. After merging with his second body, he would definitely illuminate the past and present. There were already no opponents for him in the present world at the supreme expert realm. Meanwhile, this was the inheritor of the great sky-burning art. This also made others tremble inwardly. Many people recalled that not too long after he appeared in the world, he already killed many of the most powerful supreme experts of several different provinces. His murderous nature was extremely strong. Hong! In another direction, Chang Gongyan, Gu Jianyun, and a few other ancient unmatched heroes fought. The void between them cracked, becoming distorted. This left the outside world shaken. They were fighting over the ancient land. The other figures that rushed out were also looking around, from time to time clashing. Meanwhile, everyone was carefully looking around, searching for their own target. In the end, they all moved, quickly splitting up. Like lightning, they rushed into a few brightly colored secret lands, most of their paths different. Even though there will be a few differences each time Immortal Ancient is opened, there are a few ancient lands that are unchanged. They went to seek their own heavenly opportunities. A few heavenly deities sighed, filled with envy, as well as even more melancholy. There was definitely glory waiting there, but it was unfortunately unrelated to them. This wasn't the first great battle those ancient freaks participated in, not the first time they entered Immortal Ancient to seek natural luck. As such, they understood much more, all of them having clear objectives. They are going to go breakthrough. Who knows, someone might even undergo rebirth in the Phoenix blood pool. It is the last time one can enter this ancient land. It wouldn't be too surprising if someone is able to find the egg of a true dragon. Even the higher realm's most powerful sect masters revealed looks of shock, their eyes burning fiercely, hopeful and expectant. Unfortunately, they couldn't enter themselves. It was clear that the most powerful freaks of the ancient era all headed for the ancient realm they had long decided on before entering this place. They were going to break through there, ignite their divine flame, and then obtain even greater natural luck. There were people who already broke through while on the bluestone stairs, but they weren't unmatched exceptional talents, nor were they the people hidden under snow. They were just ordinary supreme experts. Those at the very peak all selected their own holy land to undergo a perfect transformation. Those that entered Immortal Ancient for the first time definitely wouldn't know about those places. Only Six-Crown King Ningchuan, Sword Kali's Gu Jianyun, and other terrifying individuals know about a few places. In the outside world, even though there was some information about these things, there was no way they would know about the exact coordinates. This was unless they were an inheritance like Immortal Palace, whose sect had previous members who entered to refine themselves. They knew about a few miraculous precious places and clearly passed the knowledge down to their inheritor. In that instant, the first group of people disappeared without a trace, heading towards their respective areas. When one or two of these figures disappeared, the others would hurry and leave too. Otherwise, if someone achieved the perfect divine flame realm first and came back to kill them, that would make things much more complicated. Right now, even though some people were fighting life and death battles, they could still only give up for now, hurriedly leaving to break through. In the rear, a few individuals were confused. They stood in front of these bubbles, staring at the chaotic light, listening to the vague Great Tao aura. They didn't know which region they should head towards. Try them one by one. I'll definitely be able to find some divine land. Either way, there's time. Someone moved. Immortal Ancient, a place vast and boundless. Rumor has it that someone reached its limit. There are definitely endless precious lands. Even those ancient freaks could only have explored a corner of this place. There is no need to be jealous of their targets. We can just explore ourselves. Of course, normally speaking, they would avoid all of the areas those people entered. They didn't want to run into those ancient freaks. On the bluestone stairs, there were people who came out one after another, and then continuously entered the different bubbles, heading towards those different worlds. Since the ancient times until the present, as long as one left the bluestone path, the pressure of 3,000 ancient Tao would suddenly decrease. Those in the rear would be freed from the burden and be able to rush out. As such, large amounts of people appeared at the ends of the road. In just a few days, everyone else would come out, stepping into the modeled ancient world. At this moment, those in the uninhabited region were startled. Sure how unexpectedly appeared on the first day, leaving a group of people shocked. Regardless of whether they had any enmity against him or not, they all couldn't help but sigh. This youth was formidable. It was because he had been traveling horizontally this entire time, continuously crossing realm walls, walking many different paths. In this process, even though he would at times walk up a bit, after all, he normally walked horizontally much more often. Based on normal reasoning, he should have been the last to come out. However, he appeared before the absolute majority. Are these the immortal ancient depths? Sure how looked forward at those bubbles that contained indistinct regions. Chi, an exception talent, moved, rushing into a bubble that was relatively larger. The moment the mirage was torn open, those behind him could clearly see a corner of that world. It was a boundless great earth lush with forests. An enormous pitch-black city rested at the limits of the horizon, one that housed many creatures. There are cities and mysterious races? Sure how frowned. Ayo? A roar sounded. Not far out, a dragon mastiff surged with silver light, burning like raging flames. It also rushed into a bubble. Everyone hurriedly observed what was inside. The world within was a desert, and at the limit water vapors were pure and holy as it rose into the air. There was even a spring of life that made all sect masters' eyes red. Quite a few people were shocked, following him inside. There were others that remained calm, standing outside while looking pensive. Within a desert, mirages are the most commonly seen things. One might not be able to obtain anything by entering. There were many bubbles, all of them like little worlds. They were connected, so one could move between them. Sure how turned around and looked outwards. The 3,000 bluestone paths, for him, possessed an ordinary meaning. He wanted to form a perfect divine flame, borrowing these Tao. As a result, he wasn't in a rush to hurry along, not in the first group to leave the bluestone paths. The bubbles were illusory, the small worlds numerous, forming a mottled expanse. They all had different great opportunities, making it a difficult choice. Suddenly, the void split apart. Several bubbles swayed, and then tore apart. Someone rushed out from within, displaying many little worlds. Who is this? Continuously breaking the realm walls and appearing in different ancient lands. Now coming back. An individual flew out, as if there were feathers floating down from his body. Holy light shone resplendently. In his hand was a great halberd, his attitude divine and ferocious. While rushing out, the energy waves he released sent supreme experts flying out, making them cough out large mouthfuls of blood. It was precisely Immortal Palace Inheritor. He wore immortal feather armor, in his hands a precious halberd. It was unknown why he returned. And he saw Sure How with a single look. Within his eyes, his pupils formed two silver symbols. He immediately slaughtered his way over. "It's you, what good timing." Sure How was even more straightforward, bringing out the void halberd, holding it in his hands. He released a loud shout, and then he hacked it forward.